I'm muted. Hello everybody, welcome again to the stream. Nice to see you here. I hope you had a good one. Technical difficulties here and there to figure a few things out. It's always a lot of things to do, as you can imagine. But hopefully now everything works and we are live on all the channels. It seems it worked. And now we have sound, yeah, I hear, awesome. Yeah, welcome everybody. Sorry for being late as always. It's always, I don't know, it's just so many things that don't work, then the bot doesn't work. I have to kind of re-log in everywhere, oh god. And then, don't ask, it's just always a lot of things that don't work. Now I hear, okay, awesome. Hey, long time no see. Well, it was kind of busy, I don't know, last couple of weeks for me. It's a lot of things to do. And yeah, we did a lot of content as well, but unfortunately not for this channel. Hey, Otaku Senpai, nice to see you. Priscilla, Crafty Spirit is there. in the German Twitch chat, Balder and Schnarker also there. Aurelian, welcome. Joe Quake. Tabernacle fan, nice to see you. Chatty Lumpkin also here, welcome. And all the others who might lurk in the background. Well, that's actually that's a good point. It's I forgot that the World Cup today. My country is out anyway, so that's not the priority anymore. Well, I haven't watched much anyway mainly because the FIFA is just, let's say, a questionable. Let's call it a company. A questionable gathering of people it is. That's what we can say. I think we can all agree on that. Don't like them. I don't want to support them. So it's difficult. It could be so much fun, but they are just, well, special. Yeah, FIFA's ideal host for Middle-earth World Cup would be Mordor. Yes. Yeah, I think that is the most precise and best take. The best way you can phrase it, yes. That's kind of true. Are they also not giving out rings and stuff? I saw some memes already about that. Yeah, it's... what can you say? It could be so much fun and everything could be cool, but they kind of ruin the fun in it. But I don't want to get too much into that. But yeah, Otaku Senpai said, so want to talk about Lord of the Rings and San Diego Comic Con. We can shortly talk about that. But before we do this, I think a lot of people here might have guessed what this here in the background might mean. And I don't know, it was a request I got a lot in, not recently, but over all the years of doing this, I got this request like 2.5, not that often, but a lot. Or request a lot. So there's some in the realm of Lord of the Rings related media. We have, of course, the Peter Jackson films, the Hobbit films. While the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings films are well beloved, the Peter Jackson Hobbit films are sometimes debated, even though they can be still fun to watch here and there. And beyond that, there is, of course, you mentioned the San Diego Comic Con. I think one of the first big trailers for Rings of Power was also revealed there. So the theory is that on San Diego Comic Con there might be also the first teaser trailer for Season 3. I know a lot of people say, oh god, not Season 3. It's kind of my reaction as well. On one way, I kind of like news and discussing stuff. That's always a lot of fun for me. I don't know why it is, but I don't know. I like the speculation. I like analyzing trailers in detail and stuff. You know, that kind of thing. That always is a lot of fun. And I hope for some news to appear much earlier. We got some Lord of the Rings news. Like we got the Stephen Colbert is working on a film. We got some Peter Jackson on his set. No, I think it was not Peter Jackson on the set. It was Andy Serkis on the set for the Gollum thing. There was a nice little teaser. Not much information in it, so it's potentially not worth really reacting to it or anything. But, you know, some stuff is in the working. They started shooting recently, filming, whatever. And that kind of thing. We have that Warhorse Studios is making a Lord of the Rings game, potentially in the style of Kingdom Come Deliverance, which is, my opinion, good news. There is some controversy about AI translation there with that, but I guess, and that's a fair criticism, but it's still interesting news since we don't get that much Lord of the Rings. There's new stuff coming out, well, a bit, but everything seems so far away. And this year, I think in November 19th or something like that, we should get the season 3 for that. However, there are also video games, speaking of Warhorse Studios and Kingdom Come Deliverance, like Lord of the Rings game in production. And one game, actually 2 games often get mentioned in this context. Like there's several, let's start differently. There are a lot of video games for Lord of the Rings, and I have a big passion, of course, for video games. And in this context, often I get asked, why, if I like video games and Lord of the Rings, why not play Lord of the Rings video games? And the problem is always a bit, some I have played already, and often I feel like I don't want to replay stuff. And on the other side, sometimes it's difficult to get some of those video games, and sometimes it's also not that well. If we think of the Gollum game, I started my commented Let's Play for the Gollum game, for example, and it flopped. It was a catastrophe, so I stopped producing it, even though I have everything recorded and so on. And I also have, I think, a complete playthrough on my Twitch channel or something. But a ring script written by Colbert. I don't know. Let's give him a chance. He definitely knows Lord of the Rings, has a passion for it, so I can see that something comes out of it. The Ring of the President. Not go into this territory, but so there are different games. Some are some are not that great, some are okay, and some are really good, or were really good when they came out. Like, for example, and you see it right behind me, Shadow of War. It is War in the North. That was something that was requested a lot. On the other side, I'm not sure where the other side is. It's there, because it's mirrored for me. It's always like I have one screen where I'm mirrored, and I have one screen I see myself where I'm not mirrored. That's really confusing. The other is Battle for Middle-earth. There are 2 games of it: Battle for Middle-earth 1, Battle for Middle-earth 2, and the expansion Battle for Middle-earth 2, Wrath of the Witch King. That's the second screen, and that is basically your choice, which could be an interesting little game that interesting little project we could maybe use for the streaming. Of course, we can also talk about lore and stop at everything and maybe discuss it from a book's lore perspective. Maybe you also find some references, some ideas. Would be potentially interesting. And there's also Shadow of War and the prequel Shadow of Mordor. So there's this. Yeah, exactly. I like the Bionicle fan, definitely. It's I think it's an interesting game. I haven't played it in such a long time, I have to admit, though, that I basically forgot everything. So it will be kind of interesting. It's not like I replayed I don't know why. I guess because we are flooded with interesting games since, I don't know, decades now. And I have so many games I have bought, I have not even played for a minute. So, question. It's always, but now maybe it's a good time to start it. I think it might be an interesting project, which maybe also helped me to get a better schedule here for streaming on this channel again and doing more Lord of the Rings content. I don't know. There's also other stuff. I want to briefly mention here, like I said, there will be a new season for Rings of Power, which I assume I will cover. My feelings about the show are after some developments in the writers' room or whoever's responsible for that by the showrunners in the plot and story of it, and weird changes and ideas. It's I don't know, it's diminished. This may be a good word. My German would say Vorfreude. I'm not sure what it is in English, but I don't know. Anticipation, yeah, that's I think the word maybe. It's a bit diminished. Let's put it that way. It's always like, I don't know. It's always difficult with this show. I feel. It's unfortunately always the same. You see that there were some people with the set designs, with I don't know, making the ship with a little green twig. Not sure what that is. That's in Unfinished Tales, a little detail from a note that these ships had this little thing. I forgot what it was called actually, but it is, I think, to show their bond to Uinen, and I guess also to some extent, and it's good for a good voyage. Let's put it that way. So I have to slowly start my English part of English vocabulary vocabulary section of my brain. It's still not fully working right now, I feel. But you get the point. So some people work there that have some cool ideas, and all the writing stuff you can decipher and so on. It's always fun to do that and try to find out and read that. There's some cool details, but the overall plot and writing the show, if you look, I don't know, and how it's structured, is absolutely terrible. It's unfortunate from my perspective. And it always kills a bit the fun for it. And then also on top of that, if that was not, like, I would love to have a good media product about Lord of the Rings, as everybody. On top of that, there is this annoying political or politically loaded atmosphere surrounding it, where everything is connected to, I don't know, politics and ideology and some weird ideas. And I don't know, it makes things tough to. It makes sometimes things tough to look forward to. You know what I mean? It's a discussion that's often outside of my. Let me just see if I find the quote. By the way, currently looking for it. It must be in the notes. I would even assume it must be. You know where it should be in the Aldarion section of the book. I would assume, and I think it's a note. Where am I? History, that's wrong. I think it's note 8. Let's see if I'm right. There are no 8 notes in this. Oh, I'm wrong here. This note 8. Is it note 8? No. And it says this. Is it really awesome? I don't find it, unfortunately. I thought it would be in the Aldarion section. Maybe I have to look it up a moment later with the little trick thing. Hey, Priscilla, nice to see you. The Ember series is still under development. Is this like? And I know there are a lot of mod elements for Battle for Middle Earth. The weird thing about Battle for Middle Earth is it's kind of an abandoned game because it was developed by Electronic Arts, EA. And what is interesting about it is that EA doesn't have the license for it anymore, so they're not allowed to sell it as far as I'm aware. And they're also not allowed to, or they don't sell it anymore. You can't just buy it, you can only buy used copies of the game. And it's not supported anymore. I mean, it's also old. Battle for Middle Earth came out 2004, I think. And the second part 2006, so it's very old from our perspective, 20 plus years. And yeah, they don't have the license. Warner Bros. Has a license for it, I think, currently. I'm not sure if they still have, because there was some shift. The company giving out the licenses for those games was closed, and there was a dispute with the Tolkien estate. It's a complicated matter of things. Hey, bring me one of those chickens. Had to read for a moment. There's a very active community, and they made a launcher for it where everybody can download it. You can even play ladder matches and stuff. It's kind of interesting in this regard. What is possible. It has an active community. There's a modding community and all kinds of things. They're really impressive that they keep it alive. I can maybe post it here in the different chats, I think. I at least can try to do that. So, since the game is abandoned, there's a community. They made it available for everybody. I'm not sure how license and legal stuff is going to this direction. But yeah, so that's also something I actually wanted to do. We do a poll, as always. So yeah, there are a lot of topics currently and this year coming up in this regard. This little project might be fun for a lot of people. We have War in the North, which is a RPG, role-playing game. And we have how am I playing role-playing game? Getting into trouble. Also, there was with a dash you write it. Oh, it looked weird to me how I spelled it. And then, yeah, there's Battle for Middle Earth, which is a real-time strategy game. And one problem we will have is licensed music. I have to really look close. Oh, it's too long. Well, I'm missing what you call the space. I maybe also start the poll on the other thing. Well, we did start it here on YouTube already. let's see, create a new poll. I'll also do that on the German channel. We are live at multiple things. So you can kind of vote for what are we going to do today. In the meantime, we can talk about some of the stuff. So San Diego Comic-Con, as said, new show comes, new season for Rings of Power comes. And now for some people it's, oh no, not again. I hate it. Some people kind of, well, it's cool. Some people just enjoy the gathering, coming together, having a watch party, discussing the episode every week. You know, stuff like that. Some frequent content and speculation can be kind of fun. Even though we have the option for all kinds of things. Hey, Balder, sleep well. Sorry for not keeping eye on the German chat this time too much. What's that? On this link you can download Battle for Middle-earth 1, 2 and the expansion, whatever you want. There's also fan patches for it that make it compatible with modern systems and stuff. It's kind of interesting. I think if you people time to vote. So what we are going to do today. Some people vote for Battle for Middle-earth. I'm not sure, like I could imagine that War in the North might be more interesting. Because Battle for Middle-earth is a lot me sitting and clicking units from A to B. Yeah, Rings of Power reviews are far more fun than the actual show. That's, I think, a lot of people would agree on that. So yeah, I could imagine that something comes out. I'm not sure what they will do in the next season. They have to, the creation of the One Ring comes to mind. It should have been created already in theory, but the show, I don't know. it's a bit strange in this regard. Well, actually, not necessarily it needs to be created, right? If we look at the timeline for Lord of the Rings, One Ring is created round about 1000, Second Age 1600, and I think the 3 rings are created 10 years earlier. So there is a time gap of 10 years between the creation of the 3 and the creation of the One Ring. However, in the show, what is weird in the chronology of the show, the destruction of Eregion happens after the creation of the One Ring in the book. So the actual timeline is already not correct. The ring should already exist from this perspective. Also, the reason why the elves know it's Sauron is because he creates the One Ring and tries to control them, and their will is strong enough to take off their rings, so they are not becoming enslaved by the One. That is a very important detail. And this is my biggest criticism of the show, why I'm so confused with the show. That's the whole point of the One Ring. Like, the show messed up the whole point of the One Ring. Like, that's the point. The point of what often people ask, what is the power of the One Ring? What can it do? Why is it so important? The reason is why it's so powerful, and the whole purpose of it is to control the other rings. That's also why the book is called, maybe people have noticed, Lord of the Rings. Who is the Lord of the Rings? Sauron is the Lord of the Rings. He made the One Ring and he can control all the other rings. So who has the One Ring or controls the One Ring is the Lord of the Rings. That's the whole point of the show. Unfortunately, now everybody knows it's Sauron. They don't know that there will be a Master Ring yet, so they kind of put this event in the future. But considering that they learn to make these rings from Sauron, they could think, well, it's potentially not good to have those rings. Maybe we should destroy them. In the book we can read Galadriel and Celebrimbor also discuss destroying the rings, and I'm not sure if I can find the quote, potentially not. It's in Unfinished Tales, I'm pretty sure. But my my success finding quotes in Unfinished Tales is not that great. I can't believe that I don't find the note for it. It should be something with strengths. We could not find the strengths or the will. Ah yeah, here, I think I found it. Can't tell you the page. In this version it's 237, something like that. Sauron himself departed from Eregion about the year 1500, after the Myrdain, that's the guild of jewel smiths in Eregion, had begun the making of the rings of power. Now Celebrimbor was not corrupted in heart or face, but had accepted Sauron as what he posed to be. And when at last he discovered the existence of the One Ring, he revolted against Sauron and went to Lorinand, to Lothlorien, to take counsel once more with Galadriel. They should have destroyed all the rings of power at this time, but they failed to find the strength. That's how Tolkien wrote it in one of the many versions he wrote about this particular time. Spielkalt, nice to see you. Hey, Revolverator, nice to see you. Yeah, like I said, the idea, what will happen next in season 3. So Sauron must create the One Ring, and this, in the show story, it will cause a problem for the elves, because now they know they can't use the rings anymore, and they have this decay problem, which they have to kind of solve. And the weird thing is, they made such a big deal out of the decay problem in the show, which is not wrong to do, but they made such a big and instant deal out of it that I have no idea how they will solve that when they can't use their rings anymore. Because as long as Sauron has one, they can't use their ring. Or their rings. Hey David, nice to see you. And today's English stream, so usually on this channel, David, I stream usually in German. But since I thought, well, we just go everywhere. Nobody's voting for anything on the German channel. That's a bit sad. Currently, the role-playing game is leading. It's, I think, good. Actually, I expected to win War in the North by a landslide, to be honest. What do you think of the recently discovered letter? That's another topic we might briefly talk about. I'm actually a bit surprised by the letter, to be honest. I have maybe I do a video on it at some point. It's a bit late to the show, to be honest, for this kind of news, but I'm not sure what the other Tolkien creators said about the letter. I know Matt did a video on it, Lord of the Rings. I've seen that. I could assume that Men of the West also did maybe something about it. I've not seen either of the videos yet, so can't really comment what they had to say. I'm curious though, really curious what they say. So my first reaction was, okay, I did not expect that. That seems strange to me. And going back into the book, hey Storyteller, nice to see you, and also Dr. Fleur, and all the people I might have not said hello to, welcome, Mari and so on, also welcome. Yeah, I can imagine. In Deep Geek made a video. Yes, Robert made a video, I think, as well, right? A lot of people did for sure. Yeah, for commentating, I also think War in the North would be kind of interesting. And Battle for Middle-earth. Like I said, I might have to deactivate music for the stream not getting claimed. The letter. Okay, so there is the letter for people who haven't seen it. Maybe I think I posted it on the Discord somewhere. I guess should it be Tolkien Media? I'm not sure where I would have posted it. Or Tolkien Lore. No, I posted in Lore. Also, you can also find the whole letter quoted there. It's not a very long letter. Maybe we can just read it. Yeah, it's. I don't know the context exactly, but it reads: Dear Jenny, thank you very much for your nice letter. I have been in most parts of Wales. So the question was kind of about Wales and how names are connected to names in Wales. Most parts of Wales, but the place names are used are made up from English models or borrowed from books, though Crick Hollow was actually meant to resemble Quick Howell. I'm not sure if I pronounce it correctly. Like, as a not native speaker, not a British person, it's very difficult to predict how English place names are pronounced. The walking elms were meant to be ends, but not end-y. And now he says, the walking elms, which were mentioned in the book, Sam mentions it in Lord of the Rings. Let me read the letter and then we go to the details. But not endwives. Gandalf had asked one or two of them to keep a watch on the Shire, but he did not tell anybody about it. Best wishes, yours sincerely, J.R.R. Tolkien. Then there's a footnote. This footnote is written in ink, so handwriting. As can be gathered from Treebeard's conversation with M, Mary, and P, Pippin, he knew a lot more about events than they guessed and more about hobbits than he pretended to. This is kind of an unusual, it's a very unusual note that Tolkien gives here, which I did not see coming, and I have to admit, for me it doesn't fit at all, to be honest. Like it's the letter is dated 1966, 28th of February 1966. So it's a late letter. He died 1973, so round about 7 years before he unfortunately died. It's a late game letter of Tolkien. A late work letter of Tolkien. With a late writing letter. You know what I mean. So, my cousin Hell, for one, he works for Mr. Boffin at Overhill and goes up to the North Farsing for the hunting. He saw one, says he did perhaps. Your Hell's always saying he's seeing things, and maybe he sees things that ain't there. but this one was as big as an elm tree, and walking 7 yards to a stride if it was an inch. Then I bet it wasn't an inch when he saw an inch. What he saw was an elm tree as like as not. But this one was walking, I tell you, and there ain't no elm tree on the Norse moors. So that's kind of a discussion that Sam mentions when he sits together in I assume it's the Green Dragon. Yeah, the Green Dragon at Bywater one evening in the spring of Frodo's 50th year showed that even in the comfortable heart of the Shire rumours had been heard, though most hobbits still laughed at them. Sam Gamgee was sitting in the corner near the fire, and opposite him was Ted Sandyman, the miller's son, and there were various other rustic hobbit listening to their talk. We see a somewhat similar scene with Sam talking to some older hobbits and so on, at least in the extended edition of the Peter Jackson films, if you remember the scene. And that's what it kind of references to. And he mentions a walking tree, like not Sam has seen it, his cousin Hal has. And interesting in this context is now that Tolkien has a letter that I just also read terribly. And that Tolkien weirdly mentions that Gandalf asked one or two of the Ents to watch over the Shire. It's not clear from what Gandalf talks here, from what Tolkien writes here, if the trees came from elsewhere. It seems like it, but not if there were Ents living in Eriador potentially. Like, I don't fully see that they walk from Fangorn to the Shire. That's a really long way for Ents to walk. It would have taken ages, I guess. But on the other side, he indicates that the footnote is interesting in this corner, as can be gathered from Trebeard's conversation. So Gandalf did not tell anybody about it, which is maybe good for making this work. I think this is an afterthought by Tolkien, to be honest. Because if he told nobody, there's no reference or mention, like out of the Lord of the Rings books, it's hard to guess that. You could speculate. Hey, PJ, nice to see you. Wow. Welcome, PJ Archer, nice to see you. Bicycle tour 126 kilometers in 7 hours. That's, I mean, the strength, this length is actually pretty impressive already. Well done, I would say. But yeah, coming back to the footnote, I think that's strange. Like, it's not clear where the tree's coming from. Were they walking from Fangorn, which is, I don't know how many kilometers or miles. It's a lot. Like, that must be, I don't know, 700, 800, I've no clue. Maybe over 1,000 miles or something like that. But it's at least far above 500 miles, I would say. There's a famous song covering this. Maybe they listened to the song in their little Ent in-ears while walking that, but I'm not sure. Not sure if that indicates it. Gandalf not telling anybody works because nobody knows, because it's not mentioned anywhere else, so it must have been a secret. It's kind of strange that he did not tell Aragorn, because he sent actually rangers to the Shire to guard it. So maybe that the rangers should know, yeah, by the way, there are also these giant trees walking around and stuff. Maybe you should, I don't know, be careful there or something. They could think you are orcs and trample you or whatever. I don't know. It's it feels really a bit far-fetched. And then he writes, as can be gathered from Trebeard's conversation with Merry and Pippin later in Fangorn. The weird thing about that is, if you read this dialogue in The Lord of the Rings, Let me see if I can find it. There's a section called Treebeard. It would be in it. Treebeard, there it is. Let's search for Mary in this book section, which doesn't work for whatever reason. No, I have to search for Treebeard. Let's see. So there's a conversation. You know, he always makes this whom sound. How did it go? And so on and so on. But anyway, you got not seem to fit in anywhere. We always seem to have got left out of the old lists and the old stories, said Mary. We've been about for quite a long time. We are hobbits. Why not make a new line, said Pippin. Maybe I should read earlier. And Mary said, what's that? But what do you call yourself? What's your real name? Who now? Replied Treebeard. Who? That is... Now that would be telling, not so hasty, and I'm doing the asking. You are in my country. What are you, I wonder? I cannot place you. You do not seem to come in the old lists that I learned when I was young. But that was a long, long time ago, and they may have made new lists. Let me see. How did it go? Learn now the law of living creatures. First name the three peoples. Eldest of all the elf children. Dwarf the delver. Dark are his houses. And the earthborn, old as mountains. Men the mortal, master of horses. Beaver the builder, Buck the leaper, bear bee hunter, boar the fighter, hound is hungry, hare is fearful, eagle is eerie, ox is pasture, hard-horn crowned hawk is swiftest, swan the whitest, serpent coldest. How did it go? It was a long list, but anyway, you do not seem to fit in anywhere. We always seem to have got left out of the old lists and the old stories, says Mary, and so on and so forth. So there was a list. We are hobbits. Why not make a new line, said Pippi. Half-grown hobbits, the hole dwellers. Put us in amongst the four, next to men, the big people. You've got it. Not bad, said Treebeard. That would do. So you live in holes, huh? It sounds very right and proper. Who calls you hobbit so? That does not sound elvish to me. Elves made all the old words. They began it. Nobody else calls us hobbits. We call ourselves that, said Pippin. Come now, not so hasty. You call yourself hobbits, but you should not go telling just anybody. You'll be letting out your own right names if you are not careful. We aren't careful about that, said Mary. As a matter of fact, I'm a brandybuck. Meriadoc Brandybuck, though most people call me just Mary. And I'm a Took, Peregrine Took, but I'm generally called Pippin or even Pip. But you are hasty folk, I see, said Treebeard. I'm honored by your confidence. Like, there's this whole long section, and now Gandalf, now Tolkien writes about it. Note, as can be gathered from Treebeard's conversation with Merry and Pippin, he knew a lot more about events than they guessed and more about hobbits than he pretended to. So he pretends to not know. Like, it's hard for me to read this whole section with not the especially how I would see Treebeard, how he works, how he thinks, how he's presented as a character, that his curiosity who these hobbits are and what their names might be and that they should be careful. All of this, in my opinion, felt very genuine and not like he pretends to, oh, I don't know what hobbits are. You know, that there's this little bit undertone never occurred to me. I'm not sure how you see it in chat. I think it's a cool detail in a way, but it feels not 100% fitting for me, to be honest. Let me just catch up with chat really quick. Yeah, the letter was to a 10-year-old fan. Oh, thank you for the context. I'm surprised by the letter also. I wonder if this is what Gandalf meant when he tells Frodo that there is another kind of power in the Shire. Yeah, maybe that's a good point. Come to think of it, maybe Saruman in the book did not recognize Aragorn. Might not have known Aragorn by sight. Yeah. It's one of those times where Tolkien's thought on a subject seems to have changed over time. Yeah, I would also say that. Tolkien seems to have originally intended the Tree Men to have been a troll, though the description of its stride seems exaggerated. I think it's rubbish, even if Treebeard pretended to know nothing about hobbits. To Merry and Pippin, why should the Ents discuss to make a new line in their list of creatures? Doesn't make sense. Yeah, especially that part that they have. Well, we have a list of creatures you don't fit. I mean, in theory, he could have told, yeah, send 2 Ents to the Shire. You have to protect this place with the hobbits or with these creatures in. And saying, yeah, whatever, I just sent 2 trees there. Or tells through the forest phone or whatever they use to communicate. Some trees living in Eriador to go and check this area. Potentially he himself have never seen a hobbit. That's a possibility. For sure. But, yeah, I don't know. That he is surprised how hobbits look and how small they potentially are. I can kind of see that, because only because Gandalf tells him doesn't mean he knows every detail about hobbits. However, I don't know. The whole section, like, always to me felt like, okay, he has no clue about about what's going on. Does he really have a beard? Tree beard? Yeah, probably. Some kind of beard. At Rivendell, Gandalf tells Frodo about the power protecting the borders of Rivendell. Then he tells Frodo about this other power in the Shire. I always wondered what he meant. And that's a good point. Hemphis never described his giant as looking like a tree. He only compared it to the size of a tree. I don't know, it's interesting. I mean, the film depiction of him kind of also has this idea, beard. This beard idea. Currently, War in the North is leading, so we might play War in the North then, because we also should start. But yeah, I don't know. Did Robert or did the Indie Geek and Nerd of the Rings, if you have seen their videos, did there some interesting points or something that you remember? Like from my perspective, it feels really like an afterthought. Everything there is who was it now in chat? Chatty Lumpkin was it? House many meetings. Indeed, there's a power in Rivendell to withstand the might of Mordor for a while, and elsewhere other powers still dwell. There is power too of another kind in the Shire. But all such places will soon become islands under siege if things go as they are going. That's in many meetings when Frodo wakes in his bed in Rivendell. And Gandalf talks to him. We have this scene where Gandalf sits next to Frodo when he wakes up. It's kind of the scene here in the book. There's other power too of another kind in the Shire. So what could Gandalf mean with it? To be honest, now that we have this context, it is interesting to, it's a good point by Fatty Lumpkin, to connect it to the idea that also some Ents were sent there to protect it. Also, we know that there is Aragorn and his rangers protecting the Shire. Okay, Aragorn's now with them. There's also power, I guess, in them. But we should also not forget that the Shire is right next to one of the most powerful creatures in Middle-earth, Tom Bombadil. I definitely, and there are some overlapping. We know that Farmer Maggot has contact with Tom Bombadil, for example. So that is definitely also one of these powers. We know also in this context that there are trees like Old Man Willow, like tree entities in the old forest, and it's right next to the Shire. Then, of course, there is, as Otaku Senpai says, also not to underestimate point here, the Hobbit's goodness and inner strength. That's definitely, like, we can read that Gandalf was impressed. I think it was in a time of famine, when one of the devastating winters occurred, where Gandalf helped the Shire and was impressed how the hobbits helped each other. That's an interesting way of characterizing the hobbits, I think, by Tolkien and through Gandalf. That this is what made them stick out in this context. And interestingly, that is also a power in Tolkien's world, I think. Definitely. So, this line, in my opinion, could mean many, many things. Yeah, there are two winters. There is the long winter and the fell winter. One was the long winter was, I think, potentially the winter that is where Gandalf helped, and then there's a fell winter. I think that is the winter where the white wolves crossed the Brandywine. That's an interesting reference in one of the letters of Tolkien, but whatever. Maybe we can think that Treebeard and Gollum are same position. That they do not recognize the word hobbit, and maybe Treebeard could comprehend the word, or could not comprehend the word. Maybe he could comprehend. You mean what are they called in Elvish? Let me just look it up really quick. Perianath in Sindarin. Periandi in Quenya. I think you mean that. No, and that's unfortunate. Yeah, we maybe. I might do a video on this at some point because it's an interesting topic. Well, I would like to like the implicate on the other side. The context of this letter is not unimportant. He writes it to a 10-year-old fan, so I don't know. It feels like Tolkien wants to give his young fan, which is very nice of Tolkien, by the way, to answer the letter for once, and also to give him some kind of information that can't be found anywhere. Like it's like a gift in a way, and that's pretty cool, in my opinion. Maybe to I don't know, ignite the fantasy of his young fan who potentially likes the Ents. That's a very cool part of the story, especially for children. I think hobbits are also popular, and in a way to spark some imagination. That's, I think, the phrase I was looking for. And so he gives them something to think about like that. The question is, if we now, in the year 2026, as hardcore Tolkien fans and experts, people who read the book every time, studied the book in a way almost, that we maybe should put too much into it in the context of this overall world creation, world building, with knowledge about how everything was created and so on. So if I would do a video on this, that's the reason why I haven't done it yet, because I think it's a complicated video to make. If you want to go through all of this, I would have to get my copy of The Shadow Returns and read a bit about the early sections, read of the later books, The Treason of Isengard and so on, the later Treebeard section, how it was written, how changes occurred there. If you want to do like this, needs some thorough research, quite a bit of research. I also would love, like Tolkien said, no, it's not the end wives. Oh man, Tolkien, come on, give us some hope. The times are dark. Yeah, Bilbo around 21. We've lived through it. Yeah. The Fell Winter was much later. Sometimes I confuse Fell and Long Winter though. Hey Marley, nice to see you. But yeah, it would be cool if it would be Endwives. I think the reason why it's not Endwives is, I think the main thought that Tolkien has here is that he asked some Ents to be to guard the Shire, which I think is a good solution in my opinion. Like I like the idea of this letter. I like most is definitely the solution that it's endwives. That it's not endwives. That he sends the trees there. In previous, before this letter, I would have said that there might be a connection to Tom Bombadil. That would have always be my guess for why. I could imagine that the cousin of Sam, I think he says, he's not seeing things, they're actually walking trees in the world. It's a teaser for the later meeting with the Ents, of course, that there are actually walking trees in the world of Tolkien. The Ents, that they are a thing. That's a cool idea. And that he's not seeing things. We later learn, oh, there are really Ents in the world, which we haven't, if you don't know the world, you read about the section, I think you don't know yet about Ents. And welcome back then, Norsemen. The vote is still up, though. Currently, War in the North is leading. So, yeah, I kind of like the idea why the Ents are there. It gives us some kind of explanation. Like I said, Tom Bombadil, they are from the old forest or whatever, would have worked as well. Though he mentions, I think, in the book that it's in the Norse Farthing, or am I wrong here? Well, the problem is I'm now in the Treebeard section, so I have to find the other section again. Let me see. The other section is Long Expected Party. We search for elm trees. That's what helps finding here. Okay, for a reason it doesn't want to zoom. Now it works. Okay. More the big L tree. Yeah, North Farthing. My cousin Hal, for one, he works for Mr. Boffin at Overhill, not to confuse with Mr. Underhill, and goes up the North Farthing for the hunting. He saw one, an elm, big elm tree, and he says in the North Farthing there are no elm trees. So in a way, in the north, the stream, we can't fully go without map time. I don't have a Shire map available for you people, unfortunately. But yeah, you see, there's a Shire, here's Hobbiton, North Farthing should be this region here, and the Old Forest is here. That's all more South Farthing as far as I'm concerned. So it's interesting that he sees them in the north. The question could be why in the north? Because I don't know. We have Fornost, the North Downs, and here through all of this region we have a connection to the Edinmoors, which is also close to Angmar and so on. The theory is that this is Mount Gram, where was an orc attack on the Shire in the past. So I think that Gandalf fears maybe a bit that the northern border of the Shire is a bit unprotected, and there were dangers coming to the Shire from the north in the past as well. So in this regard, it kind of makes sense that he sent them north. This also puts them completely out of the way from the route they go from Hobbiton, South Farthing, Old Forest, Barrow Downs, Bree, Weathertop, Trollshaws, Rivendell. That's this here kind of, they don't have a chance meeting them on the way. So it's good for the story, I guess, to place them somewhere where they're not going. I mean, in the West Farthing, they would have also also no way of meeting people. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. We see. Let me just go back here to the main screen. I have to bring here my window Tetris back to where it was before. We have to play Tetris with all the windows I need for the stream. So whatever. Senpai. Been here before. Okay, you are Time Lord. I remember you, definitely. So let's go to the chat for information. Adventure of the One Ring role-playing game has an endwife, a surviving endwife, dwelling not far from the desolation of Smaug. Oh, that's interesting. I only remember Otaku. No, unfortunately, I haven't streamed in a long time, so sorry for that, chat. But thank you for your support. It's always much appreciated. It's really tough currently on YouTube, to be honest, but yeah, let's not talk about YouTube and which direction they might heading. Have you kept the same username? I was called Time Lord. Yeah, I remember. Time Lord, I remember. Use of map, always loved. But I chance it. Some call me Tim. Is this a reference to the Monty Python? And what is it called in English? Ritter der Kokosnuss and the Holy Grail, right? There's a sorcerer. I think he's called Tim. I'm not sure if he's called Tim in the English version as well, to be honest. But in the German translation, he's called Tim. Have you heard the theory that Goldberry made it rain on her washing day? I think that's a really good theory, to be honest. Tim the Enchanter. Okay, he's called in the English version. It's kind of interesting because, as you can imagine, a film like Monty Python and the Holy Grail is almost impossible to translate, but they kind of made it. And I know I have seen the English version at some point as well, but not as often as I've seen the German version of it. And the jokes are sometimes completely different, but they kind of made it work. Like it both has its charm, but some of the stuff simply doesn't work in German. So we have to kind of replace it with other jokes. As a result, it's not a direct translation. It has a lot of liberties here and there to make it work. It's kind of interesting. Can't rub it in there. I mean, some stuff is very similar or is the same, but like I said, some gags, some jokes, some puns simply don't work in are very different. I was think about the French dude on the castle just roasting King Arthur and his friends. It's very funny. Yeah, we talked about the Tolkien letter because it was asked in chat, and I think it's a good way to kind of it's a good. I think for the start here of the stream, it was good to maybe get the discussion out of this out of these very Tolkien heavy topics. But yeah, like I said, to make a proper video out of this, I would need to do a bit more research and reread quite a few sections. It's a very cool idea and a cool thing. It's really funny. No man, there's some really good stuff in this film. I have to watch it again at some point. To be honest, maybe we'd have to do a watch party at some point. But yeah, to come back to where we were, like I said, it feels a bit like the basic idea that Gandalf has contact to some Ents and asks them to stay there. I find interesting and distantly plausible, even though it destroys a potential connection. Not destroys, but reduces a connection to Tom Bombadil in this regard. Not that Tom Bombadil would send Ents to protect the Shire, but they are around there because Tom Bombadil is also living there or something. Like a coincidence would also work, in my opinion. But about the Witch King, you mean Battle for Middle Earth? What's the add-on called? Wrath of the Witch King or something like that? Rise of the Witch King, it's called. Not Wrath. Almost. Thank you, the Bionicle fan. I was thinking, what was it? Something like that. What happens to Tom after the Fourth Age? He lives further in his forest and nobody finds him, I guess. As long as there is the English countryside of Oxford, there's also Tom Bombadil, because Tom Bombadil is the spirit of that countryside. I had to leave. Did he answer the question of the in-universe reason why Saruman didn't address Aragorn? And oh, you also had that. Let me just... That's a good question. Why? That's a complicated question to answer, I think. Let me just see how it turns out. So we have... Let us look into this for a short moment with the question why Saruman didn't address Aragorn. That's a good question, actually. Microphone or quite a bit White Rider, King of the Golden Hall. The road to Isengard. The voice of Saruman. It should be, right? Okay, Saruman. I wasn't paying attention. Good to go. Bye. Much fun. Yeah, speak up. Have a good one. Yeah, my timing is, of course, always not that great. Let me just see. How do I find that? I need the book passage. I need to. Always helps reading it again. The voice of Saruman. Does somebody have a? I'm currently looking for a quote. To at least of you I know by name. Gandalf I know too well to have much hope that he seeks help or counsel here. But you, Theoden, Lord of the Mark of Horn, I declared by noble devices, I still, and still more by the fair countenance of the house of Eorl, or worthy son of Thengel, the thrice renowned. Why have you not come before, and as a friend? Much I have desired to see you, mightiest king of western lands, and especially in the latter years to save you from the unwise and evil counsels that beset you. Is it yet too late, despite the injuries that have been done to me, in which the men of Rohan, alas, have had some part? I still would save you and deliver you from the ruin that draws nigh inevitably, if you ride upon the road which you have taken. Indeed, I alone can aid you now. Theoden opened his mouth as if to speak, but he said nothing. He looked up at the face of Saruman with his dark, solemn eyes bent down upon him, and then to Gandalf at his side, and he seemed to hesitate. Gandalf made no sign, but stood silent as stone, as some waiting patiently for some call that has not yet come. Peace, said Saruman, and for fleet emoting his voice was less suave, and light flickered his eyes and gone. I do not speak to you. Yet Gimli, Gloin's son, he said, far away is your home, and small concern of yours are the troubles of this land. We speak poisoned tongues, shall we? Yes. Said Saruman. But come, Eomer, he went on his soft voice again, to every man his part. Valor in arms is yours, and you win high honor thereby. Slay whom your lord names as their enemies, and be content. Meddle not in policies which you do not understand. But maybe if you become a king, you will find that he must choose his friends with care. The friendship of Saruman and the power of Orthanc cannot be lightly thrown aside. Then I say, Theoden King, shall we have peace and friendship, you and I? It is ours to command. We will have peace, said Theoden at last, thickly, and then with an effort. Several riders cried out gladly. Theoden held up his hand. Yes, we will have peace. And then comes the famous speech. When you hang from a gibbet at your window for the sport of your own crows, I will have peace with you in Orthanc. That's a cool scene. And currently, is there a specific line? Is he not addressing Aragorn at all? But yeah, to all the people who have to now leave. Anyway, I do need to leave the chat and nap. Yeah, have a good nap, Otaku Senpai. Thank you that you were there. It's very interesting. I thought I hoped there was like a little something between those. Like, in a way, I mean, at this point, Aragorn obviously is not yet the king. Yeah, that is true. Gimli was unaffected. Just currently searching for, but you're right. He's not addressed once. Like, I really tried to find any mention of Aragorn, but he's not mentioned in this whole section. That's quite, as you said, it's surprising. I think the only reason I could make up, so Aragorn, of course, is not yet the rightful king, but in the order of things, like, he is a rightful, I don't know how to call it. contender maybe for the throne. He's a rightful heir in a way, or is he rightful? Yeah, he has a right in a way, but it's complicated in this regard. He has to be accepted in Minas Tirith by the nobles there, by the people there in Gondor as their king, because he's from the line of Arnor, which is a different context here. And in a way, like this whole chapter is the voice of, that's my interpretation of it, the voice of Saruman is the Saruman show, I would argue. So for Saruman is here to, it's kind of strange that he addresses Gimli in this context though, but in this context, what Saruman seeks is, he knows that he potentially can't convince Gandalf because he's of his same order. Convincing Gandalf and kind of to let him go or let him have his way. Saruman is not in a good negotiation, or not in the best position. He has still some position because he has knowledge of the enemy. So he has something that Gandalf wants, and as a result, he's not in the position to really negotiate too much, but he has some potential for negotiation, and he tries to get as much win out of it as possible. And he can only do this, or he can only like, his position is relatively weak, but it's not like completely non-existent, because like I said, he was an ally of Sauron. He potentially has knowledge of Sauron's plans. The information and his knowledge is simply valuable. As a result, they can't just take him out that easily there. What Saruman now tries to gain is, he tries to use his powers to convince Theoden, or, hey, thank you so much, Malifet, for your generosity. Much appreciated. Can only give you a round of applause. Much appreciated, thank you. All he can do and gain there in this context is potentially convince Eomer or Theoden and bring them on his side. As a result, if he would be able to do this would be a huge win for Saruman in his position, because then Gandalf would have to deal with Eomer. So he can do two things. Gandalf kind of hates his enemies, as he expresses here. I curse the day I have heard your voice for the first time. He says something like that to Gandalf, I think. It would be a huge, like, if he wants to destroy, so if he can kind of send distrust or dissension between Gandalf and his allies, that would be a win for him. If he can bring Theoden on his side, or even Eomer, that would also be a huge win of him, because that would strengthen, if he has an ally among his enemies, or a semi-ally, this would strengthen his position in any shape or form. So it makes complete, and we are here, for the most part, Theoden with his men is the king of Rohan. They are close to Rohan, even though Isengard or Isengard, or however it's pronounced, Isengard, however it's pronounced, is part of Gondor still, even though it is very close or surrounded by Rohan, so to say, which was before Calenardon. Originally also belonged to Gondor, this place. It was gifted to the first king of, or to the lord that became the first king of Rohan, Eorl. That's why they're called Eorlingas. You know the story. And in this context, they are, even though technically this place belongs to Gondor and Saruman also had to get the keys of Isengard from Gondor, and the key for it, and had to become a lieutenant or like somebody in the service of Gondor himself, even though at some point he said, no, I don't care about Gondor anymore. This is Orthanc, this is Isengard, that's my place now. And he kind of isolated it. From this point on, even though technically it's Gondor's place, like he claimed the ownership and Gondor never contested it. Gondor never sent an army or somebody and said, no, Saruman, you are in the service of Gondor. They just let him, yeah, it's Saruman, let's do him his thing, whatever. It's not like Gondor had the ability to project some of their power to pressure Saruman anyway. That was not the case. Like, he could do whatever he wanted. They were happy that they had an ally there. Officially, it was part of Gondor, but he made it his own realm. Isengard is his realm now. And now he is conquered. And he's surrounded by the army of Rohan. So technically, who is in charge now? The Ents and, in a way, Rohan. So the person with authority in the ranks here is, of course, Theoden. That's definitely, and it makes a lot of sense that he addresses him. The second in line he potentially can make out would be Eomer, because the son, he knows, Saruman made sure for this himself that Theodred, the son of Theoden, is killed. In the Westfold, by the way. You can make an... Let me just finish the thought here for a moment. The Theoden, Isengard. Yeah, it makes sense that he addresses him, and he knows that Eomer, if Theoden would die, that most likely Eomer is the next in the royal line to become king. So if he could get rid of Theoden, or Theoden dies of old age, it is very likely that Eomer will be the next king of Rohan. So he definitely recognizes, he even says this, when you would become king, and so on and so forth, you have to carefully choose your allies. So it makes complete sense that Saruman's focus is on Theoden and on Eomer. These are the people. He knows that Gandalf can't kill him, or won't kill him, because Gandalf is, first of all, a good fella, and also the information of Saruman is too valuable right now. So he knows that his life is not at risk currently. So in this regard, I think it is important. In a strange way, Aragorn is more just a bystander, I think you call it, or he's a witness in a way. He's there, he has a name, he could become the king of Gondor at some point, but maybe the reason he is not addressed at all is, like you could make an interesting argument here, which could be completely wrong. It's just a theory, but maybe we could think for a moment in this direction. Maybe Saruman should know who Aragorn is. He should kind of know who he is. He was part of the White Council in Rivendell. He should know about the heirs of Isildur living there. In theory, due to his spies and so on, he should know who Strider is. He should know that this is Aragorn, Isildur's heir. And in a way that he does not address him could potentially be a weird form of respect for Aragorn, in the way, first of all, Aragorn has no authority here, because this is, as said, that's the army of Rohan. There are, of course, the Ents, and there's Gandalf. Those are those with Gandalf the White. Those are those people now with the authority in this space that he needs to negotiate with. Gimli it's interesting that he mentions Gimli here in this context, so this doesn't really fit my theory, but maybe he knows that from all those people there he talks to, he has the least success. He would have had the least success with Aragorn, and also Aragorn could, like, he does not see that Aragorn wins against Sauron and becomes king, and then he needs to negotiate with him. I think Saruman does not see this outcome. As a result, he knows I can't convince him because he's, I don't know, the greatest ever, kind of, or he's the greatest adventurer and huntsman and whatever Gandalf calls him or praises his name in this age. I can't convince this guy. He's just too good. So don't even try. It would be a waste of my energy that I have potentially left to convince Aragorn, son of Arathorn, heir to Isildur, wielder of Anduril, the flame of the west, and so on and so forth, whatever call him. You know, I think that's maybe the reason why he doesn't address him. He maybe tries with the dwarf because, like, I think all the people he addresses, he must address Gandalf because Gandalf is his opponent. He knows he can't convince him. I guess he maybe tries to outdo Gandalf here and there. But what he wants to do is kind of separate the others from Gandalf. And he potentially knows he maybe can achieve this with Eomer because he doesn't know Gandalf that well. He maybe can do this with Theoden. He kind of was able to do this before, so he has the best chances of success in this with these two people. Maybe I can also get the dwarf on my side. I'm not sure if he addresses Legolas here. Potentially he also doesn't address Legolas, because he knows Legolas knows Gandalf for millennia, or at least for many centuries, and also Aragorn knows Gandalf for ages. They were close together. They are very close allies, friends. It would be very difficult to bring, and then Aragorn is simply the best. I think that's a fact that also, like, he can't affect Theoden, and I think he thinks, okay, this Aragorn guy, he's like the greatest of all of them, so I don't even need to try. You know what I mean? It's maybe a form of respect, not even trying to talk to him and say, well, it would hurt my position more than anything else. Maybe you could also argue that Aragorn has so much respect among the others, and he knows he can't convince him, that when he pushes Aragorn too far against his own goal, that he would that this would weaken his position in trying to win over Theoden and Eomer on his cause. And okay, a lot of stuff going on here in chat. Not sure what's going on here, but much appreciated. Also, thank you for your generosity and your support. Bring me some of those chickens, much appreciated. Can only give you so much rounds of applause. Much appreciated. Thank you for your generosity. I hope I could somewhat address and answer this question. So I think Saruman only chooses, like, every person he addresses is kind of a battle in a way, and he tries to win this battle and win this person over to his side and try to bring dissension among his enemies. And I would say he only addresses those people where he potentially senses or assumes that he has a chance to win it. He doesn't fight a battle that is a lost cause anyway or would weaken his position. So he does not address Aragorn. He would not even address Gandalf, I think, if he not... Like, Gandalf is the negotiator. He has to address him, because Gandalf addresses him. He talks to him, so he has to answer. And Gandalf has authority, and he potentially knows that. And I would say that's the best explanation I can come up with. I never really thought about it, so I really had to also skip a bit through the chapter and bring my thoughts together as well. A really good question. Thank you for asking that. So yeah, what in the universe didn't resonate in the books? Aragorn is bold and was upset just leaving his son in the front of Theoden's hall. And Saruman knows Strider's identity. I'm not sure if he knows. Like, in theory, like, if you think about it, Saruman has this network of ruffians, and they live in Bree. And the people in Bree, maybe they don't know much about Strider, but they know he's there. And we know from other sources, like Unfinished Tales, that there was a transfer of information between Bree and Isengard. They also had pipeweed brought there and stuff like that. And from, like, there was even the location of the Shire. So Saruman knew where the Shire was. He found out at some point. As a result, this indicates he must have definitely knowledge over this region. How deep it goes is hard to say. That a Strider exists, he most likely knew. If he knew that he was Isildur's heir, hard to tell. But since he also has knowledge about Rivendell, he was there, he was at the White Councils, and in the White Council, he knew Elrond, that there's no reason to assume that the leader of the Order of the Easterly does not know that the heirs of Isildur reside in Rivendell in secret. Like, that this is a secret hidden from Saruman. I have no evidence for this in text, but I think you can assume this. And knowing that there are Dunedain rangers in this region, this he definitely knows, and he knows there's Strider. So he either thinks he's just one of these rangers, but he could guess that he might be, like, Aragorn was active in the region of Rohan before, in a time, like, Saruman's connection to Rohan started with after Helm Hammerhand died and after the long winter. So in theory, if some weird strange man who gets a lot of praise comes suddenly out of nowhere in the service of Thengel, and Aragorn and suddenly vanishes again, then I think, like, it for me it seems very unlikely that Saruman does not know who Aragorn is. Like, in theory, he should know. He at least could come to the conclusion. That's in the realm of the possible, in my opinion. The Grey Company. Okay, Mary, thank you for posting that. That's interesting. Yeah, the question about the pronunciation of Isengard. So Isengard as a name is like many names we find in the context of Rohan are Old English in nature. Like, Tolkien uses Old English to represent the names, the actual in-world names, which Tolkien doesn't use. He translated the in-world names that often don't exist, but sometimes they do. There are some examples for this here and there. He translates, like, from the perspective of the language, like modern English, where the book is written in. The names of Rohan and the language of Rohan seems to be antiquated. So it has the same stance as Old English to modern English. It's related, and you can see it, but it's also very different, like almost its own language. And he uses these real-world languages to represent these fictional languages that for the most part don't even exist in his world. Like the Lord of the Rings is written from the perspective that Tolkien found at one point the Red Book of Westmarch that Bilbo has written and Frodo later, and translates this into modern English. And the language, the common speech in Middle-earth, is represented by modern English, and the relationship, so to say, or the connection between common speech and the language of the people of Rohan is similar to the relation between modern English and Old English. So he uses modern English and Old English to represent those languages in the translation. So Frodo, for example, in the Hobbit names are also related to the language of Rohan. So Frodo is actually called Maura, which means the experienced, and the experienced in Old English would mean Frod, so his name is Frodo. That's how the translation idea works. It's maybe a good example for that. I don't have any, out of my head, any Rohan names, so that's my favorite example for this. And many of the place names, sometimes they are translated, like Dunharrow, and so on. But we also have Edoras. And it's often not clear to me, or we have Eorl, Eorlingas, and so on. Like sometimes they speak Old English, and they have these Old English names. We have the Susburg, or the Hornburg. It's not clear sometimes it's not clear if you anglicize the name, like Isengard, or if you pronounce it Old English. If like Isen means iron, and that's the word. It's written like guard, G-A-R-D. It's pronounced yard in Old English. The G becomes a Y sound, kind of. It's soft. The G is a complicated case in Old English, I guess. And yeah, so in most, like English is pronunciation-wise a weird language because it has so many weird ideas how vowels are pronounced, also how things are spelled and pronounced. It's very confusing for not native speakers. You hear it often when I do mistakes, saying words wrong. And in most languages, if you see the letter I, you would pronounce it E. Like in machine is a good example. Tolkien also uses this in his things. Like in German, if I see the letter it's always pronounced, the vowel is always pronounced E, without an exception. One of the few languages where the vowel E, or the E sound, is also pronounced sometimes as a diphthong, I, is in English. Like in eyes. At the beginning of a letter, the I is, if it's not a Latin word, it's often pronounced as I guess. Ich in German. Eyes, which is interestingly is eyes also in German, but it's written with EI as a diphthong with two actual vowels. So that's interesting. But if it would be EIS, like in German it's written EIS, but E and I is pronounced I. And the letter I don't know, increase at the beginning, it's a Latin word, so it's pronounced E. Increase, increment, but you have words like identity. Though identity also sounds Latin, to be honest. Let me just look it up. Identity is it's Latin. Middle English, Middle French. Yeah, it's a Latin word. Latin identitas. But yeah, it's a weird case then, in my opinion. Whatever. But I guess maybe the pronunciation rule would be if it follows with an N. There's no example where I and N is pronounced ein, right? Can't think of anything. I think it's always in pronounced. So yeah, the vowel thing is always complicated in English. That's why English phonology is very complicated. So how things are pronounced. So for me it's not clear. I would say both ideas are right. But this comes to the question now, how is Edoras? I always say Edoras. For me, it makes complete sense to pronounce it that way. But it could also be Edoras or something like this. Since I'm not a native speaker, I have no idea. Like, I have trouble pronouncing place names if I just read them. Like, English is not a very consistent language when it comes to this. Like, nobody you can only explain it through etymology often if our word is pronounced. Like, a good example is, why is it pronounced through, though, thorough, tough? Like, the vowel is always different, or the OMB words like tomb, bomb, and comb, or whatever it's pronounced. Like, it's so you have to learn it. It makes no sense otherwise. You know what I mean? You just have to memorize it. And for me, like, that's I know how Old English. I'm not an expert on Old English at all, but I put in some research. I know how to pronounce the words Old English, and I kind of often think they sound cool. So I go with Edoras, and with Isengard, I know most people say Isengard. I think Isengard is not wrong to say. It makes sense to Englicize it, but I also often think that, well, if I say Edoras, if I say Isen, not Eisen, to the river, it makes sense to also call it Isengard. And in German, we say Isengard to this place. But if you see the English word yard is related to the Old English word, which is written with a G, so guard, but pronounced yard. Yard. So pronouncing it, you can make an argument that it is not an anglicized version like Dunharrow. You can make an argument it's actually Old English, so it's Isengard then, I guess. Same with Hornburg. Hornburg would work as Hornburg, but you could also see it as Hornburg. So, because the Southburg was the old Rohan name for it before it became the Hornburg, and that it's written SUTHBURG, and SUTH is south in Old English, and it's pronounced sooth. So you could argue, yeah, it must be then pronounced Soothburg, something like that. Very difficult. Yeah, so don't worry. That's why we are here, I guess. I often say also wrong. My older videos always say Isengard, because I wasn't aware that the G is soft there at this spot. But it makes sense that it's because the G is a complicated letter, depending on which vowel it's encompassed, or are following, or are before, and in which position in the word. Like at the beginning of a word, the G in Old English is often pronounced as a Y sound, like yard versus guard. And at the end of the word, it can become like in the German CH sound, like Bach. So in the case of, especially after an R, so instead of Burg, it becomes Burg. Hard to say. Eurasian. Let me just read it here. Eurasian cultures have the tradition of comitatus, warriors who swear loyalty to the king and guard him. Meduseld, another example. How do you pronounce Meduseld or Simbelmine, something like this? Sometimes it's not clear if should I anglicize it or not. So I have to kind of guess. In some words, like Dunharrow, it's clear. But in some words, like Isengard, it's not 100% clear if it's meant to be anglicized or not. And yeah, the explanation, the G is complicated. It's a complicated letter. There's also the case, by the way, there is, I'm not sure if it's if before an O vowel or after a diphthong ea vowel, the G also becomes an even weirder sound. It's a case in Smeagol. If Smeagol seems to be an Old English word, if you pronounce it Old English, Smeagol becomes smeachol. This weird sound. It's the voiced velar fricative. it's like a CH sound, like in Bach, but just voiced. So it becomes more like an R, but it's not an R. It's weird. Sound doesn't exist in the German. I think in the Netherlands it exists in the Dutch language. It still exists, but yeah, it's complicated. Meduseld and the Rohirrim is essentially comitatus like Beowulf's warriors in Heorot Hall. Yeah, that is true. Like Tolkien definitely borrowed a few ideas from mythology and from history and from these ancient times. It's true. After Aragorn looks in the Palantir, to know that I lived and walked the earth was a blow to his heart. I deem for he knew it not till now. So even Sauron didn't know about Aragorn until then. That's a good point. I mean, though, to be fair, what is clear in this context is, if you have seen, and I can, of course, I don't get tired of recommending it because it's one of my best video works I did to this point, in my opinion. This video, it's just 10 hours 37. We also at the end, or if you want to have the, I forgot which it was. Was it the hunt for Gollum video, or the prelude to the Lord of the Rings? It's one of the last parts, so the last 2 hours of the video. Well, it's almost 2 hours. I'm not sure. Is it 2 hours? 1 hour? 2 hours? 2.5 hours of the video. Somewhere I discuss a bit the interesting part between the knowledge of Saruman, Gandalf, and Sauron. Like all of them have different stages of knowledge about what's going on, and very interesting. Like Sauron knows the ring the people are searching is a one ring, and he knows kind of where it was lost after doing a bit of research, that it must be somewhere in the Gladden Fields. That's what Sauron knows. He knows it's the One Ring, he knows its lore, he knows its power, and he knows that he needs to get it. But he does not know, and he later learns from Gollum when he captures him, that it must be in the Shire. But what Sauron does not know is where the Shire is. He doesn't know. Sauron doesn't know much about Eriador in the Third Age, because his operations never focused on this place. He defeated Eriador, or Arnor as it was called a long time ago already. There's nothing left. There are some elves left. He doesn't care about Lindon. He doesn't care about Tom Bombadil, and he doesn't care about Bree or the Hobbits or whatever there is. He simply doesn't care. He has some allies, distant allies, not really actually, with the Dune landings there. He doesn't care about those guys as well. So he doesn't know that. Gandalf at some point knows the most. He knows where the Shire is. He knows it's a one. He doesn't know it's a ring though, and he doesn't. For a long time, not 100%. It's a one ring, and he doesn't know all the ring lore. That's his problem a bit. He learns this later, and then Gandalf knows the most. He knows, oh, this is the One Ring. I know where it is. I know where the Shire is. I know who it has. Interestingly, like I said, Sauron doesn't even know where the Shire is for a long time, and he doesn't know who has the ring. He knows Bilbo must have it, but he doesn't know Frodo has it now. But I guess he could have guessed. Only when in the Hunt for Gollum chapter in Unfinished Tales, he learns that when one of the Tolkien wrote 2 versions of this, I think. In one version, the Nazgul find Grima Wormtongue and force him to tell him what he knows. And then Sauron, or the Nazgul, learn that where the Shire is, and that one of the families there must have it. Potentially Baggins. And in another version, it's the squint-eyed Southerner who goes to Isengard. On his way to Isengard, he's captured by the Nazgul, and then the Nazgul learn from him. He even has the maps and stuff with him where the Shire is and of this region, and some research he did in this region, or his network of people, spies of Saruman did in this region. And then Sauron learns all of this as well. Saruman knows not exactly where the ring is. He knows the ring lore, though. He knows the ring is not in the Gladden Fields. It must be elsewhere. He doesn't know who it currently has, like who has a ring, and he doesn't. But he does at some point learn where the Shire is. So his information is like he's missing the part who has the ring and where exactly is it, but he knows roundabout where it is, and he knows that it is a ring, and he knows the ring lore. So it's kind of interesting in this regard. So Saruman, in contrast to Sauron, has a much better knowledge over Eriador than, because he also lives closer to it. He has ties to the Dune Landings, who are not directly part of Eriador, but at least are neighbors, and also has a spy network, the Ruffians and so on, with Bill Ferny and all these guys, Squint-Eyed Southerner and whatever, in this particular region around Breeland, Shire and so on. He has some knowledge there and some spies. He knows where it is. He knows who might have it. He assumes one of the big families could have the ring. He doesn't know it's Baggins because he doesn't know Shire Baggins. He have never talked to Gollum. So in this regard, it's really interesting, the holes in the different factions of knowledge, the holes of knowledge for the different factions. That is, my opinion, a very cool element there, I have to admit. And so I can't prove it, and you could be right that Saruman doesn't know about that Aragorn exists at all. But in theory, if he recognizes Aragorn in this stage there, he could, there are 2 explanations. I give you the explanation that if he knows who Aragorn is, which in my opinion he could guess it. In my opinion, he doesn't, it's a difference between knowing exactly who he is, how he looks, but he could in theory guess it. If he can't look through Aragorn's disguise, as somebody, Mari, I think, mentioned, we look maybe into this in a moment, then it also makes no sense to talk to him. Then he's just some random soldier or, I don't know, military dude of Rohan, and then he doesn't need to talk to him. He needs to talk to, if he convinces Theoden or Eomer, he wins a bit, his position gets stronger, he has a win there. If he convinces a random soldier in the ranks, it doesn't matter too much. He only takes the battles he can win and where he can get a gain from. I think this idea doesn't change. The question is just if he recognizes Aragorn or not. In theory, he could know him, I think, from his spies. And he could have heard about the activities of the Dunedain Rangers, of Strider, and he could have known about he could have known about the heirs in Rivendell, and maybe like the leader of the Dunedain Rangers should be the heir of Isildur. He could make a connection there. It would be weird if he doesn't know about it, I think. Saruman is somebody who cares a lot about knowledge. He's an Istari. He's one of the Istari. That are those who know. And Sauron knows also a lot, but Sauron is also a power-hungry monster, and he doesn't care for the small things. He just sees his efforts and wants to crush everything in Eriador. He doesn't care about too much about it right now. That's a problem he has later. He cares about, potentially cares about Rivendell, but he knows it's far away. Projecting his strengths to Rivendell would be difficult, but he knows Galadriel is there. He knows Gondor is there, and these are, I think, more his concerns than anything else. So, chat, I hope I haven't lost you people, but it's a very cool detail, in my opinion. I'm fairly certain Tolkien himself pronounced it Isengard, so I guess it's safe to go with that pronunciation. Yeah, I think I wouldn't say it's unsafe to do this in this case. I would say Isengard is definitely also a correct pronunciation for it, because it might be anglicized. But in German we say Isengard, and I think Isengard sounds cooler in a way, but I don't know. It's maybe just me. In videos I often by now give both pronunciation possibilities, because I think they are not necessarily, both are definitely not wrong. I wouldn't call wrong or right here, but you might be right. I'm not sure that, I think there is a recording where Tolkien says it himself. I think he says Isengard there as well. Yeah, you haven't lost us. Oh, awesome. So, yeah, I hope this answers all these questions. I wanted to check this guys here. Still amazing voice. Call of Valkyrie, welcome. There's a website that has all the audio of Tolkien. Oh, awesome. It's very interesting in this regard. I think there was one audio recording of Tolkien where he says some of the dwarf names, including Bifur, Bofur, and Bombur, and he also anglicizes some of those names, but not all of them, which is kind of strange. I guess in a reading sometimes you go with whatever you feel most safe, or I don't know. So it depends on the recording circumstances. Hard to tell. I'm not sure if you can post links here on Lucas. Do I have to give you a permit for it? Let me just try with permit. I'm not sure if it works anyway. Can you post? It should give a message in a moment, and then maybe. Not sure. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure if I'm actually. I think I have to refresh the bot for it. I mean, in theory, it doesn't. Platform settings, cloud bot. Not sure what is connected with it. Ah, Glim. I know the site actually. Glimschrafu. Gleim. It's hard. The AE is always difficult. Gleimschrafu. That's the glittering cave translate. Old English word for it. Yeah, that's actually a really cool. That's a cool page. I didn't know that I read by Tolkien. Ah, that's good to know. I didn't know they have the Tolkien recordings. Also, I just want to see if permit works here. Just for curiosity, else I post it in a moment. But that's a cool hint. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, now it would work. But yeah, I can post it. That should be it, right? Oh, look, there are some of the names. Yeah, Isengard. You're right, he says to Isengard. Maybe can play it here, chat.
To Isengard, the Ents cried in many voices, to Isengard.
That was John Ronald Reuel Tolkien's voice. Awesome. It's so cool to hear his voice. That we have some recordings of him. That Tolkien lived in a time where voice recording at least existed, even though we have not much. Beren. Amroth. That's cool. Arnach. Aragorn. Ah, that's cool. Dunharrow. You have Bifor, Bofor, and Bombor. Like one of the most interesting things would be Dane, Doin, however it's pronounced. Then with Throin or Thrain. I read his biography by Humphrey Carpenter recently and suggested that Tolkien thought faster than he could speak. That's why sometimes sounds unclear. Yeah, for sure. Samasnauer. That's it. Let's listen one more time, just because it's cool.
The path climbed on. Soon it bent again, and with a last eastward course, passed in a cutting along the face of the cone, and came to the dark door in the mountainside, the door of the Samasnauer.
Samasnauer. That's cool. Oh, Smeagol is also, I think he anglicizes the name Smeagol. He doesn't say Smeagol, but it's also difficult to pronounce.
Yes, perhaps, yes, said Gollum. Smeagol always helps if they asks nicely.
Smeagol. He anglicizes the name Smeagol.
Arise, arise, riders of Theoden! Fell leads await fire and slaughter. Spear shall be shaken, shield be splintered, sword day, red day, ere the sun rises. Ride now, ride to Gondor! Arise!
Interesting is, even as a British person, he sometimes rolls the R for right. You know what I mean? It's just the... Oh, Valar is an interesting
Say he seemed, or the battle fury of his fathers ran like new fire in his veins. And he was born upon snow made like a god of old, even as Orome the Great in the battle of the Valar when the world was young.
Valar. He also anglicizes that. That's interesting. A little bit. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Thank you for sharing that. That's so cool that they have a little compilation of words that he uses there. By the way, Arnach.
Neither Hyrluin the fair to the hills by the sea, nor Forlong the old to the flowering vales, ever to Arnach to his own country returned in triumph.
Well, he says Arnach. That's cool. Did he voice the A in Smeagol? Didn't he say Smeagol?
Yes, perhaps, yes, said Gollum. Smeagol always helps if they asks. Smeagol always helps. Smeagol always helps. Smeagol always helps if they...
I'm not sure. Maybe a little bit? But yeah, I don't think... I think he fully anglicizes it. Which is, like I said... I often say maybe correct pronunciation for a lack of a better term for it. But, there are more Tolkien recordings than I thought. I didn't know if I've heard them all. Yeah, that's cool. So if you have time, check this page. I can also post it again here on. Let me just copy the link on the Twitch channels if people are interested in. Okay, that didn't work. But yeah, if you want to listen to Tolkien saying names. And like I said, the pronunciation might vary from my pronunciation here and there, which the simple reason for that is, like I said, I try to go always with the ancient pronunciation, so to say, and not anglicize the words. That's my approach. That doesn't mean that anglicizing the words is wrong. I would say the Sindarin words. Okay, did he? Okay, my tab just crashed. Cool. My browser, so I couldn't read chat for a moment. I have one thing I want to know though. Let me just think for it for a moment, chat. Tolkien pronunciation. Yeah, we were there. Galadriel is also mentioned here, and Is Elrond Eorl? Oh, that is an interesting one. That's an interesting one. Tolkien sometimes also wrote the R in English, though. So you have, in addition to write and write, you know, sometimes, Tolkien rolls also the R when he speaks English. Eorl now.
Sons of Eorl.
Eorl. That's also kind of our Eorl. It's like you have to mush the E and the O together a little bit. It almost becomes a Y sound. Eorl. The word Jarl. You know the Jarl. These chieftains of Old Norse. They are all. It's. I think the words are related. It's Old English though. Eomer.
Then, since we must look for fell deeds and the need of all our strength, said Eomer, I counsel that we rest.
Yeah, it goes for English actually. That's very interesting. Galadriel.
Galadriel, clear is the water of your well.
Galadriel. I always exaggerate the stress a little bit in my pronunciation, though. But it's very cool. Oh, that is an interesting one. Gilgalad.
Gilgalad was an elven king, of him the heartless sadly sing. Gilthoniel, O Elbereth.
Gilthoniel, Elbereth. Elbereth we also heard here.
The shadow lies upon his tomb in Moria in Khazad Dûm.
Khazad Dûm, that's not too. It was Lorien.
Of old he was an elven king, the lord of tree and glen, when golden were the boughs in spring in fair Lothlorien. Of old he was an elven king, the lord.
It's very cool, I have to admit. That's really a lot of stuff here. Nargothrond. Oh.
The world was fair, the mountains tall, in elder days before the fall of mighty kings in Nargothrond and Gondolin.
Nargothrond. Love it. Could do it all day, to be honest. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I didn't know about that. Smeagol. Yeah, Smeagol. Versus Smeagol. in German we say Smeagol. So that's the Germanized, the German. I'm not sure if Germanized is a word, but I guess Anglicized is a word. But yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Thank you so much for sharing it, Lucas. I was on this page a lot, especially if I do research on Old English stuff and pronunciation, because I often have a reading of Old English texts and I try to reconstruct by listening to their reading how sometimes vowels or consonants are pronounced in Old English. Then I also go on Wikipedia, the phonology page of Old English, stuff like that. There's some other YouTube stuff and so on you can also consult. That's kind of how I try to get my knowledge up on the subject of Old English pronunciation, even though it's not perfect. I guess it's decent or okayish. But yeah, pretty cool. So chat, I know you had now a long time for voting here. I would say we close the poll. It seems like War in the North has won. So we can actually... it's a really cool website. It has a lot, like if you like Old English and Old Norse, Gothic and so on. It has cool information on it and how stuff with readings and so on. It's really good. Also, it's fascinating that it's called Gleimshrafu. Glittering Cave. Or caves, plural, I think. Whatever. So, chat. Yeah, I think the vote, I just hint at it, even though we are already in quite some time, I downloaded it. My only worry is that it's not in English, and I've messed up. So I double-checked this really quick, but it's not that big. I could re-download it really quick. It's not like a 100 gigabyte game or something. Language is English here. Okay, it's good. It should be in English. So we have Lord of the Rings, War in the North. I have it on Steam. I got it before it was delisted. I think you can. Maybe you can still buy it. I'm not sure. I can't tell you if you can buy it on Steam. There might be other sources. Not sure if it's on GOG or something. I hope it runs, but I have. I'm pretty sure it's delisted. The Lord of the Rings War in the North. Let me just see if it has a Steam page. No, it doesn't. I think there was a news. It got delisted on Steam, and I said, "Oh no, I have to quickly buy it." Yeah, that's the thing. The War in the North is no longer available on Steam. But that is the old Steam page. Steam, for people wondering, on PC, if you want to buy a game. And most people buy their stuff on Steam, I would say. It's the place to be. There's also GOG and Epic Game Store and stuff. But yeah, fascinatingly, it was unlisted at some point. And that is, excuse me, that is due to licensing reasons. Came out in 2011, long time, 15 years ago. It's an older game as a result, so it can't keep up with like modern visuals. If you look at, I don't know, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 or something, it doesn't look that good. Cyberpunk. Yeah, exactly. If you bought it, you can still play it because you own it already. And the license can't be revoked. Well, in theory it could, but at least in Europe that would be a thing for the courts. I would even argue, even in the US, it would be difficult to revoke that, but I'm not a law expert there. And why would they? So yeah, you can't unfortunately get this game. I think you can get it nowhere. You can buy a used copy for whatever console it came out, PlayStation 3. Yeah, it should be PlayStation 3 era. Now, on different platforms you can buy the PlayStation 3 as a used copy or something like that, but it's not produced anymore. Maybe you can, in theory, on some dark places in the internet, still buy an old key for Steam, and that's maybe somebody has bought at some point. I'm not sure, but who knows? So chat, of course, we had a question round here, as always. It's a lore stream. Anyway, we want to discuss Tolkien stuff. I hope I could answer some of the questions. Even though it was few, we put in some time to. One thing I announced I would do. Maybe somebody knows that, somebody wrote that Aragorn also was upset or something. That, let's see, Aragorn mentioned later to Gimli and Legolas, Eyes of Orthanc didn't saw through his gear given by Theoden in the Grey Company chapter. Thank you for the chapter. Let me just see. That's something I would like to read to conclude here everything. That gives us maybe an idea. Good catch though. And the Grey Company, where is the Grey Company? It's much later, right? Oh boy, I'm just blind. There it is. Question is, oh, here it is. That's a really good catch. Really well, really strong, Murray. Let me see. He drew a deep breath. It was a bitter struggle, and the weariness is slow to pass. I spoke no word to him, and in the end I wrenched the stone to my own will. That alone he will find hard to endure. And he beheld me. Yes, Master Gimli, he saw me, but in other guise than you see me here. If that will aid him, then I have done ill. But I do not think so. To know that I lived and walked the earth was a blow to his heart. I deem, for he knew it not till now. The eyes in Orthanc did not see through the armor of Theoden, but Sauron has forgotten Isildur and the sword of Elendil. Now, in the very hour of his great designs, the heir of Isildur and the sword are revealed, for I showed the blade reforged to him. He is not so mighty yet that he is above fear. Nay, doubt ever gnaws him. But he wields great dominion nonetheless, said Gimli, and now he will strike more swiftly. The hasty stroke goes oft astray, said Aragorn. We must press our enemy and no longer wait upon him for the move. And so on. So yeah, that's a good that's a good. The eyes of Orthanc did not see through the armor of Theoden. So that is definitely a hint that maybe he did not. He actually did not recognize Aragorn at all there. It's almost like Aragorn trolled Sauron a great moment. Yeah, for sure. Okay, chat. So, in the meantime, luckily enough for all of us, I have bought the game on Steam ages ago. I played it. I'm not sure if I played it on PlayStation or something originally. I just know I read somewhere the news popped up, the game is delisted on Steam, and I said, okay, it's cheap, I just buy it. And I just bought it, I think, ages ago. It's a really, really long time. I haven't played it also in like, I don't know, I would say at least 14 or 13 years or something. A really long time. So let us start the game. It could kind of, I hope nothing crashes. and I hope it works on. Well, it was still the 1080p already, so it should be 16:9 resolution wise. It's full screen mode. Maybe I have to get my camera back. There it is. Do we have borderless? Only full screen or windowed? Let me play in windowed then. We can crank up everything to max, but motion blur must be off. As it's written, as it's not allowed to do otherwise. Does somebody know if the game uses licensed music? I'm off to bed. Yeah, sleep well. Thanks for now. Don't worry. For the people who may want to catch this later, this will be available as VOD. So according to this website, it doesn't use a Lord of the Rings licensed music. It was composed for the game, which is not unusual. 2011 was a time where streaming on the internet was already a thing. We have subtitles on. It's in English. That's good. Otherwise, if we play Battle for Middle-earth, I have to turn off the music. It uses licensed music all the time. I think I started for footage or something. We can only play on normal. Okay, chat, we have to decide what you people want to play. I can select. I have to kind of understand how this menu. So chat, I would say before we go into the game, first of all I need to get the scene right with the camera and stuff. So I would do something unusual for this stream, which is not unusual for my other streams. We take a short break here at this place. I also am very hungry, I have to admit. So I will eat a short snack and get something to drink. It gives you also the what do you call it, opportunity to do stuff. go to the bathroom real quick or whatever, and then I'm back in a, I don't know, couple of minutes, 5 minutes or something like that. For those who have to go offline and go to sleep, go to bed, for Europe it's already very late. But like I said, yeah, the stream, the VOD will be available, so you can look here into this later. We will switch to War in the North. Not sure how long we play today, but let's put that way. I have time. Let me just think. Is there anything I forgot? On the North, or Rings. The title I wanted to change for Twitch. For the English Twitch. I'm very curious what we will do. I hope you people are still there. There were a lot of discussion we might go very slowly through the game, I guess, and then often discuss some lore details and stuff. So there's that. So do we have a pause screen? I think we have. It's not the most interesting one. But yeah, I'm back in a moment, chat. Set up everything, get something to eat really quick. Give me 5+ minutes, and then we start into War in the North. Very cool game, 2011. Came out for PC, PlayStation, Xbox, PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, I think. I don't know if it also came for the Wii. I don't think so. But who knows? Everything came for the Wii back in the day. On the North, Lord of the Rings. No, it did not. But it came for a Mac. It also came out, interestingly. Very fascinating. So yeah, chat. I hope you people are still there, and see you in a moment. I also run some ads in the meantime, by the way. Oh yeah, and we have different characters. I'm not 100% sure how it worked. Could you switch the characters, chat? Or do you have to choose one and play with it? I think you control one character, the others follow, right? I haven't played it like in ages, really. I also post the results here for future preservation. Else we could make a vote which dude we play. Or was it like you create your own and the others refollow you? How was it, chat? So stick with one. You could also play this co-op, if I remember correctly, which was really cool in my opinion. I can make a poll. Which character shall we play? Not sure if we have enough people here still left that want to vote. Maybe, wait a moment, I have an idea for the pause screen. Just need a little moment of setting it up, I guess. Helps you maybe with the vote. Maybe do it like this. So you can at least see the characters. These are the three characters. We have Farin, the dwarf, Andariel, a lore master of Rivendell, and Eradan, a Dunedain ranger. Which character shall we play? Dwarf. Did I say Andariel? That's from Diablo. Andriel. Do the same here on the German Twitch for the viewers who might want to do this. New poll. Just copy paste it really quick. They only give you 3 minutes, right? Whatever. Start poll on the YouTube channel here. Very curious what might win. They have a lot of choice today. Yeah, see you in a moment, chat. I might have to restart. In a moment, I give you some ads. Okay, chat, I'm back. Sorry for the long break, as always. But I thought it might be a good idea to just let the World Cup game finish. A spoiler for those who maybe want to watch the World Cup match later or anything. But yeah, congratulations to Spain for winning the World Cup. Football World Cup 2026. That was, I wouldn't say not a surprise, but I guess it's not the most unusual pick for that. Stream is on, of course. Hey Gaia, nice to see you. PJ, that's right, it was a boring game. Maybe. But yeah, now I guess we have that out of the elephant out of the room. Yeah, I could imagine the match yesterday was better with so many goals happening there. So, what did I miss in chat? Okay, well, multiple things. We had the vote. Which Lord of the Rings we will play? Okay, I posted that. You upgrade your character. We have that. Well, I always chose elf characters, even in sci-fi games where there are no actual elves. I chose whatever is closest to them. That's cool. For example, in Destiny 2, my character is Awoken, which is somewhat a space elf. That's cool. So I say go with elf. Earlier I asked you, Chris, what is your favorite book among Tolkien's writing outside of Lord of the Rings, Hobbit, Silmarillion? Book must contain his own writings. Then I'm a simple man. I don't know. Let me just get it. It's not. I can't give you like a very unusual answer to it, but Unfinished Tales, I guess it is. If without Lord of the Rings, Silmarillion, Hobbit, yeah, I would even rank it among those really high. I like it a lot. You see it. It's relatively yellow already, and I don't know. It has some damage already from using it a lot. You can see it. You can see it better. But yeah, read in it often. Though often I also, for research stuff, I use my digital versions of the book, so some books have seen little use, I have to admit. But it just happens I read a lot of on my computer or whatever. So the digital versions I read most, I guess, but yeah, this year I love it. It's really good. It's really good. It has cool info, like, it has... I like the structure of it. It has a first age, second age, third age chapter. Everything has interesting details in it. More complete stories, unfinished tales, as it calls. It's a fantastic resource for a lot of videos and information. The notes are really good. I don't know. There's good stuff in it. You know, I like reading it. Cool topics in it. Second age, the ring stuff. Tuor is in it. Let me just think. Yeah, should be right. War and Tuor. So all the good stuff. Not sure what you think. So that's really good. When it comes to History of Middle-earth books, I think I like Peoples of Middle-earth the most, because, I don't know, also cool stuff in it. Morgoth's Ring is also really good. Letters of Tolkien also very interesting, but interesting on another way, I think. But yeah, I would say those are definitely also my favorites among those, but among those I would say this is my book favorite there. Galadriel in Finarfin. Oh, the tab crashed. I'm not sure why the tab is crashing so much today. Welcome back, being one of those chickens. What was the question about Finarfin? So yeah, that was it, and why? I think I said this. A great game choice. I beat it on Xbox 360 about 14 years ago. Yeah, long time. The map lore ties into Silmarillion and Lost Tales loosely. I know 3 game characters technically don't exist. The head chomps and dismembering attacks. Pretty cool. Plus co-op. Yeah, the co-op stuff is, I think, really nice for it. Unfortunately, you can't buy it anymore, so the co-op stuff's a bit limited. You say, I have it, but my friend doesn't have it, so you have to find a copy on PC. It will be not that easy. You have to find other means, I guess. I really like them just from the screen. I can imagine that. That's a cool idea. Like, games like that are not. There are some choices you can make in this game. It's slightly altered narrative and its outcome too, which is cool. Yeah, that's really cool. Like I said, I haven't played it in ages. Does the game take place during a specific time in the war? Yeah, it plays... you meet with the Fellowship whilst they're in Rivendell. Some overlaps with the Council of Elrond. Yeah, it happens parallel to the Council of Elrond time. Kind of. We'll analyze teaser for Rings of Power next week, probably Friday. If it comes a trailer out, we will definitely look into it and cover it. Yes, yes. Even though my... What was it? Vorfreude in English? I forgot it again. Anticipation is diminished. A bit. Because I'm not... I don't like... it will be tough, chat. That's not gonna pretend it will be tough for book lore fans. It will be tough. But I like the discussion, hanging around with you people and other people in the community and discussing, analyzing the stuff. That's always a lot of fun, even though sometimes it feels like it's not worth the effort because they do whatever they want, but... Well... I was thinking about a different game. I see, for some reason I thought it was about the Angmar War. Yeah, maybe you mean the Battle of Middle-earth, Rise of the Witch King thing. I think there might be some Angmar stuff in it. I haven't played those for ages as well. Yeah, campaign, that's about the Angmar War. So the question, I like Unfinished Tales too. Yeah, it's really good. In German it's interesting, called Nachrichten aus Mittelerde, News from Middle-earth. And I ask you if you think Galadriel met Finarfin when he came with the Valar to fight in the War of Wrath. Also, if you think he invited her to come back to Valinor with him. Well, that's a good question. So Finarfin, for the people wondering, is the father of Galadriel. I hope they I could imagine. It's difficult to say what happens because the land of Beleriand was sunken into the ocean. So if they stayed on Middle-earth for a moment, which I assume they did, they must have stayed in a region that is the Middle-earth area that we know. In this circumstance, they could have met. It would have made sense because it might have been a good opportunity for them to see again, at least. The question is always, was Galadriel banned or not? That's an interesting topic as well. Yeah, my enthusiasm about Rings of Power is also diminished. Yeah, I can see that. Like I said, if somebody enjoyed the show and had a good time with it, more power to you. Enjoy the show, have a good time. But I really try to give the problem is often I feel like sometimes the show is treated a bit unfair, and that I don't like. On the other side, I don't like the show that much that I want to defend it necessarily, because then often people come with the political club and want to punch you with it. I don't like that, because I'm so sick of this whole, let's call it culture war stuff and so on. It's annoying. It's not part of my reality, so I don't care too much about it. But I get drawn into it. That annoys me greatly. I'm maybe hyped about the Magic, the Gathering, the Hobbit set though. Oh, that's a new set for it. Yeah. Well, as a book fan, it's... Let's put it that way. When a new show comes out, people sometimes ask me, will you do a watch party of the old seasons? Like for when season 2 came out for Rings of Power, people asked me, will we watch season 1? And my answer was no. Will we watch season 2 before we watch season 3? My answer is no. It's just too tough. I can't watch it again ever. I'm not sure. I think I would, if I had the choice between rewatching season 1 or 2, I would rewatch season 2, I think. Because overall it's better, though season 1 has its moments with Elrond and the dwarves. I like that worked pretty well in the show, I think. But overall, the writing and the structuring in the show, especially if you have so much knowledge about the books, is just, oh god, it hurts so much all the time. Yeah, I think there is not much, like, I don't know why there is always a political debate. Can we just say it's not written well and the structure is terrible and the changes seem not to be too well thought out at many times? I don't mind changes at all. And I really like the cast, and I feel bad for the actors because they do a good job, in my opinion, for the most part. It's not their fault that the script is terrible. They have to kind of deal with it. The story, the plot, the structure of the show. Yeah, I don't know if it's a political show or not. Considering how much... No, I would say is the show political? Maybe. Tolkien himself, like his books, are not that political either. He has a very strong sense of morale, and especially of how Catholicism or the Catholic Church sees morale, because he's a devoted Catholic, so it makes sense. There's a lot of that in it, but it's not too much on your nose, but if you look into it, you will find it. So in this regard, I love hate watching. I don't do hate watches or anything. I enjoy doing my stuff. Well, they signed a contract. Yeah, I don't want to go too much into this. Yeah, it's the problem is the show. Well, a big problem of the show is that the structure and the writing and the overall concept. It often feels like they have certain scenes in their mind, which they think they are cool, and they bend everything so these scenes come to existence inside the plot. But this hurts kind of how everything is connected, and especially it hurts how things are written in the book and make sense. And due to this, a lot of things make no sense in this show and feel like, I don't know, weird. I wouldn't say the biggest problem, like, I know that this gets up a lot. From my perspective, I don't like the show not because it's political, and I wouldn't even say the show is too it's really tame. There's no nudity to this point in this show. The violence is actually... Well, there was some pretty violent stuff in it, but it's not toned down. I think the biggest political debate people come often up with, which has nothing to do with policy actually, it has more something to do with an approach of casting, is that we have a very diverse cast. That's, I think, the biggest problem for what a lot of people mean, but the cast is not the problem of the show. The problem of the show is definitely the writing. Actually, is Finarfin going to the War of Ras? I think he does. I'm not sure. We would have to look into it. Like, if it's a case of if yes, let me just look into our good old friend here. Came to Middle-earth, leading the Valnorian Noldor in the War of Ras near the end of the First Age. I'm not sure when he left Middle-earth again in the war. Yeah, it's... I don't know. They don't do... Like, the problem with the show is just nonsensical writing ideas and not other thing. Hey, Jack, nice to see you. Have a good evening. Yeah, your timing is perfect for talking about the casting there. That was also strange with the orcs having like children, and it's actually what Tolkien wrote, so that's in my opinion not a controversy. That's actually one of the few correct things they depicted. The plot is all over the place, yeah, I agree on that. The structure is just terrible, it's just so terrible. But yeah, there might be a trailer, we will look into it. I give it the benefit of the doubt, and I give you always my book perspective. Let's pretend they would do what is actually written, what Tolkien has actually written, then this is the point of my conclusion, even though I know, yeah, they have written a different book than I have, I guess. We have this weird, because I play in windowed mode, by the way, we have these weird, let me just try to get this sorted out in a moment. All I can do is I can make it a bit bigger, else you have these weird... Maybe that works. It's a bit bigger than it should be, but it should be okay, right? The image is not perfect, but the image... because I have to play in windowed mode, so I lose a little bit of space, you know? And that is why the ratio is not 100% correct. As a disclaimer here for the game. Okay. There's some... I have to... I mentioned it in a video of mine. What? I tried to find it in Unfinished Tales. There's this little... No, not crossed. I have an idea. Ah, I found it. So, for example, in Season 1, there is this little green twig. Here I found it. Here must be told of the custom that when a ship departed from Numenor over the Great Sea to Middle-earth, a woman, most often the captain's of the captain's kin, should set upon the vessel's prow the green, I assume it's pronounced bow, of return. It's what the name I was looking for. I was not sure how it's written though. Let's consult the Cambridge Dictionary for the pronunciation.
Bow.
It is indeed bow. The great bow of return, and that was cut from the tree Oiolaire, that signifies ever summer, which the elder gave to the Numenorians, saying that they set it upon their own ships in token of friendship with Osse and Uinen. The leaves of that tree were evergreen, glossy and fragrant, and it throve upon sea air. And there is note 12. On the Sylvan Elves and their speech. Oh, okay, this is completely different, or I'm wrong. No, I'm the wrong chapter. My mistake. Yeah, on the tree Olaire, see description of Numenor. That's a note. I thought it was a note. That's why I didn't find it. So now we have that. But this is present in the show. So some people in the show seem to care and put work in and so on. So I'm sorry for all the people who have a interest in doing something great. But yeah, unfortunately, some writing decisions are just so incredibly... Yeah, let's put it... Wait, I can give you... Is this okay, chat? Yeah, I think that should be okay. You know, it's tough. I like discovering details like this, though. So, let me catch up with chat. Everything of the Colbert plot was all over the place. Yes, Colbert show. I'm curious what he does with it. It seems like a small little tie-in movie to maybe test further the interest of the audience in it. Could be good, could be bad. I don't know. We will see. Summer Play. Yeah, we'll start playing in a moment. John, I haven't played it in many years, so it's basically playing like a completely new playthrough, like a blind playthrough. I have played it, but it's too long ago. I remember. I don't want to spoil too much for people who are not knowing it. I must say, I don't expect much from Hunt of the Golem. Circus is not that good as director. Yeah, we will see. I just hope it will work. I don't mind too much. I'm give him the benefit of the doubt. Who knows? Curious how this is structured. Like often, if this, like everything, in theory, they know everything they need to do to make a good film. It all comes down to structure and script, I think. And not adding too much nonsense. That would also help. Vem 2 was not that good. Animal Farm remake recently was penned too. To be fair, also not all the Peter Jackson films are also great, so in this regard. Yeah, Tom Bombadil will be in it. That it will be interesting to see. Colbert will play Bombadil. That would be funny. I know. At the beginning of Peter Jackson, he made like some horror movies, and I'm not sure if he made it after it or before it. He made King Kong, and that's basically it. And people said, well, this guy should make like our beloved Lord of the Rings. That didn't work. You know, it can go all the way. Sometimes, like Colbert's long enough in the business to know how writing basically works, and even though he's more a comedy person, I don't know. Maybe we get a very funny movie. I don't mind that, to be honest. Which would be bad is make the Witch King remaking the Barrow-wights. I don't know. Barrow-wights, tough topic. We might see it if they go through this part of the story. Not sure where they come from, but yeah, the Witch King summons them basically. Or they're already there originally, like it was a long time ago. Beginning of the Third Age. Well, beginning is during the time of Angmar. Yeah, it's always a couple of centuries in, or 1,000 years into the Third Age. Yeah, Jackson's first trilogy was near perfect. The Hobbit was, yeah, I kind of like it to some degree, but it has a lot of problems. Yeah, that's true. Barrow-wights also appear in the game here, that's true. I remember that. The spirit of Tolkien, which was most important thing apart from acting. I mean, it's complicated with all of this. What kind of game is Battle of Middle-earth? Battle of Middle-earth, a Battle for Middle-earth is a strategy game. King Kong was after. Didn't Circus play King Kong? Who knows? Yeah, we not play Battle for Middle-earth. We play, maybe I wrote it wrong. We play War in the North, which is a role-playing game. Battle of Middle-earth is a strategy game where you control all these little units. Then you can play the bad guys or good guys, fight, have armies fight each other and so on. It's pretty cool. We have one vote in the other for the Edain with 18 votes or something here. 50% of 18 are 9 votes. Iradan get a third of the votes. So a third of 18 must be 6, of course. 6 votes plus 1 is 7 versus 9. So the dwarf wins, interestingly. So we play the dwarf, I guess. So still, I give you still a couple of minutes. You had 50 minutes already to vote. He did portray King Kong through motion capture. And he was incredible. On Oscar, I think, but mocap still is overlooked. That's true. Kong movie with Jack Black? No, that was Mario. But there you played Bowser. Whatever. Yeah, Jack Black is in the film, right? I forgot about that. yeah, that's a movie. That's a Peter Jackson one. So yeah, we have a role-playing game here with this game, War in the North. If we to come back, it's old. It's from 2011. Sounds actually bad saying that it's old, but it really is old. Unfortunately, it's old. And yeah, the format here, how I have to have it that I can tap out without destroying the game. So the aspect ratio of the frame is a bit off. So if there's something cut off in the screen, yeah, don't worry. We have 3 characters. It's a role-playing game. You can play it with you could play it with your friends. You had the dwarf Farron. You had the elven lawmaster of Rivendell, Andriel, not to be confused with Andariel, a demon from the Diablo franchise. Appeared first boss in Act 1, Diablo 2. But it's not that. It's an Andriel. Easy to be confused. And then we have the Dunedain Ranger, Eradan. And you can choose one of those. You could also play with your friends. And we see. Farin Urlaub also had to think about this as a German singer of the band Die Ärzte. And it's not his real name, but his artist name is Farin Urlaub, which is a word play of he who goes on vacation. he drives. Yeah, I guess he goes on vacation is the best translation for it. Urlaub means vacation. Fahre in, somebody drives somewhere. So somebody who drives into the vacation, if you translate it by word. But yeah, it doesn't mean too much. But I always have to think also now of Farin Urlaub, who also has some solo project under his name, under this artist name. Not sure what his real name is actually. Is it known? His real name is actually Jan Ulrich Max Vetter or Vetter. I'm not sure if it's a voiced or unvoiced V, but yeah, it's a punk rock band, Die Ärzte. Famous one in Germany, so yeah. Just as a little side trivia. So he looks different than Farin Urlaub though. So Farin Andriel Eradan. And yeah, you have a little story that happens parallel to the events of the beginning of the Fellowship of the Rings. Basically around the time the Fellowship is founded in during the Council of Elrond. That's true, Jack, but whatever. So, shall we play, chat? Is there any other thing we need to decide? We might, if we can do decision stuff, I might let the chat also vote on stuff. My biggest problem is I can't find my chat. There it is. He's making a feature film out of a paragraph. I mean, it could be multiple chapters that he has access to. It's like 3 chapters he has, which is not that much. But yeah, maybe if you're not talking about Colbert. Yeah, okay, talk about Hunt for Gollum. Well, I'm not sure how the right situation is, if they just use Lord of the Rings, or there's a whole chapter in this book here called The Hunt for the Ring. We could draw upon this. There's a lot of the stuff. There's some there's some basic structure for it. I can see making a film. Of course, you have to add characters, some characters that are not fully there. You need Aragorn. Gollum, obviously, Gandalf is involved. And some other people. But Thranduil, potentially Legolas could appear. What? You were quite dismissive and arrogant there with the philosopher. What was he? What did I say? I don't get the context though. Jack Black often is a star drawer, that is true. Story I meant. 2011. Not old. I wish. I just forgot. Wasn't meant as arrogant or dismissive. I just... because you wrote Kong, and my first impression was Donkey Kong, and then I thought about the Mario movie, and I thought, hey, Jack Black didn't play Donkey Kong in the movie, he played Bowser, right? It was more meant in this direction. But I forgot that Jack Black... Like, I haven't seen the weird thing. I thought the... I haven't... The Donkey Kong film I haven't seen, I think, in 21 years or something. I've seen it once, I think, and it's ages ago. I forgot even that Jack Black was in the film, to be honest. It was just a weird connection of words and a weird thought process in my mind. It really just went Kong, Donkey Kong, Super Mario. Wasn't there a Super Mario movie where Black Jack was in? Yeah, and but didn't he play Bowser? I didn't make the connection that he was in that film. I don't know. Sorry if it came over as arrogant or dismissive. It was not meant like that. It was more a weird chain of associations I had with the name Jack Black and Kong. So. And on the knife, Kate Winslet being played Gollum's grandma. Also, I heard the theory online that Kate Winslet that would be funny, to be honest. I like that theory too. I want to see that, to be honest. Whatever. Yeah, enter poll. I think you had enough time to vote now. We got distracted. Yeah, that is true. Jack Black is not known as a serious actor. Definitely. It's definitely possible, for sure. Are we ready to hear discount Ian McKellen's intro narration? I'm so ready. I can show you the YouTube chat, yes. I even have started preparations for that. So you think maybe the people on the German channel want to read what you people are writing as well at the same time? Let me just try to get this on the other screen. Unfortunately, I have to move it around a little bit. So here we have it. I also copy-paste the voting results as a post for future preservation, because in the log later on, you won't see the result of the vote. So I thought for preservation purpose, I'm not sure where a good position is. And maybe make you a bit smaller if you don't mind. You have a time code in it. Okay, I don't want to cut too much off there. I'm not sure if this is a good position. Maybe I have to move it around. I'm not sure where the UI elements that you need should be able to see are. Okay, my YouTube chat keeps crashing, unfortunately. Weird things are happening, I have to admit. But yeah, I hope everything kind of works. Okay, that's strange as hell, whatever. So I just hope everything works now. I hope the chat is not cut off. If the chat is cut off, let me know, please. At the bottom line, not at the top line. Top line, I can't do anything about it. So when we have the chat, I can read you. Andriel seems really specialized and maybe have the hardest to play. He's like a support hero. I think that will be really difficult. So the poll was over the poll in the two chats were for Farin. So we play as the dwarf. Select game. I think I have to click on select and then launch the game. Are you sure? I'm not ready, but I'm also curious. Yeah, during the cutscenes I just shut up. We maybe discuss them afterwards. So the Bionicle fan, huge fan of the game, and he says discount Ian McKellen as narrator is coming up. So curious about that. Heading to bed. Yeah, Revolverator enjoyed the stream so far. Watch to catch up. I will watch on, catch up. Okay, have a good night, Revolverator. Thank you for your support and sleep and rest well. Much appreciated. But let's get to the narrator here.
Of the Great War of the Ring, many songs have been sung and many tales told. The names of heroes like Gandalf the Grey, Aragorn the King, and Frodo the Ring-Bearer are greatly revered, and rightly so. Yet Sauron's grasp stretched much further than the lands of Gondor and Rohan alone, and his forces might have done great evil in the north of Middle-earth, had a handful of heroes
Oh, I'm muted, sorry. This may be better for the cutscenes if I just remove the chat. So you can maybe also read the subtitles if you need them better. We resume, right? Right.
not stood in his path. Their stories, too, deserve to be told. Pay heed now to one such tale, which begins here in the town of Bree, just a few short days before Frodo arrived on his quest.
Aragorn.
Eredon, well met. And in company with Andriel of Rivendell and Farin of Erebor. An unlikely trio to find walking through the doors of the Prancing Pony. You were at Sarn Ford last I knew. Do you bear news from Halbarad?
Yes. Grim news.
I feared it would be so. Quickly, tell me what has happened, but keep your voices low. There are unfriendly ears, even here in Bree.
3 days passed. The guard at Sarn Ford was attacked by 9 Black Riders.
Stand fast, Rangers!
We were overwhelmed, and the enemy passed into the Shire.
This is worse than I imagined. I know these riders. It is from Mordor they come. Our folk could not hope to stand against the Nine together. How bad were our losses?
Very bad. We tried to resist them, but they were surrounded by an aura of unnatural dread.
There is more you should know. After the rout, one of the Black Riders met with an ally, a man of great malice and power.
As our master commanded, I have stirred up the orcs of the mountains. Even now, I have a force gathering amid the ruins of Old Fornost.
Return at once and prepare your forces. We will have need of them soon.
My orcs will be ready. These lands have known peace for too long. They will soon feel the Dark Lord's wrath.
If this Agandaur has a force at Fornost, then our position grows all the more desperate.
But why all this force against the peaceful halflings? It can't be the enemy sees them as a threat.
I will say this much. There is a hobbit of the Shire who should be coming this way with a great burden. If it falls into the hands of the enemy, it will mean doom for us all. Now this hobbit is adrift on the road with enemies all around. I must find him before they do. And I need you to help me keep him safe.
You are my chieftain. I will gladly do whatever you command.
I'm a part of this now as well.
Then we three are of one mind. How can we aid you?
We must reduce the threat from the enemies gathered at Fornost. Travel there and do whatever you can to keep the enemy's eye turned towards you and away from the Shire.
Perhaps we will have help in this task. Elladan and Elrohir were in the north when last I heard. Any gathering of the enemy is certain to attract their attention.
Good. You could find no better allies than the sons of Elrond half-elven.
I hope we meet. But with or without help, the enemy will be kept busy. We'll make sure of that.
We play the Lord of the Rings War in the North. This was the beginning, the first cutscene. And yeah, also have to come back here. Voice acting is terrible. Welcome to the year 2011. I think for 2011 standards this was actually okay-ish. If we consider, I don't know, one of the better voice acting games of early times was Mass Effect. Which, in my opinion, set the bar pretty high. And Mass Effect 1 was 2007. Mass Effect 2, 2010. Mass Effect 3, 2011, right? 2012, maybe? 12, yeah. There was a Mass Effect trilogy. I think they started, in my opinion, setting the bar really high for voice acting and stuff. Yeah, we just started the game. At the beginning, we play as the dwarf. Okay, just misclicked. Okay, that worked. Hope everything works. You can see something, right? That's good. It is frech indeed. But yeah, we play as the dwarf. I'm not sure if you should play this with a controller or with keyboard and mouse. I'm currently at both options. Let me just activate controller. How would controller handle? Third person. Hope it doesn't kill my sound. Maybe you can only play it with keyboard and mouse on PC. With 2011, it's not like you can just change this. It's only keyboard configuration. I think it has no controller support. That's wild. Andy Serkis voiced the Witch King. Yeah, and the screech is Fran Walsh. How was she pronounced? Always say it wrong. Okay. Okay, we have to play with mouse and keyboard. My lord, there is no controller support in this game. Oh no. But yeah, it's... Oh, sleep well, PJ. Have a good one. I play your sounds later, PJ, when we're with the German stream. We'll back to German again. Okay, the first thing I need to do is reduce the camera thing. So everything okay for you? Ah, cool. Been drinking with a few friends tonight. It's a great way to end the night. And I wish you much fun. They should have hired whoever did the Witch King voice in the original Peter Jackson trilogy. Yeah. That would be Andy Serkis then. Maybe out of their budget. No, it was not this game. It was Battle for Middle Earth. For the crunch, the time hours and crunch for Battle for Middle Earth back in the day was so bad that a bunch of programmers and so on sued Electronic Arts. And they had to pay them 15 million in damages. They kind of found an agreement, it seems. They settled the case. And had to pay like 15 million to them. It was kind of ridiculous what they did in these times. I guess the budget on this game, the time constraints were always... I'm not sure if it was the same here for this game, to be fair. But I guess everything in the early stages was bad back in the day. And you can compare it to today. I have to admit it doesn't look that bad, but you have to consider this is 2011, so it's not early PlayStation 3 era, but let's say early to mid PlayStation 3 era. Yeah, kind of. It's... to be honest, I would put... I'm not sure I'm not sure what the budget of this game is. I'm not sure if you would consider... This is not a high AAA title from back in the day either. So this is, I don't know, a low budget, maybe AAA. Maybe it's a high budget AA, I'm not sure. Something like that. But yeah, this was the beginning. We had some things. He calls him... in the narrator said Aragorn the King. Whoever called... Now we have Lord of the Rings opened here in the background. Okay, Aragorn the King is... And Aragorn, the King Elessar, wedded Arwen and Domiel in the City of Kings. That is from the appendices. Said Aragorn, the king now returned to the Hornburg. No, that doesn't count. Whoever calls him Aragorn the King. Nobody ever called Aragorn that. That was one of the thoughts I had from the cutscene. And we had the events of Sarnford, which is in the book, I think. So for people wondering, where are we? We are in Bree. Of course, we do this here very slow and with a lot of care. You know me by now. Bree is here. Sarnford is here. And yeah, the ring race was sneaking over the Anduin somewhere down here, and then went to at some point, they went up the Anduin and checked the Gladden Vales. Didn't find anything. Then they went to Isengard to find help. And then, depending on the version, Saruman sent them down here. Back to Edoras. And on the way they found Grima. In another version, he sent them in the general direction of Edoras. And on the way, potentially this way here, they found the squint-eyed Southerner on his way to Isengard, and there they got the information. But Saruman tried to avoid that they ever find the Shire in both scenarios. And yeah, Sanford, we know that the Witch King wanted, or that as soon as they found out, they made haste and tried to attack the Shire. We know this from the beginning of the books. That's also what the story here says. We have this other dude here, which is kind of, that is new. We have this, I forgot his name, but it ends on Dower. He seems to be like some commander or whatever from Mordor. And he said, he got forces in the mountains, which is not unrealistic that here in the higher areas of the mountains, also in the Moria area, we have of course still orcs and orcs/goblins available. So he could gather some forces here in theory. Yes, I would agree on that. But the idea for the Nazgul was, and the Nazgul, that's also something Tolkien wrote, were not ideal for the task. The idea was basically Sauron attacked Osgiliath and created a distraction for his enemy this way. Due to this attack, people were distracted, and then the Witch King showed up here. And here in Osgiliath, they crossed, unclad the river, and then rode up the land. The problem with the Nazgul is when you get close to them, you fear presence of terror. So some kind of, if all four ride together through the forest, everything fears the terror, the animals, the people in the surroundings, and so on. And they are not ideal for this kind of spy missions as a result. But they were the best servants Sauron had, the most powerful, and also those who were able to find the ring, actually. Who could that kind of connection to the ring, so they could find it. And they were 100% loyal, because they had no will anymore, which was completely broken. So they were not ideal for the task to secretly, that was their task, find the ring and bring it back to Sauron. They had to do this task. So it seems unlikely that Sauron orders some Mordor guy here in the realms of his enemies, gather an orc army and maybe attack something or something. That it's a little stretch from the story, and it might be necessary to give us some reason why there are suddenly orcs and enemies in this game. So it's not I wouldn't criticize it too much, just as a hint, just from a very puristic book perspective. I think that is very unlikely that Sauron also sent another of his commanders there, gathering an orc army or whatever, and attacking the land here with orcs. So yeah, there's a little story time mode here from my perspective. Now I have to play Tetris with my OBS window again, but we get this going. Okay, so we have this this fellowship here. Elf, dwarf, and men of the Dunedain Rangers of the North, allies to Aragorn, which we also see here. Voice acting is so far okay, it's not super great. It would be greater, of course, if they had the original voice actors from the films and stuff. They don't have access to them. I think that's out of their budget, out of their possibilities, else they would have for sure done it. Game looks, as I said, for a 2011 game, it looks decent. But compared to how games look today, we came a long way. But it's not the most ugly game ever. Here we have Ballyman Butterbur. And we could talk to Aragorn again. Let's try out what happens.
I'd like to ask you a few questions, Aragorn.
Shh. Here in Bree, there is no Aragorn. Only Strider the Ranger.
Yeah, so most people know him as Strider. So good hint by him. That was also something I want to say. His friend of the Dunedain Rangers potentially would have addressed him under these circumstances here, definitely with Strider, not with Aragorn. But I think the writers did this so the viewer know that is supposed to be Aragorn. He doesn't sound 100% like him, he doesn't look 100% like him, but that's him. Yeah, investigate. Agandauer is his name, it seems.
What about this man who met with the Black Riders? This Agandauer. What do you make of him?
Some servant of the Dark Lord, and by his name one to be feared. His presence in the north bodes ill for us all, but I'm glad you discovered it. At least now we are forewarned.
Agan could mean something like death in Adunaic. It's a Black Numenorean then, it's Adunaic. It means death gloom, it seems. It would make sense if it's a Black Numenorean that has an Adunaic name. It doesn't sound like an... Dower could also be Elvish though, but... Minds are getting heavier and heavier. Time to lurk. Enjoy the game. We'll be listening. Okay, Jack. Sleep well. Have a good one. We talked today about the site Gleim Shrafu. Gleim Shrafu, how it's pronounced. And there is also Old Norse, and we have the Dwergatal. And there all the names of the dwarves are in it. Fili, Kili, Fundin, Nali, and there's also Gandalfr. But there's also Bifur, Barfur, Bofur. It's a long A. Interesting that Bofur is written with a long A. Let's see if we see Farin here. We don't see Farin among the Dwergatal, at least this version. There's also a version with more names in it. Farin, though, if I'm not mistaken, is a dwarven name. By Balin's great-great-grandfather. No, Balin's grandfather is Farin. Farin is the father of Fundin and Groin. And yeah, makes sense. It's not the same Farin though. Not sure what the etymology is. Farin is derived from Old Norse. Farin, traveled one, is the translation. That's a good name, I think, for this character here. And Andriel was the other character, right? Andriel. What? So we have the suffix iel at the end, which could mean daughter in for example Sindarin. Also in Quenya. Anda or ant could mean long. Maybe because she's so tall. Maybe it means something like tall daughter or something. I don't know. What is the other name? Eradan. Interestingly, Eradan, let me just look it up. Andriel is unique. Eradan, there's actually a steward of Gondor with that name. And Eradan was, Vorondil Mardil Voronwe is the second ruling steward of Gondor, interestingly. So, Eradan etymology is a Sindari name. It meaning is not glossed, but Paul Streck and David Sello suggested it means single man, as compound of Er and Adan, men as race. But Adan could also mean, also mean something like Dunadan, of course, if it's Sindarin. If it's Quenya, I'm not sure if it could also mean noble or something. We have the Dun Edain. The singular form would be Dunadan. It's something that Aragorn is sometimes called. So very interesting. Yeah, dark name, his presence, and by his name one to be feared. What did I say was the translation? I forgot it again. It was death in Adonaic. Dauer. Death gloom. Yeah, that was the translation. My camera frozen? Yes, the camera is frozen. Thank you for the hint. That might sometimes happen. I don't know why. Sometimes the camera just freezes. I look really weird. So Okay. Okay, we have a problem, chat. I don't get the camera to unfreeze. Okay, got it. Sorry. No, stream is there. I hope at least the voice stuff works. So there's Gloom. Next question. Investigate. Oh, resume. Black Riders.
Those things that attacked us at Sarn Ford, those Black Riders, I've never seen anything like them before. What are they?
Do you not know them?
Do you not know them? How are we supposed to know about them?
Whispered tales and legends enough that tell of them. They are the Nine, the Ring Wraiths. Of all the servants of the enemy, they are the most feared.
Fornost. Fornost is the old... We also, if we go back to map time... Not to be confused with nap time. Fornost. I can't see it here on the screen, it's too small. But it's somewhere up here. That's Amon Sul. Oh, wait a moment. I will hit it in a moment. Fornost should be then here. That is the old capital of Arthedain. It was like, there was this big kingdom of the north under Elendil, father of Isildur. That was called Arnor, and that was here in Eriador in the north. Original capital was Anuminas of that, due to dissension and strife between three heirs of them, three sons of one of his descendants. Arnor was split into three sub-kingdoms, Arthedain, Cardolan and Hrudauer. And Fornost then at some point became the capital of Arthedain. Just for context here. Yeah. Maybe he tells us the same thing here. Oh. When I tap out, I have to resume the game. Oh. No, I don't get why it doesn't work. Fornost. Okay. Agandaur was no wraith.
This
Let's go with that.
Agandaur, he was no wraith. He seemed like a man. One filled with dark power, maybe, but a man all the same. But what kind of man would serve the Dark Lord?
Not all the Dark Lord's servants are wraiths and orcs. There have been and still are many men, warriors and kings that walk alive under the sun, and yet are under his sway, willing or unwilling.
It almost feels like a quote, this sentence, this answer here. Not sure from where. I guess Lord of the Rings, that's the only one they have. I don't find it, chat. I could swear it was kind of a very similar quote somewhere. So I kind of like how he says it. Fornost.
Tell me about this place, Fornost.
Fornost was once a great city, the capital of the Dunedain kingdom of Arnor. It fell to the Witch King long ago. The men of Gondor and the elves formed an alliance that drove the Witch King out, but Fornost was never rebuilt. The ruins remain a place of dread for many. The men of Bree call it Dead Man's Dyke and fear to go near. It is a perfect place for our enemies to gather in secret.
So, Fornost, yeah, as he says, it was the later capital of Arnor and of Arthedain then, as said. And what's important was one detail. Dead Man's Dyke, perfect place for hide, that might be true. Yeah, pretty much. This has to do with the Angmar War. In the Angmar War, these three kingdoms were destroyed. Actually, Rhudaur allied with Angmar, but Arthedain was destroyed, and before that also Cardolan was destroyed. And then Gondor came, and they defeated the Witch King. It was not like there was some kind of alliance for sure, but the alliance came too late. The forces of Gondor. Also Glorfindel was there. That is where the doom of the Witch King was set. Not by the hands of men shall he fall. That is something Glorfindel said to the king back in the day, or to the son of the king, who later would become king, Earnur, and yeah, that was said to him. It was not like though there was much to regain after that. Like Arthedain was completely defeated after by Angmar. It was really only Gondor at the end that came to save the day. Okay, we are on our way. Farewell.
Well, it's a secret no more. We'll go to Fornost and take the fight to them.
Okay. Look, there's a little hobbit. That is Tadder Hedgerow.
What have we here? A stranger in town. A stranger's just what I'm looking for. Interested in a little harmless pastime? It's time to make some money from it.
Pastime? What sort of pastime?
Why, nothing more than a simple game of riddles is all. I love a good game of riddles. But everyone in town has already heard all I know. I reckon I could stump you, though.
You said something about money.
It's simple. You stake some money and I ask you a riddle. If you give the right answer quick enough, I'll double your money. If you're wrong, the coins go to me. What do you say?
Well, we have an important quest, chat.
All right. Ask your riddle.
First, you have to put up your money. How much do you care to wager? Remember, you stand to
Not sure how
double
much
it
money
if
we
your
have,
wits are
Ted.
quick enough.
$10, $20, $50, $1, $5.
I'd best be on my way.
Can you save? No, you can't save scum it. Can you F5 or something? Just how much money do we have? Is there an inventory? Yes, there is. We have 252 silver things. No, I'm not sure if I'm good enough with riddles to be that confident. Let's talk to Butterbur first.
Hello, Master Dwarf. Just come in from the Blue Mountains or the Iron Hills, have you? I'm sure you've had a long trip, and you'll be wanting a good meal and a nice bed. We get many a travelling dwarf here in the Prancing Pony, but I don't think I've seen you before. But don't mind me. I'm forgetting that dwarves like to keep their business to themselves. What can I do for you then?
Tell me about Bree.
Tell me about Bree.
Oh, Bree is an old place. Been here for ages and ages. This is the only place in the world you'll find hobbits and men living side by side. We used to see a lot of travellers coming through Bree. Not so much nowadays. But I still get customers enough to keep me busy.
Not sure. I must resume. It's a bit low on volume, isn't it? I promise I can't make it much louder than this, I think. Is it okay for you, sound-wise, chat? I also hope the chat doesn't crash. So if I don't answer your questions, no, it should be okay. Test. Fine to me. Okay, awesome. Okay. It's okay. It seems a bit low on volume, but I could try something to get it a little bit louder, but whatever. Old place, that's true. Bree is actually it's pretty an old place. Old men living side by side, used for travelers. Yeah, that's true because of the location. It's like at the Greenway and the East Road. And we have the Prancing Pony.
Tell me about your inn.
The Prancing Pony's been in my family for generations. I can't rightly say how long, it goes that far back. I'm told there's been an inn on this spot nearly as long as there's been a town.
Heard any news?
What news do travellers bring lately?
Lately, the talk's mostly about trouble away to the south. Seems like there may be war or some other calamity brewing down there. Folks have been coming up the Greenway, or the old road from the south, looking for a place to find some peace.
Yeah, the Greenway is called that way because at some point the old road from the south that goes up there, it connects Fornost to the southern regions. We talked about it, the old capital, and other places, but yeah, I guess Fornost is the old capital, and after Fornost basically died out, this section of the road wasn't really used anymore, and so the nature took it back. It became green, and so the name Greenway was kind of established for this road. The only road that's still then used is the road between Lindon and I guess Rivendell, which is let me look again here. There's Fornost still. Third age, right? No. But yeah, and in Bree, both roads kind of cross. I'm not sure if I hit it right. I can't see it. It's too, like my window is very small. Yeah, I almost hit it. But this is the north-south road is the Greenway. The other one is the old East Road. That's still more intact. But yeah, the north section is rarely used. Only the was less frequented, I guess, the road as a whole. So most people don't use it that much. It doesn't help that Sarnford and Sarbat also are kind of ruined. By the way, the attack on Sarnford is also mentioned in different sources, and on Sarbat also. There are some mentions of that as well in the book, so nothing to complain here too much about. From south, looking for a place to find some peace. Are they settling in Bree?
Are they settling here in the Bree lands?
Well, no. It's not that we aren't sympathetic to their troubles. It's just that Bree belongs to Bree folk. We can't take in a lot of outsiders. And the truth is, I don't like the look of a lot of these newcomers. Some of them have mischief on their minds.
I may have need of a few things before I leave town. Where should I look?
Well, we have stores and shops here in town, but I suspect most of them wouldn't suit your needs. You might try Adelgar Oldbank's shop. He's got a collection of unusual items which might interest you. It's right across the street from here, on the corner. If it's repairs you need, try Elman Brushwood, our blacksmith. His smithy is just across the street, there on the corner.
I'd best be on my way.
Yeah, we're at Core Map Time. Welcome back, Crafty Spirit. The question is now, is there any other more people we can talk to? Currently we just did a lot of talking. That is Otto.
Welcome to Bree. You're a stranger around here. May I ask you a few questions?
What sort of questions?
We hear a lot of talk from travelers these days. Most of them speak of war and of a growing shadow in the east. The townsfolk just dismiss this. Say it's far away and doesn't concern us. But I'm not so sure. You've traveled, maybe seen a few things. What's your opinion? Should we be worried?
Others will handle this.
I'd say there is good cause to worry.
I was afraid of that. If only I could convince others. But until then, I will have to take action on my own.
What do you intend to do?
I'd like to arrange for arming the town. We'll need more than pitchforks if we're forced to defend ourselves. I tried to convince a dwarven merchant to bring us weapons, but he refused.
Maybe I should talk to him. Dwarf to dwarf.
It's worth a try. His name is Groff. He's selling his wares from a market stall down the street. You might still find him there.
I'll let you know what he has to say.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. Got my head in the clouds, I guess.
What you've got is this look of someone with a lot on their mind. Troubles?
Oh, no, it's no trouble. Not really. It's more like, well, I'm in love.
Oh, that sounds like trouble to me. Who is the lucky woman?
It's Idona Bellflower, my childhood sweetheart. I always thought we were meant for each other, but her father doesn't like my prospects. He's arranging a match with a blacksmith, Elman Brushwood.
A man with a trade, that's a good match. But how about the lass? Does she love you?
That's just it. I'm not sure. I always told her how much I loved her when we were children. It was all a game back then. Then we got older and it got so much harder to say.
Okay, chat. We don't have much. We're going to say I don't have time. I must be going. You need to tell her. I guess we go with the first option, chat. What do you think? In theory, we should worry about the ring race and important matters of the time, but who knows?
Well, that won't do. You'd best tell her now, or you'll wish you had later.
I want to tell her. I do. Look, this locket belonged to my mother. I want to give it to Idona as a token of my love. But the chain is broken, and Elman the blacksmith is the only one in town who can fix it. If I take it to him, he's sure to suspect something and turn me away.
Well then, give it to me. I'll take it to him.
Yes, that might work. Edmund would never suspect a stranger like you. There's one more thing. Idona's father, he keeps a careful eye on his daughter and won't give me a moment alone with her.
Yeah, we talk to her as well.
I'll make sure she
we do everything for you.
Wonderful! Just perfect. Take the locket to Elman at the smithy across the street. Once it's repaired, bring it to Idona and tell her I love her, and that I'll do everything in my power to make her happy every day we are together.
All right. I'll tell her. Don't you fear.
And just one more thing. After you talk to her, could you come back and tell me what she said? One way or another, I have to know.
This is getting complicated.
Don't fret. I'll bring you word once I've spoken with the lass.
No, we can't go up here. Okay. The question is, shall we also do riddles? I'm not sure, chat, how good you are with riddles.
What
The problem is our money is on the line.
In town.
I'd best be on my way.
Okay, do we have more persons we need to talk to? I don't know. It's raining outside. Oh no. The question is if we can solve them. Display where your allies are located. Ah, this is a dude who sells stuff to us.
Ah, welcome to my shop, Master Dwarf. Perhaps you have need of a thing or two? I have some very interesting items available. Or maybe you have something to sell. I'm always interested in dwarf-made goods.
You get a lot of dwarves passing through, do you?
Oh yes, they come through quite often, traveling between their holdings in the Blue Mountains off west and the Lonely Mountain in the east. I'm always interested in their news and anything they might have to sell.
It's a good question if dwarves live at this time still in the Blue Mountains. I would say Thorin established his halls there. I'm not sure if they're completely deserted or not. So in theory, yes.
This isn't the Shire, but you're a hobbit.
Why, of course I am. Bree is the oldest settlement of hobbits in the world, you know. And this is the only place you find hobbits and big folk
Actually, good
living
point.
together. An arrangement that suits us both just fine.
What news do travelers bring lately?
Lately, their talk has been pretty dark. All about wars brewing and even about Mordor and all. Frightening talk to listen to, I'll admit.
And are you frightened?
Me? Heavens no. What is there in Bree that the Dark Lord would be interested in? We mind our own business and no one bothers us. That's the way it's always been.
Well. You should worry. I'm not sure if we should make him worry.
You should be frightened. All of Middle-earth is falling under the shadow. Bree will be no exception.
You know, now you're just trying to scare me, aren't you? Why, I doubt this Dark Lord even exists, outside of tales told to keep misbehaving children in line. So, was there something you wanted?
Okay. Maybe I should have gotten for the other option, but it's now gone.
I'd best be on my way.
We'll get the other option back, chat.
Welcome. What can I do for you?
This isn't the Shire.
Why, of course I am. Bree is the old...
Odd sort of shop to find in a town like Bree.
That's what my neighbors are always telling me. I'm sure half the town thinks I'm completely cracked. But I've always loved old tales of adventure and daring deeds. So it's only natural I would open a shop selling weapons and armor and whatnot.
And is this profitable?
Oh, heavens no. But you see, my old dad was quite well off, and he left me a tidy sum. This is really more of a hobby than a business. But it could prove useful to someone like you. Take a look around.
What news do travelers bring lately?
Lately, their talk has been pretty dark. All about wars brewing and even about the...
Okay, that worked out. We had already... What can we buy? Okay, we can buy a dwarven armor. 400. So to buy the biggest helmet, there's 25 armor. That's a lot. 240 for this one. Some bread. Look at this. 16,000. Wow. A respec token. Usable. I thought that was the thing. Activate this item to respec your character. All skill points and all stat points will be returned and can then be reapplied. I would assume that that would help you a lot to sell if you don't need it. Is Tom Bombadil in the game? I can't remember. I don't think so. I know Tom Bombadil is in Battle. You can. There's a ability in Battle for Middle Earth 2. Yeah, in 2, where you can summon Tom Bombadil as a unit, but other than that, that's the exit chat. Here's a smith. Talk to the smith using E to repair damaged equipment. Elmond Brushwood.
Well, well, a dwarf in me shop. I am surprised. I've often seen your folk looking down their noses at my work. But you dwarves do know your business when it comes to shaping metal. What can I do for you? Got a pony that's thrown a shoe, perhaps?
I'm pretty wild to see him on the battlefield. He sinks and he does a lot of damage. So there's that. And then he vanishes at some point again. Or when he loses too much HP. We are proud of your skill.
I'm sorry if my folk seem critical of your work, but smithcraft is in our blood. We can be a bit too proud of our skill sometimes.
Not much is certain, but I'll admit there's no one knows their way around an hammer and anvil like a dwarf. No, sir. There's a hobbit here in town, Adelgar Oldbank, who sometimes trades with the dwarves who pass through. Fine work it is. Fine work.
I need repairs.
This locket has a broken chain. Can you fix it for me?
Let's see it. Looks like something might have been made in these parts. Maybe back in me old dad's day. Wouldn't expect one of your kind to have something like this. Where'd you come by?
You're quite right, it is Bree work. I'm having it repaired as a favor to a friend.
I see. Well, it couldn't be simpler. I'll just add another link. And it won't cost you but a single silver penny. There you are. Good as new.
My thanks. Farewell, Smith.
Okay. We got the locket. Can we see the locket in the inventory? Skills, locks, Fornost. No, it's not in the inventory. That's strange. How do this attack animation does it look like? Oh, I didn't know. They don't throw fireballs, no. He walks over, he sinks. I'm not sure if he punches. I think he punched the enemy or something. No, Like, it's also a long time I have seen Tom Bombadil in Battle for Middle-earth, so... So do I have to give him this item back?
Elmin repaired the locket? Wonderful! He'll never suspect a thing. Now, if you can just take it to Idona, you'll find her at her father's house. It's on the street that leads straight to the entrance of this inn.
You wanted payment.
I will. Farewell.
We should not be so stingy here. Inspect.
Who could live in a town where it's always raining? It's depressing.
When came the first Hobbit film out, chat? (2012). Okay, this was before the first Hobbit film came out. Another dwarf. That's Groff.
Hello there. Always good to deal with my own kind. The name's Groff and I hail from the Blue Mountains. I don't think I've seen you before.
I'm from Erebor. And also we learned something about our dwarf here.
Farin, at your service. My home is in Erebor, far to the east.
Erebor? A lonely mountain? Then you're one of King Dane's folk. I hear good things about your people's stonework and their wealth.
Some of my kin once dwelt in your homeland. What can you tell me of it?
The Blue Mountains are prosperous enough, although we find more iron than gold. We rely on iron working for our livelihood. That's why I'm here selling tools to the Brelanders.
Picks and shovels are fine, but what about weapons? You make those as well?
Of course. We make arms and armor as fine as any in Middle-earth.
Good. I'd like you to bring some of them to Bree. These people have need of weapons.
You're pulling my beard. Weapons for these folk? They wouldn't know which end of the sword to hang on to. I might as well try selling shoes to hobbits.
Peace never lasts forever. These people need to be prepared.
Well now, if you're so eager to arm the Brelanders, how come you don't get your own folk to do it?
Erebor is too far away. That's a good point. It's, I don't know, how many kilometers from here? Like 1,600 or something?
I would, but Erebor is too far away. There are people here who see the danger growing. They want to be prepared.
It'll take more than a few sensible folk to make it worth my time. These people are simple and peace-loving. It's plowshares they want, not swords.
So they're not warriors. Is that any reason not to give them a fighting chance if trouble comes their way?
You're right, of course. Maybe it's not such a bad idea after all. At least I'd have no competition. All right, I'll do it.
Excellent. How long do you think it will take?
Some time, I'm afraid. It's a long trek to the Blue Mountains and back. Not to mention I'll have to convince my kin I've not lost my mind. Probably 3 months or more, I reckon.
I will let them know when to expect you. Safe travels, Groff.
Verkauft er auch irgendwas?
As soon as I've sold a few more tools, I'll be on my
Suddenly
way
switched
back
to
to
German.
the Blue
Does he
Mountains
sell
to
something?
arrange for that shipment of weapons.
Good. You won't regret it. Safe and speedy travels to you, Groff.
Okay, this we also did. Oh, this is the woman, I assume.
If these folk knew the danger that threatens them, they'd never find the courage to leave their houses.
That's kind of funny, the baskets of a drawer just vanished. I assume to save, what do you call it? Resources. Hey, the amazing bad boy, nice to see you. Yeah, we are still going. I would like to have the Dragon Helm of Dorlomin and a Claymore strengthened in Dragon's Blood, please. Good point, that would be awesome to have. It's Idona Bellflower. I assume Bellflower, the smithing dude, is also called. Can I talk to these guys? Ah, these are Souther. Here we would need to be careful. It's brushwood. Okay, now we have to convince her, chat.
Hello, is there something I can do for you?
About your betrothal. Comes a random dwarf to you and asks you about your betrothal.
I'm told you're pledged to the blacksmith. How do you feel about that match?
What? Is my betrothal a matter of such importance that total strangers wish to discuss it with me?
I have a message for you, but I need to know how you feel about the smith first.
This is all very mysterious, but if you must know, Elmund Brushwood is a decent man who makes a good living, and he has my father's blessing.
I'm not asking about your father's feelings. I'm asking about yours.
Everyone says that in time we will grow to love one another, but Elmund does not have my heart.
Well, since that's the way of it, I have something here for you. It's from Rowley Appledore.
A gift? From Rowley? But I thought that is he... I'm sorry, it's just so unexpected. What is this gift?
His mother's locket. A pretty thing it is, too.
Oh, it's beautiful. But I don't understand. Why is he giving me this now?
Because he is in love with you, lass. He wanted me to tell you so.
Rowley loves me? Still? We were so close when we were children, but I thought he had forgotten all that.
Forgotten? Oh, no. You should see him fretting and fussing. It's almost pathetic, really.
But this is wonderful news. Wonderful. Rowley's always had my heart, always. The poor, simple, wonderful fool.
Father's wishes wanted an answer.
But what about your father? He wants you to wed the smith.
Leave my father to me. He may not be pleased with my decision, but I promise you he'll come round. He always does.
I see how it is. What would you like me to tell Rowley?
Oh, please tell him I love him, and that we will find a way to be together always.
Ha! Well said, lass. I'll tell him.
Okay. So instead of saving the world from the dark powers of Mordor and the matters of the most important event in the whole Third Age, we just also have this little love story here going on. Oh look, it's a prancing pony. Let's go in. Customized appearance. Look at this. I can also change my face. I also like the face, so you can also... Oh, I have to press this button. War in the North was a good one in the fanfic action vein. I like it a lot. Yeah, it's a cool game. I also remember. I haven't played it in ages, so I forgot most of the things. You can also change the beard. I'm curious about the beard options here for the dwarf. Black locks. We have red. Now this is more reddish, right? Fire beards, I think. Yeah, Doctor, just want to check that out.
Back. Did you speak to Idona? What did she say? I'm dying to know.
The lass loves you, boy. Sure as anything she does.
Wonderful, wonderful. I can't thank you enough, my friend. But wait, hang on. Oh, I completely forgot. Edmund must have charged you something for that repair. I owe you for that and for your trouble. Here, take what I have. I wish it could be more.
Ha! There's no need for payment. Yeah, it's not often someone picks a dwarf to be true love's messenger.
And people say that dwarves care for nothing but silver and gold. You've proven them all wrong. I'm going to tell everyone how generous and kind you've been. Thanks for all you've done.
Good things and good times come to you both. Farewell, Rowley.
Okay. Rowley couldn't dodge the thing yet.
Did you speak with Groff? What did he say? Will he bring us weapons?
I changed his mind. He'll bring you weapons soon.
Excellent. My only concern now is the time it will take. What if we need to defend the town before the dwarf-made goods arrive? Maybe you could help me with that as well.
How so?
I can tell by your gear that you are no stranger to a fight. If you should have occasion to, well, let's say, recover any weapons you don't need, bring them to me, and I will pay you for them.
I'll bear that in mind. Farewell.
Okay, I have somebody who buys our old stuff. And now it's a question.
What have we here? A stranger in town. A stranger's just what I'm looking for. Interested in a little harmless pastime? It's time to make some money from it.
Pastime? What sort of pastime?
Why, nothing more than a simple game of riddle.
You said something about money.
It's simple. You stake some money and I ask you a riddle. If you give the right answer quick enough, I'll double your money. If you're wrong, the coins go to me. What do you say?
All right. Ask your riddle.
First, you have to put up your money. How much do you... that's a good deal of money. But nobody gets the better of old Tedder Hedgerow when it comes to riddles. It's a wager. Now, remember, you'll have to answer quick. I won't give you forever with that kind of money at stake. Are you ready?
Not really. There's a timer on it. That might be devastating for our case. Okay, you're also ready? Okay, chat. You need to... we have delay and stuff, so we need to instantly write, if you know it.
Yes, let me hear your riddle.
What is it that's so fragile, even saying its name can break it?
No. Silence.
Oh, right you are. You're a smart one. Give me a chance to win it back, eh? What do you say to double or nothing on another try?
Double or nothing it is. Let's hear it.
Always running, never walking. Often murmuring, never talking. Has a bed, but never sleeps. Has a mouth, but never eats. What is it?
Okay, Lucas is really good.
Oh, correct. You've a cunning mind, no mistake. Go again, double or nothing?
Once more, then.
What is it that you must keep after giving it to someone else?
Okay, Jen. Okay, the word. Awesome, I guess.
That's the answer. I've been too easy on you, it seems. Go double or nothing and I'll stomp you this time for sure.
Once more, then.
What belongs to you that others use more than you do?
Okay, chat. I'd have to think. Name, yes. I also would get.
Oh, right by thunder. I can't get anything by you. Give me one last chance. Double or nothing once again.
How much money is he going to give us?
Once more, then.
At night, they come without being called. By day, they're lost without being stolen. What are they?
Trolls, of course. Okay, we agree on stars.
I see I'm dealing with a riddle master. More the fool I for putting up my hard-earned coins. Well, fair is fair. Here's your winnings.
How about another one?
Oh, no. Your wits are too sharp for me. A poor purse can't stand to be any lighter.
If your money's at an end, friend, then so is our game. Thanks and farewell.
Okay. Okay, we just went from 252 to 1,251 to 1,051. Okay, strong chat. Really, really strong. Not bad. Was not too difficult, but I think was some decent riddles. I like the Hobbit ask riddles idea. Can we go into this direction? I assume it's just shut off. Yeah, just closed. It is. Same, I would assume, here. We have the Southerners. We have to be careful here with those guys. Because we know, not like that every Southerner here in Bree is a bad guy. Can we talk to her again?
I can't thank you enough for bringing me Rowley's message. This changes everything. Everything.
Happy to be of service. Luck be with you both.
Yeah, when the children asked how, Mom and Dad, how did you get together? And they, well, it was on a rainy day in Bree, and a random dwarf just appeared, brought me. So funny. Is this a base game? Is there an expansion for War in the North? You impoverished the poor man. I did. Like, let me just... But yeah, if there is an expansion, it would be the base game. Yes, it's all I know. Let me just look up really quick. I don't remember this part. I mean, it's also a long time for me. Right, what is the currency in the game, chat? I'm not sure if he says. Yeah. Well, it's right. It's the beginning. We just waste a lot of time here. Show me your wares. You can buy the 25 Watchkeeper's headgear. It's silver. Was it silver pennies? I think it was. Let's look in Lord of the Rings. How much Bill the Pony was. I hope my PC doesn't crash. Okay, so just to give you... the inflation also went into Bree, it seems. Bill Ferny's price was 12 silver pennies, and that was indeed at least 3 times the pony's value in those parts. Mr. Butterbur paid for it himself and offered Mary another 18 pence as some compensation for the lost animals. He was an honest man and well off as things were reckoned in Bree, but 30 silver pennies was a sore blow to him, and being cheated by Bill Ferny made it harder to bear. But like even a helmet costs like, I don't know, yeah, 250 silver pennies or something. Is this the only currency mentioned in Lord of the Rings? It's one of the few at least. There are not many currencies mentioned. In Gondor there is the Kastar. I forgot the name, I had to look it up. And a small silver coin known as Tharni. Was worth 1/4 of a Kastar. Is that the only currency mentioned in Lord of the Rings? Silver makes more sense realistically. They need much precious metals to maintain the appearance. Yeah. Wonder what central power mints them. That's a good question. I would, in this region, like, technically, the king of Arnor was landing the hobbits in the Shire, and they had to maintain the bridges for the king. So the currency of Arthedain would be the currency of the region, I would assume. Maybe it stayed. I think the biggest place that is still intact at this time in the Lord of the Rings would be Bree. So I would assume it's there, or it's a Shire currency actually, because the Shire in itself is very anachronistic and very advanced. So and there are multiple mentions of money existing in the Shire as well. So I could imagine that they maybe have a similar currency. Maybe it's a leftover currency of Arthedain. That would be a long time. Yeah, maybe they have a mint there in Bree. Yeah, exactly. The money here also is silver pennies, I think, but here it's factor 10 silver pennies or something like that. It would be hilarious if they still use the antique coins with the ability to create, without the ability to create new ones, a fixed amount of total money, and coins get lost, so the amount also decreases over the centuries. It would be an insane society. And it's still 12 silver pennies for... No, it's 3 times, so 4 silver pennies for a pony that is not well fed. So it seems like, I don't know what they pay a slice of bread with, I don't know. Hard to tell. Sorry for yarning at times, but it's very late here already. Okay, so now next interesting part are the Southerners here.
You're a strong man, Bramble. You do well with us.
Sounds good, but I don't know. I wouldn't want to hurt no one. Not real bad, anyway.
You think they care about you? I say take what you want and the rest be damned. Well, what do you want, dwarf? This is a private conversation.
What was it you said about hurting people?
Well, it's just that this fellow and his friends are offering me a chance to, well, you know, be part of a gang.
Shut your mouth, Harley Bramble. You don't have to spill your guts to every sooty-bearded coal miner that comes creeping into town.
Sooty-bearded. Remember that. I don't like your tone. Okay, it's maybe the
I was just curious. Sounded a bit suspicious to me.
You mind your own business, eh? Those who go sticking their nose in where it doesn't belong are likely to get it cut off.
Is that a threat?
Sounds like a threat to me, Breelander.
Oh, he isn't a Breelander. He comes from down south. He just showed up a week or two ago.
Gone. Fools who can't keep their mouths shut are no use to us, Bramble.
He just called you a fool, Harley. Doesn't sound like a friend to me.
I don't like being called names. I've had enough of being called fool by folks around here.
Small wonder it is, too. Stay here with the rest of them then. But things will be changing around here. You mark my words.
Nothing good will come from that one. What did he want?
Well, I'm not really sure. He said there'd be changes around here soon, and those smart enough to join up with his friends would end up running things.
He's up to no good. Don't listen to him, or his kind.
Aye, you're right. Folks here may not treat me the way I like all the time, but it's still my town. I shouldn't go siding with strangers.
You've got the right of it. Farewell for now.
That's Squint 8000. I'm not sure if this is Squint 8000, but... Brindle Rings has a bank, so yeah, I assume I have read this. It would be hilarious. Okay, also read that. Chat didn't write anything. I thought the chat moved. So I thought, oh, what did you guys write? So, after an hour discussing every thing here, completing a love story, convincing a dwarf to sell weapons to the Brelanders, getting rid of this guy, and talking to Strider, we are now finally here to leave Bree, chat. We made it. And you were live with me here. I would not have expected it to be that we be so fast. I expected it to be much slower. No, that's actually hard. Hope we would be faster. But so we go to the lightning. We all remember the weird. No, it's just the exit thing here. It's just a visual thing. You know, we can proceed here. Let's proceed, chat. Fornost. Bree. Oh, we can directly travel to Fornost. This is, by the way, the map. So, this is Mount Gram. Here we can read Angmar. Here it says Arnor. Arnor is not a thing anymore for a couple of thousands of years. We can read about Arnor in the Lord of the Rings appendices quite a bit. It was divided 861. It was later split into Arthedain, Cardolan and Rhudaur. 861, and it was abandoned. It was Cardolan defeated. 1636. We are in the year 3018, I think, here in the thing. So over 1000 years, and Arnor in its original form doesn't exist for 2200 years. So not sure if they would call still Arnor here, to be honest, but whatever. Here is Rhudaur, I think. Rivendell would be then here. Ettenmoor is somewhere here. It's very long. Usually most maps show maybe more into this direction. It's Mount Gram. We can assume this is the Blue Mountains. Mislond, the Grey Havens. This is Lindon. And this is the Gap of Rohan. Here would be, you can also read it, Rohan, Isengard. Gondor, this is the White Mountains. Below this is Gondor. This is Mordor. Rohan is, yeah, this region here. Here is Dol Guldur, Los Lorien, Fangorn, Gladden Fields. This is a high pass from Rivendell over to this. It's a bit weird, because I would say the Carrock is a bit further south. This should be the Carrock here. There's the Grey Mountains. Forochel, the Bay of Forochel we have here. This is the sea, Anuminas somewhere here. Fornost would be here. Here's the Shire, Old Forest. Here's the Shire, Old Forest. Here's Bree, the Greenway, Old East Road. Oh, you can also zoom. Oh, look at this. That's cool. Legend. Point of interest. The Shire. There's no toggle description. Ah, that's cool. So everything, I like stuff like this. This is Carn Dûm, that's the old fortress of the Witch King of Angmar, the tower or capital place of Angmar. Good night, sleep well. Storyteller, sleep well, have a good one. Thank you for joining. How late is it? It's very late. So yeah, not sure if we should read everything. It's maybe a lot to read. Here we have Mordor, Mount Doom. Oh, can even move the map around. Ah, Sea of Rhûn. The greatest inland sea in Middle-earth, the Sea of Rhûn, stands as the easternmost landmark generally known to the realm of the West. Little is known of what lays beyond, save vague travelers' tales and half-forgotten legends. You have Osgiliath, Minas Tirith. Okay, is there a place we should read about? Read about Fornost. Long the chief city of the northern Dunedain kingdom of Arnor, actually Arthedain. It is not the chief king, it was never the chief city of Arnor, it was of Arthedain. That's a very important difference in my opinion. But it seems like the whole Arnor is split up in 3 kingdoms. They kind of leave out here to not make it too complicated, I guess. Is my assumption here. Fornost was conquered by the Witch King of Angmar over 1,000 years ago, that is true. This dominion was short-lived, however, and he was in turn driven from the city by the forces of Gondor, that's also true. Fornost was never reoccupied and fell into ruin, that's true, becoming a place of dread. The people of Bree know it as Dead Man's Dyke, and they believe the ruins to be haunted. Only rangers dare to tread there now. Bree. Bree is an isolated but important village west of the Misty Mountains and east of the Shire. Built at the intersection of 2 roads, the Great East Road, the Great East Road and the North Road, also known as Greenway, Bree has been an important stopping place for travelers for some 3,000 years. It's not clear when Bree is originally founded. In my memory, it could also existed in the second age already, so it would be well over 2,000 years. Okay, according to the tales of the men of Bree, to their tales, the men of Bree had settled in Bree in the Elder Days. That would be the first age. They were pre-Numenorians that had migrated from the valleys of the White Mountains to the southern valleys of the Misty Mountains, and then north as far as the Barrow Downs. Although few of them survived turmoils of the Elder Days, they continued to settle in Bree when the Numenorians returned to Middle-earth. In Second Age 3320, Bree and the Bree land became a part of the Kingdom of Arnor, and the men of Bree abandoned their old language and adopted Westron as their language. So yeah, it's over 3,000 years old, this place, and it could even be 6,400, 500 years or something like this. It could be really, really old, this place, this settlement. It's ancient. Important, blah blah blah. 3,000 travelers for some 3,000 years. It is the only settlement where men and hobbits live side by side in harmony, and is famous for its ancient Inn, the Prancing Pony. I'm not sure how old the Prancing Pony actually is. Isengard. The great stone-walled Vale of Isengard and its mighty Tower of Orthanc were built by the men of Gondor, that is right, at the height of their power. As the strength of the kingdom waned, the fortress changed hands several times, but Gondor never relinquished its claim. Some 3 centuries passed, the ruling steward of Gondor granted the use of Isengard to the withered Saruman the White. That's true. Ithilien, Pelargir. Here's the Bay of Belfalas. Yeah, that's the island here in front. Last time we wondered where Belfalas was. Was it here or was it here? It's here. Mordor, Mount Doom, Kiris Ungol, Ilias, Dead Marshes, Amon Hen, Emin Muil, Dol Guldur, a fortress in the south of Mirkwood, from which emanated the black sorcery which corrupted the forest. The presence within Dol Guldur was named the Necromancer, but its true nature was not known until Gandalf the Grey dared to enter the fortress and discover it was none other than Sauron himself. The White Council succeeded in driving Sauron from Dol Guldur, but evil soon returned and Sauron is building great strength there once more. Also true. Erebor mentioned. I kind of like this, that there's some text, some context for the little called Imladris, Rivendell. Called Imladris by the elves, the refuge of Rivendell is nestled in the foothills of the Misty Mountains. It was founded by Elrond Half-Elven after the destruction of the elf kingdom of Eregion, was here, during the War of the Elves and Sauron. It has served as a haven for elves and other folk of goodwill for nearly 5,000 years. Yeah, that's roundabout right. Roundabout 1700 Second Age it was founded. That is 2000. Yeah, not fully 5,000 years, but round about that, yeah. Well, maybe, I'm not sure, I can't do math right now, but a long time. Maybe even over to 5,000 years. Well, I can't do my math. Wait, shit. I need a calculator. I'm just bad with calculating stuff. It's also late. I have a lot of excuses. $4,760. Okay, my math almost 5,000. So yeah, the descriptions here are pretty good so far. Oh, we have Gundabad. That's an interesting one. Called the capital of the Orcs of the North, Mount Gundabad is a tall peak standing at the meeting point of the Misty Mountains and the Grey Mountains. In the distant past, Gundabad was a great mansion of the dwarves, that is true, but it has been in the hands of orcs for many centuries, also true. Gundabad was sacked by the dwarves during the War of the Dwarves and Orcs some 200 years ago. That was the Erebor thing before Smaug was there. I'm not sure if 200 years, I have to look it up, but should be round about right. Maybe 230 years or something. Gundabad was sacked by the dwarves and orcs 200 years ago, but the orcs soon returned. It's currently not clear, but it is to be expected. Could be assumed that orcs came back there. Sarnford. Tharbad they left out, interestingly, but Sarnford was mentioned. The southern border of the Shire is formed by the river Branduin, which the hobbits call the Brandywine. Sarnford is a stony, shallow crossing of the river along the southern road that leads from the Shire to the lands beyond. As a main entry point to the Shire, Sarnford was strongly guarded by the rangers who maintained a secret watch over that land. Yet, even they could not resist the combined power of the 9 Nazgûl. So yeah, pretty cool that we have some descriptions here, and you can see points of interest. The Blue Mountains might be interesting as well. Known in Elvish as the Eret Luing, this is the westernmost chain of mountains in Middle-earth. Many dwarves dwelt here in the past, but the mines of the Blue Mountains are not rich. The dwarves of this region became famous not for fine metals or jewels, but for their skill in working iron, which was plentiful. Now we can definitely read that it was not good for getting rich. The halls of Thorin there. It was okay. They here kind of go into the direction that it had to do with that. But yeah, we can travel here. I'm curious if we could travel back, but yeah, let's just continue. You want to travel here? Yes, let's go, chat. It's cool that you get
foremost, yet I see no sign of the enemy.
Before we continue, yeah, it's really interesting that you get good information in this game that seems decently researched. Maybe with some inaccuracies here and there, but overall it's correct what they are writing, at least from the stuff we have seen so far. Pretty nice.
These ruins could hide a large army. We might even now be under the gaze of unfriendly eyes.
Well, we came to provide a distraction for Aragorn, and what better way to do that than walking in the front door? Let's be about it.
Okay, chat. You can roll. It's so funny. Look at this chat, you can roll. When did this game come out? Sorry for yawning all the time. November 2011. When came Demon's Souls was 2009. Dark Souls was 2011. In September. Dark Souls came out the same year as War in the North. That's interesting. They have a heavy attack and a normal attack, and you can roll. There's even a roll attack. No sprint attack though. What is control? Is this blocking? Yeah. Aim is alt. Yeah, the X-Swing effect is nice. Gives us a little distortion effect. I'm wondering, like in my perception of the times back in the day. That's why I'm wondering. It was kind of Dark Souls that messed a little bit around with how third-person action RPGs are played. And seeing it very similar. Like, Demon's Souls existed before. The question is if the developers knew Demon's Souls before. You could argue Demon's Souls did not invent heavy attacks and light attacks, which is true. We don't have a stamina bar or anything. Perform left button to perform an attack. Oh no, chat. We have Servants of Darkness, chat. Tapped out for a moment, chat. Oh, the window mode has a problem here. Oh no! His ballet career, he can put it to rest, chat. Unfortunate. So my question is, are there iframes on the rolls? So iframes basically in Dark Souls, which was a very influential game for the video game world when it comes to establishing this genre of Souls-like. Well, it was actually the predecessor Demon Souls from 2009. But seeing a lot of this combat mechanics was something that we saw later. And even though the game came out after Dark Souls 1, the game in its development must have been like from the development cycle here, 2 months is not enough to be inspired by Dark Souls. So either they have played Demon Souls before, the developers, or came up with a pretty similar system in this regard. Both very fascinating. I need to try it out. The problem is sometimes I click out of the window, like here. Oh god, please game, don't do this. It seems a mouse cursor is not vanishing always. And then I randomly open stuff in the background. That's a problem, chat. Black blood, as we see it in the Rings movies. I found some coin, chat. Enemies are killed, experience is gained. Do we have enough experience? War cry. Press 2 to strike out at multiple enemies over wide area. To strike a single melee target for high damage. I don't have a skill point yet. Okay, I got that. Increase armor, health and melee damage. Okay, chat. The question is it worth... Is it worth doing that? Like... You have 3 coins. We just got a really good head start there. I assume here a cutscene just starts.
Archers on the stairs!
Often, sometimes I can't. Oh no, his piano career, his piano player is over. That's good stuff. Really have the problem that sometimes I click outside of the window and then nothing works, or it just randomly opens stuff. Oh, he has a lot of arrows in him. Okay, more people here. Hard to anticipate. Do you think? Yeah, that hurt a lot.
Nearly done for.
Brutal hit.
The gate is opened.
Yeah, I think we have now a skill point, right? Yeah, look at this, chat. Warcry, temporary increase armor health and melee damage. I'm not sure how much that is. What do you think, chat? It won't be the last point. Let's go for the. I want a powerful strike thing. Come on, dude. Do we have it now? Or did I misclick it? No. Ah, that's how I have to double click. Okay. Yeah, keep it.
Enter the sphere of light and be healed.
I like how our support. Oh, he's a bit headless today. So yeah, I hope the stream is still running. Wait a moment, chat. Yes, the chat is not loading. Unfortunate. Whatever. What is this little 2 meaning there? Okay. Points remaining 3. Ah, we can also give him points. It's running. Okay, everything is working. Chat is also working. Okay, awesome. Armor. Strength is increased melee weapon damage. High strength is required to equip certain powerful melee weapons. That seems to be our attribute here. Stamina. Increase your maximum health and the rate at which you recover lost health. High stamina is required to equip powerful armor pieces. Will increase maximum power and the rate which will recover. Okay, that's basically for special attacks or mana, so to say. So 1 point increases 59.73, 62.70. So three more damage. So 1 point is 3 damage. Stamina is HP 113, 118, 5 more HP per point. We also have ranged weapon damage. High accepted required to equip certain powerful stuff. I think I go more for the melee route. That's more my kind of thing, I think. Let's do it this way, chat. Skill point we spent. I definitely want to have try this here. I think the war cry might be good, but I would assume the first 2 level ups come relatively fast, so it doesn't matter too much. Oh, here's loot, chat. We of course want to destroy all these boxes. They have this face on it. Nothing in it. Oh, chat, look at this. We almost overlooked this valuable treasure chest, and we got a health potion as well. Woven band. Bronze figurine. 6 thing. Loot all. We have this here. Steel. Steel health chance. So we have life steal. That's a mechanic we have not seen in a long time in many of let's see third person action RPGs, because lifesteal usually is completely busted. Either you make it so weak, here it seems really weak, I'm not sure how much life is stolen, but either you make it so weak that it basically is complete trash and doesn't do anything, or if you make it usable, it's too strong. It's either one of those. I guess that's one of the reasons why, except for specific builds like in games like Diablo or whatever, Path of Exile, I could imagine also has lifesteal and stuff. I don't know. Like out of these games, you never see it. Like in Souls, like in Elden Ring, also has a lifesteal mechanic. Actually, if now thinking about it, but it's very specific and only when you got damage. Oh, you can also give an item. You can also give it to others. That's cool. But I would keep it. More info. Origin It's Elvish. Yeah, you know these Elvish life stealers. You know them all, chat. Never heard of one of that. Okay, the armor changes when you equip new armor. That's pretty cool. Figurine. I'm not sure. You can sell it, I assume. Okay, we learned a lot. Found a treasure here. Like, this is basically the tutorial section, I would assume. So there was still, though, a lot of fighting already. Did I overlook something, chat? If you see something I overlook, feel free to... Nah, we overlooked something. Here, what do we have here, chat? We have... mushrooms. Another treasure chest. Traveler's Armor's thing. Silver goblet. And a weird looking wall. It's 29. 36. Worn leather armor. So I can now give my leather armor, let's say, to the other two. Does this bring in single player? Do I have any benefit? Do I have a possibility even to to equip the other characters? Can you switch through the characters even? Should take the right mouse. This is here called special attack block. Ah, here. Ally attack mode, ally defend mode, context interaction, call eagle. Character menu, equip menu is U. I would press I for items menu, quest menu is L, current quest, chat. Since you can play this with friends. Power potion, health potion. I currently assume, I'm not sure if it's true.
This stone seems weak.
Good point, Mr. Dwarf. Okay, Fornos Guardian's Glove. Simple Traveler's Shoulders. Uncut Garnet. Health Potion. Coins. Yeah, I want all of that, chat. No, it gives also 1 dex plus 20 power. Not sure what power exactly was for that. Part of the set Bright Flame. There are even sets in this game. Interesting. This was Will. A little bit of exploration here and there. Nice.
Everyone unhurt.
These ruins are not sound.
We must find a way out of these pits.
Okay, I didn't expect that this would be the way.
There's a hidden way through this wall.
I like how he casually just smashes the wall. So let us see, chat. I would have loved to go up there. Can't jump down here. The other sections, we can't jump or anything. The question is, can you jump up there? No, I can't. It's found a few bolts. We can get up here, but we can't get over here. Okay. We must get up there at some point. There's a chest. Proceed. Oh no, chat.
These goblins are small, but deadly all the same.
Holy moly, this guy we completely destroyed. I think they made a fun decision here. Like, the combat so far doesn't look too interesting. That you can have these finishes. Because he hit me hard. Stuck. To the game. Final blow is a really... There's a lot of enemies here, but the slow motion finisher with the physics stuff, with the ragdoll stuff, is really funny. Oh, man. No, didn't hit those guys.
Not possible. Needs more time.
Be careful that I don't accidentally end the stream. Is this stream ruckling? We also gained points. The healing shield is pretty limited use, yeah. I want the battle cry though. And we have 3 points. Dexterity 10 due to our amulet. Like where I'm coming from, I'm skilling damage all the way up to until the end of time. Are we done yet? Is there more? Where are our friends? Oh, they're over there. Here's some loot. The game runs okay-ish, right? I hope the stream has not started. The problem is sometimes when I tap out by accident, like the problem is I play in a window and sometimes the mouse cursor is not completely gone. Sometimes when I click, I need to right click to or left click to attack. Then I click next to the window and open like a program or tap out or what by accident. That sometimes then starts, I think, stuttering for a moment. Oh, up there's one dude left. Oh, Traveler's Short Sword. So far it's a pretty cool game though, I have to admit. Mm-hmm. Where did we come from, chat? Oh, power potion. Yeah, the funny thing is, the Souls game that was so influential in this time was Dark Souls 1, and it came out 2 months earlier. So there was Demon Souls, of course. Okay, Old Kingdom's mace. A mace could. I see a dwarf using a mace. Is this a two-handing weapon? One-handed. In theory, if it's one-handed, we could use this and the shield. Let me just see what the shield does. I'm not sure if it does more damage. That's, I guess, usually two-handed weapons do more damage. We just try it for fun. Why not? The dude is up there. I can't get to him. I have to go up there on the other side and walk back. Also, almost lost this here. Is there a mouse cursor capture constraint option in the options? Have noticed any stuttering? Oh, maybe it's just in the stream then. It looked on my control monitor, it looked like it stutters. Then when I tap out input settings, no. Invert camera, not really. Damage number on gore. Yeah, I'll get used to it, I think. I could also play in full screen mode, then the problem would vanish completely. But since due to streaming I often need to tab out. I think I overlooked loot here. That can't happen, chat. I can't let this happen. It's funny that this slope has a weird side thing here. I can't back in. If I run here, it's really weird. Not sure how this works. There are two goblins there. Silver band. Stamina. Nice. And 6 bolts. $69 damage.
Oh, you're caught between the hammer and anvil now.
70 damage. $70 damage. 76, right? 69. 70 damage. It's 10% damage buff, I think. If I calculated right. Not sure how long it lasts though. Okay, Mountain Forge Boots, Hunter's Cowl, Stonecutter Light, Crossbow, Figurine, and some coin. Oh, I take that, chat. And behind the window to avoid launching them? Yeah. Shouldn't be too bad, to be honest, but... It'd be funny if there are illusory walls in this game, like you can hit it and then it vanishes, like in Dark Souls. I play a lot of Souls games, so... It's kind of fascinating that it plays almost like a Souls game. Even though Souls game, like Demon's Souls was the OG game from 2009. You could argue Kingsfield and stuff. Yeah, I know about those as well. But I would still argue Dark Souls was what made Souls really popular. And it's fascinating to see like a similar system. I don't know. Like, the game is not really designed to roll a lot, but you can do it. Have you ever seen a dwarf roll so elegantly? Chat, that's nice. Almost overlooked that, chat. Almost close. Wait a moment. Almost overlooked this as well. What is wrong with my loot senses? We must loot everything, chat. You've seen me ever play video games. As long as there's no loot inflation, I love looting or picking up stuff in games. There are games like Neo or something where you just kill one enemy and then 15 items come out of that. That's too much. Like the loot you find should give you the feel like you're still making progress.
What creature could be making those cries?
Hunter's Buckler's Shield. He's using a one sword, like a one weapon thing. Okay, this helm here. Lore Master only. Oh. So I have to give it to... somebody else. Looks good. Focus the same. I can give this to Eradan. Okay, they both can't. Then we have to maybe sell it. Or give it to our friend. New boots. 10 health pence. Wow. There are some pence. Okay, that's... sounds like an eagle or something. And proceed. This is really good. Is it possible that I forgot to switch the camera back on, Jet? Sorry, my mistake. We have a camera here, Chat. And a bit of chat. Currently my whole machine is lagging here. I have a theory what can maybe cause it. Okay, this game is just running terribly on my machine. Dude, just close it now. I need the resources. Okay, that's really strange. My whole system runs a complete meltdown. I have to switch. think you have iframe.
Much longer.
Ui.
Nearly done for.
Fermenting too much. Okay, we got a big armor piece. I'm really looking forward to the new Middle-earth game in development. Yeah, I'm also curious what's going on there. Let's hope the game runs okay for you people on stream. What do we have here? Gold, potion, thing, stonecutters, shield, night stalker, shield. Okay, we have a lot of cool stuff here. Chat this. I'm also looking forward to that. I'm very curious what they will do with.
No enemy missiles can pierce this shield.
Yeah, the holes where the dudes crawled out. They even have a ladder here. That doesn't look really safe, to be honest. Okay, Norbury shield. What do we... shiny new armor. 36 is still better though. Can even give the armor to him. Interesting. Oh, it also has 2 slots, so you can actually do Sockle, put in stuff in it to buff it. That's cool. Ranger and champion only. Ranger and champion. Who's the champion as a ranger? Ranger is the other guy. I'm the champion, I assume. Why can't I... Why is it not possible for me to give it to the other dude? Maybe he's too weak or whatever. Okay, I think we also need this attack, chat. We should have all the attacks. For this mass people, I think we need an AoE attack more than anything else. Okay, let's help our friend Mr. Bird here. Okay, I can't help him. Ah, so, free the captive eagle. I assume I need my axe for that. Skills, chat. No, not enough. That's not really enough. That is enough. Mistakes from mate, chat. The eyes look quite cool. The movement of it.
I thank you, friends.
Oh, they can talk.
Without your timely arrival, my death would have been slow, but certain.
That's cool. You can talk. Well, of course we know from the books that the eagles can actually talk. Yes. Which happens not in the films, but that's cool.
You're talking.
Of course I am. The great eagles of the north speak as well as any dwarf. I am called Balaram. My home is in the Misty Mountains, and I serve Gwaihir, Lord of Eagles. Who is it I have to thank for my rescue?
I am Farin, a dwarf of Erebor, and King Dane is my lord. My friends here are Andriel and Eradan.
Then I am indebted to you, Farin of Erebor, and to your friends.
Good question.
What brought you to Fornost, Balaram?
I often range far across the lands of the north, gathering news for Gwaihir, my lord. When I saw activity here in long-abandoned Fornost, I grew curious and flew lower to investigate.
What did you see?
Goblins and other foul folk are working within the ruins. They appear to be preparing for war, building siege engines and stockpiling arms.
Stockpiling arms. Who leads them?
Have you seen any sign of the one who leads this rabble?
I saw a tall man, heavily armored. The goblins obeyed his commands. Who he is I cannot say, but he had an aura of menace, like one tainted by the shadow.
Agandar. It must be.
You know this man?
He serves the Dark Lord. We have a grudge to settle with him.
I will assist you, but it will be perilous. The enemy has positioned war machines upon the inner wall. They limit my ability to fly freely.
If we could reach the top of the wall, we might be able to destroy the machines.
Beyond those doors, you will find a passage and stairs leading up to the wall.
The machines are certain to be heavily guarded. We have little chance of surprising the goblins with but one way to approach.
I will take to the air and draw their fire. If we are fortunate, that will allow you to gain the top of the wall unobserved.
No, I wanted to talk to him.
Good. Let's get after them.
Okay, now I'm a bit sad. I wanted to ask him why he was captured. No, I'm a bit... Maybe we can quit or something, and I just did an autosave at the bottom, I saw it. What are we going to do about this, chat? We can... I'm not sure if we can. I'll just restart the game really quick. Maybe we take a short break. I have an idea, which we can maybe prepare the stuff. That's maybe a good idea. So back in a moment, chat. Let me see. Do it like this. Go to the bathroom real quick, and maybe I can prepare with another character, which it seems like is also in Fornost, to check it out really quick. We can maybe ask him how we got captured. I just don't want to get away with, you know. There was lost dialogue. I didn't expect that. I didn't get to select the other options yet. So be right
These goblins are small, but deadly all the same.
Okay, chat, I'm back. Sorry for the long break. You maybe have heard in the background. I found the source of my PC running so bad. Now it runs much better. Was the browser window that kind of, I don't know, destroyed my performance. Can't tell you what's going on there. Don't have to understand it. In the meantime, I loaded an old save and fought this section here again. And you have seen it, we were here a moment ago. It's not that important, I think. Oh, we have to go up. I thought that was the way. There's so much loot shit, we can't leave it just behind. It would be wrong. Oh, there's one thing I want to show you. I'm not sure if I missed it a moment ago. But it seems like, oh no, the dwarf, or dwarf friend is able to smash in walls. I hope you have sound. When you see the image again, you do. Okay, awesome. So I hope stream is still running and stuff. But yeah, you can go up, and it seems like the Dunadan can, well, it's not the Dunadan, but one of the Dunadan rangers of the north. I sort of talked about an invisible wall, kind of interesting. I think we checked the walls here on the way back. I think this wall here has this symbol here, and I can.
The hidden Dunedain cache.
I think I have not spent any money here on. On all the stuff. Strikes a single target for bonus damage. Need to confirm it, huh? Can't go through this wall over there. Don't know.
What creature could be making those cries?
Have to be a bit hasty here. I just wanted to ask how we got captured. We have the cutscene here, we skip it. Now we have to fight all the dudes here again.
There's more.
You'd best flee. Value your life.
This will strike you down.
Servants of the enemy, beware!
It's kind of fun. Okay.
I thank you, friends. Without you...
You can speak.
Why, of course. The great eagles of the north speak as well as any man.
Also the window proportions stuff is fixed. It's good. Let us see.
I am called Balaram. My home is in the Misty Mountains, and I serve Gwaihir, Lord of Eagles. Who is it I have to thank for my rescue?
I am Eridan, one of the Dunedain of the north, and my companions are Andriel and Farin.
Then I am indebted to you, Eridan of the Dunedain, and to your friends.
How did the goblins manage to capture you?
I was careless, and the goblins were well prepared. They used war machines to fire bolts that exploded around me. I was stunned and fell from the sky. When I came to my senses, I was bound and helpless, even as you found me.
We hope to find allies here. Have you seen any elves in the city?
Not long ago, I heard the clash of arms and the shouts of goblins nearby. I assumed you were the source, but it is possible there are other allies in the city. I cannot say where they might be now.
What brought you here to Fornost?
I often range far across the lands of the north, gathering news for Gwaihir, my lord. When I saw activity here in long-abandoned Fornost, I grew curious and flew lower to investigate.
What did you see?
Goblins and other foul folk.
Now also my problem with the clicking should be gone, because it now covers the whole bottom part of my window. That's good. Everything should be better now, chat. Yeah, that was the dialogue option. It was not... I hope there was a bit more, but... well, it was interesting to know how did they even manage to capture him, right? Yeah, pretty cool game so far. I remembered it being good. Let's proceed. What is use? Ah, you can sell and buy stuff here. And return to Bree. Can we return here?
These folk knew the danger that threatens them. They'd never find the courage to leave their houses.
Yeah, but Beck just was eating something. Streaming a long time already.
Oh, my messenger! I have wonderful news. Rowley and I are to be wed in spring. Didn't I tell you my father would come round in the end?
Well done, lass. Good luck to you both.
Okay, we can return to this as kind of a hub world, I guess.
Who could live in a town where it's always raining? It's depressing.
I'm not doing anything wrong. Honest, I'm not.
I have you back for the blacksmith. You think so?
Back again? What can I do for you?
Your armor needs repairing. Is this so? I mean, maybe he didn't know that yet. That the father of the woman thought he was a good match for his daughter. I'm not sure. But this arranged... Yeah, I don't know, from our perspective today it's a bit strange. It's, even though it's still in our present time, in some countries, still a thing. These arranged weddings.
Welcome. What can I do for you?
Nobody was honest with him. That is true, but maybe he didn't know it. Didn't know yet. Before we sell anything to anybody, we go to our friend in the prancing pony, and we have some weapons that we seemingly don't need.
Welcome. I think more folks are starting to believe the dangers I warned of are real. But it's no wonder, really. What with the Black Riders appearing on our streets and attempted murder right here in the inn.
Oh, it happened in parallel.
Black Riders were in Bree?
Yes, but Barliman can probably tell you more than I.
Your price is awful. Six. Just to get a comparison. What?
Welcome. What can I do for you?
Okay, his price is awful. We get 68 for the crossbow and 76. He gives us 6. Even if I would give it at a discount, like, he gives me a tenth of what it's worth. Where's Frodo? Well, they're already gone, I guess. Took a quick supermarket trip. Did you start again? No. We just we completed the section, then I load an old save because we missed one dialogue option with the Great Eagle to learn how he was captured. It seems like they had some machinery that exploded, exploding arrows, and that knocked him out. He fell from the sky and then he was captured. That's what we learned. And then we load the actual save again, and I made a small break, ate something really quick in the meantime as well, and then we found a point where it says return to Bree, and I said, oh, well, we can go there and check what's going on. Do some talking here and there.
I have a lot of work ahead of me if I'm going to convince Idona's father I'll make a good match for his daughter. I've got plans, though. I'll find a way.
Good things and good times come to you both. Farewell, Rowley.
Hello. Welcome back to the Prancing Pony. What can I do for you?
Excuse me, I had to sneeze. Yeah. The Black Riders were here. It's Friday.
What news have you heard?
The only thing people are talking about these days is our own bit of excitement. It concerns your friend Strider closely.
Yeah, sell some loot.
I'd best be on my way.
What can I do for you, Master?
I may have need of a few things before I leave town. Where should I look?
Well, we have stores and shops here in town, but I suspect most of them wouldn't suit your needs. You might try Adelgar Oldbank's shop. He's got a collection of unusual items which might interest you. It's right across the street from here, on the corner. If it's repairs you need, try Elman Brushwood, our blacksmith. His smithy is just across the street, there on the corner.
What happened to Strider?
He left town with a party of Shire hobbits that came in just after you left. Seemed like an odd pairing, if you don't mind my saying so. They were strange folk, these hobbits.
Strange? In what way?
Well, for one, they seem to be in some sort of trouble. Even before they showed up, we had this black-cloaked rider come round asking after hobbits from the Shire. He put a chill into my veins, that one, he did.
A Black Rider? What became of him?
I can't say for certain, but more of them turned up after the first. They came into the town the same night as the hobbits. It was fortunate your friend Strider kept them hidden that night. Not long after, 5 of them broke down the gates and rode through the town, howling like a storm. Last anyone saw, they were traveling east.
Thanks. Farewell.
Okay, that was interesting, though the Strider stuff happened in parallel.
Welcome. I think more folks are starting to believe the dangers I warned of are real. But it's no wonder, really. What with the Black Riders appearing on our streets and attempted murder, right?
Black Riders were in Bree?
Yes, but Barliman can probably tell you more than I.
Your price is awful.
Oh, your price is ridiculously low.
I know, but it's all I can afford. I wouldn't blame you if you took your business elsewhere, but I hope you won't. We are in need.
Okay, we sell him a sword, a mace, we maybe keep. I'm curious how we get back now. I talked to everybody, right? To Baliman, oh, the dude, the woman, Maximus. I hope I don't have to walk. No, we don't. Okay, we are back in Fornost. Yeah, there is actually durability in the game. I mean, I also haven't played the game, like I said, in 20 years or something. No, 2015. Long enough. Or 14 years or whatever, I don't know. It is a durability system. I'm not sure if items break, but you see here, durability 20, 39 or 50. You can, there's a smithy dude, smith dude, you can repair stuff at. So I assume you have to repair your weapons. Well, let's continue, make some progress here. Oh, summary info. Current area, main gate, difficult normal, secrets found 2. Level total to our phone, swap character. Ah, okay, I can now swap my character, or I can press continue. I guess click on continue.
We've reached the top of the wall. Now to find and destroy the war machines.
And quickly, Balaram is in danger.
Mind the edge. It's a long way down.
Dude, you are seriously in my way.
What deviltry is this? A goblin sorcerer!
Got some magic.
Goblin sorcerer?
There's one of the machines over there. Push the war machine through the wall.
Feel my wrath and despair!
A new secret found? I have to hold it or what? I should double press.
Look out below! There's one more machine that still needs to go.
What secret did we find, though? Rings of power borrowed from the law of the games? I don't know. Maybe. That's the feel. I think they definitely here try to get close to P. Jackson film.
Machines over there.
machine that still needs to go.
More machine.
Let us push these war machines from the wall. The war machines have been destroyed. Our path is now clear.
Evil elf thing, Adar. Okay, proceed, chat. I can call the eagle.
No enemy missiles can pierce this shield.
But yeah, so far I have to admit it's a cool game. It's still holding up decently, considering its age. Fun little adventure here with our friends. And we're so, I don't know, there's so rarely that Lord of the Rings games that are good come out these days. It's kind of nice. One secret level. Swap character. Continue. Well, let's see where we land next. Yeah, definitely. The levels are very linear, that's true. Maybe later it opens a bit up, I don't know.
The wall is clear. Well done. I am free to fly unhindered. But there are others fighting in the city. They may need our help.
Could it be Elrond's sons?
I cannot say. But they move with stealth, and they leave a trail of slain enemies in their wake.
That sounds like Eladan and Elro here on both accounts.
They are likely heading for the Citadel, just as we are.
Then let's push on. Maybe we'll meet up with them.
I will shadow your movements from above. In open ground, I can strike against our foes. Call on me when the need is great.
Okay, let's see. We go back to Bree teleporter. Not sure if something happened in the meantime in Bree.
These folk knew the danger that threatens them. They'd never find the courage to leave their houses.
Oh, my messenger. I have wonderful news. Rowley and I are to be
Well done, lad.
A great feather. Yeah, we already had the dialogue, so just wanted to check if something changed here in Bree. It doesn't look like it. So let us move on. Some progress done.
Look there! It's Eladan and Elro here.
Ah! The elf twins can give us a hand!
Quickly, we must follow after Eladan and Elro here. They may need our aid.
Not sure if the cutscene starts now, chat.
We must find a way past this gate.
A bit headless, these two.
Time to call in an eagle, I'm thinking.
An excellent opportunity to call on Belleron's aid. Here, to me if you need healing.
Stop blocking, dude.
Time to call in an eagle, I'm thinking.
Yeah. Come on.
Thank you, Belleroth!
Look at this, chat. We found something. Fornost Erain Blade. Whatever that means. It's a one-handed sword. It does more damage than our current axe. It also would allow us to... Look at this. Yeah, it's a really pretty nice game. It's kind of fun, even though it definitely feels a bit dated here and there, I have to admit, but I mean that's to be expected. Necklace with 2 slots, cool. Okay. I found a Scout's 2-handed mace. That doesn't look too bad, to be honest. Here's another treasure chest. The game keeps us busy by finding treasure. Mislon Mace, Scout's Longbow, Great Feather. Okay. You have to find great feathers to call the eagle in. Okay, this here is still quite a bit better, to be honest. Still gives stamina, but we don't need that. Where we are going, we don't need stamina. There's some arrows sticking up there. Never despawned. Some little bugs here and there for sure.
There's a mounted crossbow over there. We should call Belleron to help. God! To battle!
You face the power of the Eldar!
I hoped I could now shoot at these guys.
Not possible.
It's no problem, just. Now this spear now, it blocks arrows actually, this shield we get here, but not too bad. Can this dude stop shooting at me? By the way, where's our friend? It's a bit unfortunate. Okay, it's not unfortunate, chat. We can use this here to kill the goblin dude. Stop shooting arrows, you annoying dude. What is our friend here doing, by the way, all day? Oh, up there. Seems like a job for our thing here. Shut up. I think we made a good point here. And also, I spotted the secret here, Chad. Yeah, heal health potion. What they should have done is the number, like, we have 6 health potions on the button 5 and 7 power potions on 6. But in my opinion, they should switch the size of the font a little bit. So it seems like sometimes I get confused and think, do I have to press 6 or 7 to do this? You know, should be a different font size, I think. Mysterious Aged 2. New quest. The Seer's Words. Now we have a skill point, by the way. Sweeping attack. Upon activation, Warcry grants temporarily combat health regeneration. I think that's actually good. Increase the Warcry damage bonus and increase... Why is the Warcry here? Seems like this is a tree. But I also get Warcry bonus stuff here. It seems a bit strange. We have 6 points. Oh god, that's a lot, shit. The scroll, strange text. Show the tomb to learn scholar.
I sense a hidden opening in this stone.
Blood-packed bow. Drinking horn. Okay, we got the blood-packed bow. Can't use it though. Ranger only. So we could take it and give it to Aragorn. Sentinel spend. Stamina. 1 stamina. Not too bad, chat. Not too bad. Just invented the game of golf with that disqualification? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I think it's maybe the arrows of our bow dude here. There's also loot here. Almost overlooked that. I assume we have to not go here, but here. New quest, work of Westerners. They also have a lot of treasure stuff. Gold plate, figurine. Just a lot of treasure that we can sell. Silver ceremonial dagger. We go to the quest log, work of Westerners. Find the second artifact. Question is, do we proceed or do we return to Bree really quick? And do we have a scholar available, chat? Maybe Gandalf turns up, because we know a day after that Gandalf turns up in Bree. He misses Frodo closely, so to say. What is the... Well, let's read the quest really quick. Seek counsel. Learn scholar. Okay, we turn to Bree really quick. Maybe something changed. Maybe I have to go into the next section for that to happen. Otherwise, I don't know where a learned scholar would be here. We need somebody like Gandalf or whoever. Lord Elrond. Glorfindel or something.
Welcome. I think more folks are starting.
Hunter's Ward Shield. Okay. Do we have seen anybody else here, chat?
Welcome. What can I do for you?
There's more stuff now? No, we have the helmet here. Cram. Temporary benefits consume +5 strength and improved power regeneration. Duration 1.5 minutes. These traveling rations are tasteless and tough to chew, but nourishing nonetheless. Oh, this is a prize. And we have tons of these treasures here. I assume it's just for selling. Okay, sprinting back to where we were. Seems like no significant new updates here. For Nost, travel here. I have to walk all the way back, I know, chat, to the next proceed thing. The question is if now everything respawned, huh? That would be very Souls-esque. They actually respawn, everything respawned. We have to kill them again. No chat. Okay, I should have proceeded. I thought we would just return here.
Balaram could assist us here.
Dude.
The dwarf has fallen! Aid him!
The dwarf has fallen.
Assist me.
Ah, the one guy blocked me. Can we restart or something?
Thanks, my friend. I'm in your debt.
Oh, my finisher. Nope. No, he's not dead. Oops, wrong button. Not dead. Question is if now all the good stuff we found is reset. The wall there's still there, so we can still loot it? Interesting.
I sense a hidden opening in this stone.
Yeah, I also sense that. Okay, the chest is closed again. Kingsmith's long hammer. Elf stone stunning something. Okay, that's cool. Elf stone of stunning blows. Mysterious age tomb. Okay. Here we almost died. I was a bit too hasty there, chat. One orc blocked me so hard. And then I ate too many of these shots of the ballista. A weird combination that my system starts slowing down by a lot. I have to try it in a different way. Just random YouTube video that just started playing. I'll just try something out for the chat. That's me. Just wait for the chat to pop up. I don't know why it always takes a moment to load. No, it's a weird combination with this one browser window that kind of kills my system performance all the time. Not sure if it's a weird combination with the game here. And the YouTube chat I have popped out. Also just noticed something which I should do really quick. So I have to do a couple of things. I forgot to. Okay, but this kind of worked. That's good to know. So what do I need to do next? There was something I connect. Yeah, that should be the link. I started a German podcast project. It's more like talking about video games and stuff. Again, when it comes to yeah, you remember the Games and Rings podcast? The problem I always had there is I don't know enough people. There's not enough Lord of the Rings news. So I did something similar for the German podcast. That's in German because due to streaming so much for the German communities and so on, I learned a lot of I met a lot of people which I could bring on the podcast and stuff like this. So that it worked better, so I kind of revived this. And all I need to do now is bring it to Apple Podcast again. Previously I had like a service who did this automatically. Now I have to do it somewhat manually. I forgot to do this, so okay, that should kind of work, I guess. Not a good idea to ping my German viewers this late, but whatever. So yeah, it's a video games podcast. I will just ping all the people. Oh, that's wrong. You just copy paste the stuff really quick. In the meantime, yeah, I have to figure out how let me see if that worked. Okay. Should just finish this really quick. Sorry for the interruption, chat. Very nice. Okay. I'm just curious about the Apple thing. How long it takes them to update on it. Okay. Almost had to sneeze. How do it... Administration. Complicated stuff, chat. Okay. I think I got it to work, chat. I just had to click one thing I didn't see. Okay, found it. Okay, now I'm curious if it has worked. It's not live yet. Version 3. Sorry for the long break, chat. But it was just something I completely forgot that I wanted to do it today. Okay. I hope it works. Okay, chat. I think I got everything. At least that's what I hope. Okay, now the link works. Awesome. Then let's see if somebody will actually find the episode. Okay, but it is available. Sorry for, like I said, for the long break here. Just something I really forgot to do today. Now it's already relatively late. A better late than never, I guess. Now that some of you people are still with me there. Okay, chat. I give you the in-game sound back. I should hear something. And here we are, chat. I hope everything works. Friends are still waiting there. And what is the button to call them? Let's continue. New skill. Ally attack mode. C. Call Eagle, health potion, contextual action, skills, quest. Wasn't there a button to call allies? I don't want to call the Eagle. I want to call my allies. Whatever. Okay, we continue. Mit Telefon. Troll. It doesn't look like you have already iframes. He's kind of hitting me heavily.
We strike as one.
You have late iframes. No, that works better. You have iframes, but just... You have iframes, okay, that's good. Didn't pay attention for a moment. Nice. Love it. They have a cave troll, yeah.
Someone's coming.
Besting a troll in combat. That is no small feat, friends. It would appear that we are on the same side. Perhaps we could be of assistance to each other. Allow us to offer a hand.
Eladan and Elrohir, the twin sons of Elrond. It's nice to see them. They were excluded from the film. Secrets. We found 2 secrets of 4. It's interesting that we missed some secrets, actually. Number of limbs. What a brutal statistic.
Andriel, is that you?
Well met, my friends. We were told we might find you here. I am truly glad to see you. Allow me to introduce my companions, Eradan of the Dunedain and Farin of Erebor. I present to you Eladan and Elrohir, the sons of Elrond Half-Elven.
It is a pleasure to make the acquaintance of such skilled and courageous warriors. Was it the 3 of you then who freed the Great Eagle?
Ah, so you know about him, do you?
We were spying on the goblins from outside the city when we saw him captured. We made our way into the ruins thinking to rescue him, but it seems you 3 arrived first.
Aye, Balaram is his name.
That was well done. But what brings you to Fornost?
We're here at the request of Aragorn.
But why would Aragorn send you to Fornost? Has he learned of the goblin force gathered here?
This is far more than a simple gathering of goblins. We were with the guard at Sarn Ford when we were attacked by Black Riders out of Mordor.
That is grim news. But it does not explain why Aragorn would send you here.
The Black Riders are in league with a man called Agandaur. He's in command of this force.
I begin to understand. Aragorn wishes you to distract Agandaur.
Yes, that is our mission.
But now that we have joined forces, we can do more than distract him. Let us cut the head from this serpent of Sauron.
A fine idea, but how will we find him?
He is certain to be in the Citadel at the heart of the city. We must attempt to make our way there. No easy task amid these crumbling ruins, and a host of orcs and goblins will seek to bar our way. If we are separated, press on toward the Citadel. There we will regroup for our final attack.
All right, let's go.
Follow us!
No. Okay, chat. Find a route to the Citadel. Knocking at the door. You see the skybox, but works well, I think.
Stay close to us! They have a mounted crossbow! Take cover! We'll take care of the machine! Can't take much more!
Ah.
You're not planning to leave us, are you?
Sorry to put you to all that fuss, my friend.
Are a maze of streets and pathways. We will search this way while you three try another route. We will meet at the Citadel, if not before.
Someone man that mounted crossbow!
That would be me.
There, at the far end of this passage.
Feels a bit like Balin on this one. Where these guys are coming from?
They're coming down the wall!
We can even climb down the walls. That's kind of cool.
They're coming from all sides! Watch your backs!
Just take you all!
We strike as one!
That her shield is not blocking my crossbow there. Easy.
That door is open now.
Let us stand and fight together!
Yeah, no party damage is also not that bad, I guess. Look what we found here. So much stuff. He didn't despawn. We still have. We can call our eagle friend 5 more times. That's also good. Like how it just went in this place here. Look at all the leaves here flying. I forgot to switch the chat back on, right? Should work. Okay, awesome.
I hear something over there.
I see loot.
What manner of creatures are these?
Can they actually be so enamored of the darkness that they would willingly destroy themselves to strike at their enemies?
This is struggling.
There are still foes to defeat.
The wolf has fallen. Aid him.
I did not expect that it would do so much damage.
Let's get back to it.
Okay, I think some of my stuff here now needs repair.
There's a mounted crossbow over there.
They use dark magic to shield themselves. We must close with them. Enter the sphere of light and be healed.
That was closer to death than I care to be.
There's a lever over here.
No, she stole my
Here, my
finishing.
friends, gather to this healing light.
Who are you exactly?
On you! There's a lever over here.
Yeah, I see the lever. I assume the shield he cast. Was just to block our arrows or something?
There must be a lever that raises this gate.
I really just rushed through all of this here. This looks like a secret chat. What a secret. Loot Shadow Forge broadsword. I'm not sure if we should use the weapons of the enemy, but I don't know. Oh, Kingsmith Longhammer. That's what we switch to, chat. There's one dex, which we don't need, I guess. My boots are... Ah, the damage value is then simply reduced. We have to repair our boots. Marksman Sunrise. Bright Flame. Hey Balder, nice to see you. From here we came. I think we got everything. I hope. We also found the lever that we are supposed to pull.
There's a lever over here.
Okay, strange control stuff.
This gate jammed. It'll take a while to get it open.
On your guard! There are yet more of them!
Oh god.
Long odds. We'll need to work together.
Oh, not so good.
Open.
I'm gonna level up shit. We still have 2 more points. One skill point. I know what. I think that's good.
We strike as one.
The gate closed behind us. We're trapped.
There's a lever up there, but I don't see a way to reach it.
They found us again. Here they come.
Take refuge here. I will shield us from their arrows and bolts.
Let us stand and fight together!
These creatures are more formidable than those we faced before.
Agandar's minions!
The creature brings fire.
On your guard! There are yet more of them!
Bullseye. How much arrow stuff? We have 40 shots. Easy.
The numbers are against us!
On our menu!
You face the power of the Eldar!
That one's carrying blasting power!
Before death claims him!
Come now,
This
dwarf.
is
We
annoying.
are still
Those-
close to defeat.
Sorry to put you to all that fuss, my friend.
Good timing. Can't hear you yourself. Not loud. You're not shouting loud enough.
Their archers have the high ground.
No, I mean head. I would disagree there. Okay, chat. On the really long stream today, alright? But yeah, I'm not sure how you enjoyed this so far. It's kind of interesting that we get a little... Like, I knew about Eladan Elri. I use a screenshot when I talk about them often from this game. Because they appear nowhere else. She's really good at blocking us. the writing thing. Cool game. Yeah, it definitely is a cool game. Sure. It's older, but still a fun little game. Good pacing, to be honest. Now we can return to Bree and see what's going on there.
Oh, my messenger! I have wonderful news. Rowley...
Well done.
Okay, we have talked already to her. I need a scholar or something. Curious if we catch Gandalf here at some point.
Welcome. I think more folks are starting to believe...
I brought your weapons.
You've been very helpful. I think we have a good store of arms now. I know you haven't helped us for the money, so I want to show you my appreciation. I found this amulet many years ago on the Barrow Downs. I've always suspected it has some special virtue. Maybe it will be of use to you.
My thanks. Good luck to you.
Just received a choice of reward. Find the box in the inventory and use it to choose your reward. Ah, this is slottable, so in some stuff you can slot these kind of gems. Okay. Have a ring. 6 stun when struck, requires level 9. Origin Elvish. Otto's amulet. Predicting enemies chance 1%. I would go with the amulet, I think. Hey, why do I have the ring? I said I want the amulet. Oh no, chat. That's unfortunate. Maybe we can undo this. I think we load into Bree at the beginning. That was kind of a mistake.
Thanks to you, I can arm the town should the need arise.
No, for real. Oh, that's unfortunate. I wanted the amulet actually. Or maybe the choice isn't done. Yeah, okay, the choice is gone. We can't wear it yet. We don't have a good amulet yet. It seems to be rarer than rings.
What can I do for you, Master?
I'd best be on my way.
Let's go to the smith.
Back again. What can I do for you?
Skill point we still have. Damage bonus increases melee damage done by nearby allies and partners. With the damage of devastating crushing blow and crushing wave. What is crushing wave though? Okay, got everything.
Their archers have the high ground.
Oh. We didn't see that.
There's a hidden passage in this wall.
Gold pipe.
There must be a lever that raises this gate.
There must be a lever. Okay, maybe the lever is up here. Okay, found it. Orlindon Lagian? Silver Scepter. Didn't I just repair it? Ability serum. Is it so? That the stuff. Okay,
There's a lever over here.
And loot.
There must be a lever that raises this gate.
Dude, don't tell me I have to hammer E to open this. It's one of the, some controls ideas are a bit outdated. Yeah, I have to hold press 60 times. No idea why you have to press 16 times to open the door, but whatever.
They locked us between two gates.
We can turn their own weapon against them.
They're coming right for us. Cut them down.
They attack from all sides! We can turn their own weapon against them.
He didn't think.
We strike as one.
This will strike you down!
Yep. Like how the Sons of Elrond always say, yeah, greetings Pippin took. A good name for this kind of content. Maybe I haven't seen your message in like 10 minutes, I'm sorry for that. But not much going on in the Twitch chat there, so YouTube chat is a bit more active. Okay, chat. Got everything. Skill point. On this section, it looks like where we came from, but the only open gate. The revive is really powerful. Maybe it was because I was KO'd so long. Are you exactly? Ooh, the ballet career. I think you can forget about it. Lose some secrets here. Little weapon skills used. Critical strikes perform 51, number of severed limbs. I died a few times. Damage dealt during the mission. Wow. Only one. Longest hit streak achieved 24. Total skills used. What about critical kills 12? Enemies killed 138. Not too bad. I got the most damage though. I really tanked some arrows there.
There's the Citadel, just up ahead.
We're not there yet. Stay close.
There seems to be a maximum.
There's a mounted crossbow over there.
Yeah, problem.
Won't last much longer.
Feel my wrath and despair!
Can't take much more.
I don't want to say we have a problem. We kind of have a problem. She tanked.
Ah, they won't have the advantage for long.
Bring down the fire bearers first.
Won't last much longer.
I need to use. We have iframes. No.
There are still foes to defeat.
Spiders are really annoying. We don't get mana back though. It's pretty tricky. And kick.
Up with you. We need your help.
By my being, that was a close one.
Final blow. I thought, well, I guess if you know that this guy is there, you can maybe shoot him before he gets the barrier out.
Their archers have the high ground.
9, the maximum amount of stuff we can have. If that's the case, I will just increase here my... Oh, another bright flame thing. The boots we had were also bright flame. No, was it the boots? No, it was not. Forgot what it was. Oh, it's also broken now. I need to repair my stuff, chat. Okay, what devilry awaits us here? Okay, not hit him.
Through the gate.
Did a kick once. I don't know how the kick works.
That finishes them. Let us continue on.
Excuse me. The orcs scampering across the ceiling and down the columns was always terrific visual in the movies while executing. Yeah, it's nice. Different. But does somebody know how to kick? I could swear I did a kick once. I pressed space. Don't know what button I pressed. Okay, let's ask the internet chat. Battle, no, it's Lord on the north. Okay, so when an enemy is right in front of me, I kick him. Okay, that's good to know. Not sure if that's strong. Yeah, shut in front. That's also what I found out, or just looked up. Is there other hidden mechanics in the game that I am not aware of? Can you call your allies in your direction?
Agandawa must be within. Then that is where we must go. The way is barred by a powerful magic ward.
Can you break the spell?
Perhaps, but it will take time and concentration.
You'd best get started. We will guard you while you work.
Okay, that's cool. Not easy.
They're retreating.
There. The ward has been removed.
I like all the dead
Come
dudes
quickly.
lying
The
there.
doors are open.
Here we must separate for a time, my friends, for I cannot follow you within those narrow halls.
Will you depart for your home, Belaram?
No, lady. It would be faithless of me to say farewell while friends' lives yet hang in the balance. I will await your return. It may be that I can prevent reinforcements from following you into the tower.
We'd best hurry. The elves are getting ahead of us.
May fortune favor you all.
I hope we could still return to Bree for a moment. We could return still to Bree for a brief moment. Sorry.
May fortune favor you all.
I think we plundered everything. My nose. But yeah, zero secrets, there were also none. Sorry, man.
The Citadel.
Not sure what it is recently.
Tread carefully. We have no idea what to expect.
Ah, here we can return. The question is, do we find a scholar or something? I'm not sure who might be a scholar in this place. Not this guy.
Back again. What can I do for you?
I need repairs. Okay, that is really expensive. Will. That's a lot of will.
Welcome. What can I do?
Show me your stuff. We need to sell a lot of things. While we sell stuff, I should... Yeah, now we're talking, chat. Two-handed sword. I'll give one dex, but don't need that. guess we take the set bonus then.
Welcome. What?
We have a lot of stuff that we don't need. Okay, we have quite a bit of cash. Can we buy anything from him?
Welcome.
I mean, that's also something I should check. Oh no, chat. I didn't buy potions. Maybe that's we should do. I think we have like a... I'm not sure how tough the fight will be.
Welcome.
I gave him a sword. I have to maybe restart the game really quick.
Back again.
Okay, we have the save circle below. Let me just quit the game really quick. Let me just run through or restart like in some ads on Twitch and stuff, so the things go on for a moment. And in the meantime, yeah, I try to get the game running again. I need a small ad break here from time to time. I could try it over this browser. Okay, chat. Sometimes my system here behaves a bit strange. Not sure how long we go. But I would suggest we maybe do the fight, and then if I remember correctly, there is a boss fight coming up, and after that, this section in Fornost is over, and you go somewhere else. But I could be wrong. Or maybe I'm not wrong actually. Maybe there's still a big surprise. I remember that also. I'm not sure exactly how it was structured, but we will find out in a moment. Let me just get the chat running again. It's 6:30 in the morning, so it's already insanely late. Early, to be precise. But don't worry too much. Just have to get my window Tetris going here again. Okay, that should work. Soon Lord of the Rings Open World comes. Well, I guess it will take some time. You mean the game by Warhorse Studios, right? I think it will be like 2 years off or something. So there's still a lot of time that needs to pass. Okay, so commercial stuff should be through, I hope. I start the game again and hope that these weird stutter issues are gone. Okay, it works. Let's hope it works. We are just saving in front of the missing guy. We have a sword. We can leave. You hear in-game, you hear me. Everything should be fine, right? For north, travel there.
We've reached
Citadel.
the Citadel. I'd say we've been a pretty good distraction.
Tread carefully. We have no idea what to expect.
Arnor sword. Let's check that out. It's a one-handed sword though. Pretty good one though. Oh, we stay with our two-hand sword. I like two-handed weapons.
What is happening out there?
Invaders.
How many?
Not many, but they freed the eagle.
Fools. Now our presence here will be revealed. Is this the best your rabble can do?
They must be great warriors. Bloody-handed elves, or some of those filthy tarts.
I don't care. Find them and kill them. Call out your guards. Don't let them escape.
Call my guard and be quick about it! Kill the intruders!
Hold on, we'll help you! No, we must not allow Agendaur time to escape. Go on, we'll deal with his guards.
The big one is Thazor, a chieftain of the Orcs of Mount Graham.
Chieftain, huh? Good. I'm tired of dealing with lackeys.
Oh no, I didn't pay attention to this big guy. Oh. I don't see that coming. Tanky. Oh god. That's not so good. Come on! That doesn't count. You are dead. That's funny. It's even the you are dead screen.
The big one is Basil, a chieftain of the Orcs of Mount Graham.
Chieftain, huh? Good. I'm tired of dealing with lackeys.
Oh god, in the middle. Can she maybe not block myself then? Nein! Und reif me. Ja, vielleicht spielen.
here. They may need our aid.
I should have focused him down. I was a bit greedy. 2 years, yeah. I would assume even longer than that. I think 2029 or something like that. I think far off. But yeah, at least 2 years for sure. I'm also curious what they will do. Okay, chat. That was not... That was bad, but not too bad.
You should have fled Middle-earth with the rest of your cowardly kin, while you still had the chance.
We flee from nothing, least of all you, lackey of Sauron.
Fools! I am the right hand of Sauron. I will see your precious Rivendell burning, and your mongrel father hauled before me in chains.
You will do nothing. Your plots end here.
My work is only just beginning. Do you think you two alone can hope to stop me?
They are not alone.
Don't look for your guards. They won't be coming.
No, sorry.
Fornost means nothing. You haven't won anything here.
He's escaping. We cannot hope to follow him now.
But I can.
How is he so big?
Sorcery of Sauron! This is no natural storm!
I can no longer see him.
It is no use. He has escaped us for now.
Yes, but you cannot be blamed. It was bold of you to go after him alone. Indeed, though perhaps it was not the wisest course.
He summoned a storm. How can a man wield such power?
Yeah, good question.
Sauron is a master of dark sorcery. He has taught these arts to mortals before. It may be that Agandaur learned at the hand of the Dark Lord himself.
It is not Agandaur alone. We battled orcs in the ruins below that cast spells against us. I have fought many orcs in my time, but never any that use sorcery. Until now.
This could mean Agandaur has passed his knowledge on to others. Even to the orcs. That would be a great evil, even for one such as he.
What was that beast he made his escape on?
I cannot say. I have never seen nor heard of its like before today.
Nor have I. Perhaps the Dark Lord has bred these creatures as a challenge to my folk. I can only wonder how many of these beasts he has placed at Agandaur's command.
We've got to find out where he's heading. Any ideas?
It is difficult to say. It might be anywhere. The Etten Moors, Wilderland, the far north. He may even return to Mordor.
That seems unlikely. He made threats against the North.
Yes, you are correct. And I fear he has the means to carry out those threats.
Come out in threats. We have to stop him.
Agandaur is a threat to all the free folk of the North. We must destroy him or die trying.
Yes, but first we must find him, and that will not be easy. He could be anywhere.
For my part, I would gladly join in the hunt for Agandaur. Yet, I have my duty to consider. I must return home to inform Lord Gwaihir of all I have learned here.
Aye, your duty to your people must come first. I'm glad we met, Belleron. I hope we will meet again one day.
As do I, Farron of Erebor. You and your comrades saved my life. That is something I will not forget. If I can ever be of service to you, I will.
Farewell wherever you fare, Belleron. Till your Eyrie receives you at your journey's end.
My thanks! Commend me to Elrond, your father, and farewell.
As for us, I believe we also have a duty to inform our allies of all we have learned.
Then we three should return to the ranger camp at Sarnford. Halbarad will be anxious for any news we can bring.
Agreed. For I, at least, am still under Halbarad's command.
Should you find Halbarad has no pressing need of your services, I would urge you to make your way to Imladris. We may have need of your strength and resourcefulness before long.
I do not know this place, Imladris.
Ah, your pardon. You know it better as Rivendell.
There are still some goblin skulls down below in need of cracking. Shouldn't we deal with them?
Goblins are only a threat when they have a strong leader to drive them on. With their chieftain slain and Agendar fled, those few who remain in Fornost will soon fall to squabbling among themselves. And we may find more important tasks awaiting us elsewhere.
But what about Aragorn and the hobbit he was looking for? He's probably got his hands full with the Black Riders and all. Shouldn't we try to help them?
If Aragorn has found this hobbit, it is certain they will both be bound for Imladris. He is several days ahead of us now. We shall look for him as we go, but Aragorn is resourceful. I suspect he will arrive at Imladris before we do.
Then we'd best head back to Sarnford. Farewell for now.
Ha! We made it, chat. Do you think the Eagle's involvement, so for not answering right away, the Eagle's involvement is possibly a bit lore unfriendly for the setting, not complaining. He's super cool, but very active in the story. Hard to tell. Really hard to tell, chat. Maybe, yeah, a bit. On the other side, you come to wonder, what are the Eagles doing all day? Are they involved or not? Often they seem more like distant observers, minding their own business. But sometimes they can be activated by Gandalf and so on. Tolkien often used them very carefully. So in theory, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's a bit lore unfriendly in a way. On the other side, he was flying around and shot down basically and getting captured. We saved him, he helped us a little bit. So I think that in a way, if they manage this, yeah, it could work, I guess. They were active in the first age, that's true. They're definitely more active than right now. Were different times. I mean, they could still mind their own business, but we also had in The Hobbit, like they mentioned, that Gandalf cured one eagle of a poison arrow, of a poisonous wound, or whatever it was. So, in a way, it seems like they also can get into trouble, and then things might happen in this regard. You know what I mean? And in this case, it was not like we asked him to help us or anything. It was more like, okay, he was in trouble, we rescued him, and then the rest developed from here, and there was a development he's also curious about. So yeah, I guess it kind of works, I think. Tolkien often tries to not use the eagles too much though, so there's that. Travel there. Citadel. Unfortunately, we died one time. It's a bit unfortunate, but what? I like how we just drop down there.
I have received word through the sons of Elrond and the wandering companies telling of your valor at Fornost. You are to be commended for your skill and daring.
There are so few rangers left here now. It might be dangerous to remain. What if the Black Riders should return? Maybe we should retreat.
That would be the wise course if I thought they would return. But I am certain they did not come this far merely to slaughter a small band of Dunedain. No, I will remain here with the few we have left. We cannot hope to fight the enemy, but we still have eyes and ears to gather news of their movements.
Have you heard anything of Aragorn? He was desperate to find a certain hobbit when we parted from him in Bree.
All I know is that Aragorn is rumored to have left Bree in the company of 4 hobbits of the Shire. I can only assume one of them is the hobbit he was seeking, and that they are now bound for Rivendell. There is worse news, however. On the night before they departed, the Prancing Pony Inn came under attack by unknown assailants.
We had yet to make a count of the dead the night you sent us to Aragorn, but I thought there would be more survivors than this.
Some few are away patrolling the borders of the Shire, for even now we must attend to our duty. But sadly, many of those who were wounded in the attack died within days from some evil ailment. Even those whose wounds seemed minor. Perhaps Solana can tell you more.
We return to offer you what help we may. How can we best be of service?
Truthfully, I would be happy for the extra hands. But it is clear to me that you 3 have a greater destiny. You may be needed more urgently elsewhere.
Then what would you have us do?
I advise you to make your way to Rivendell. Aragorn will be eager to hear news of Agendour, and he may have other tasks for you to perform. For now, the enemy seems to have turned away from the Shire.
These Black Riders, the Nazgul, they've come a long way from Mordor. Aragorn hinted something big drew them here. Maybe you could tell us more?
I do know why they're here, but it is not for me to pass that knowledge on to others. Perhaps Aragorn or Elrond will tell you more when you reach Rivendell.
Me? Travel to Rivendell? The hospitality of Elrond is legendary. And it's not like I have a better suggestion. Why not? But it's a long road between here and there. We best get started.
Perhaps there is something you can do for me on your way.
You have but to name it.
I sent 2 of my rangers, Kalarin and Luin, on patrol along the Brandywine River. They should have returned long before now. I am growing concerned for them.
They are both seasoned rangers who have served many years in this region. We can be certain they have not simply lost their way. From which direction would they be returning?
They were to follow the Brandywine north as far as the Great East Road, and from there to make their way back by passing through the Barrow Downs.
The Downs are just north of our position here.
Then we'll make our way north by way of the Barrow Downs.
Perhaps we will discover some trace of them as we travel.
You have my thanks. Eredan has great skill as a tracker. If Luin and Kalarin made it as far as the Downs, he will likely pick up their trail. Farewell and safe travels to you all.
Are you hurt? You look well enough to me. If it's healing draughts you need, you can get them from Maradan. I have a dying man on my hands.
Oh, he looks terrible. What's wrong with him?
Wrong? I don't really know. His wound is minor, yet his life is slipping away. I fear he is suffering from the Black Breath.
The Black Breath? What is that?
It is some power wielded by the Black
Yes.
Riders, the 9 Nazgul. Their victims are stricken senseless, and without aid, they soon die. I've already lost 3 men to this curse. Elrond is the only victim who yet lives.
Is there nothing we can do?
I hardly know. Drawing an arrow, stitching a wound. These things I have done countless times. The Black Breath is something I know only from the old rhymes my teacher taught me.
An old rhyme? Well, let's hear it then.
It was years ago. Let me think. I believe it ran something like this. When the Black Breath blows, and death's shadow grows, and all lights pass, come Athelas, life to the dying. That's all I can recall.
What's this Athelas the rhyme speaks of?
An herb, commonly known as kingsfoil. It has little medicinal use, though some find it comforting for headaches and other small complaints.
Seems worth a try. Have you no Athelas?
No, I have none. You'll have to forgive me for neglecting to lay up a supply. But you see, no one bothered to tell me that the 9 ring wraiths would rise up from ancient legends to trouble us here. If I had Athelas, don't you think I would have used it by now?
Athelas has to grow somewhere. Any chance I could find some before it's too late?
Perhaps you could find some at that. The plant is not native to Middle-earth. It was brought to these shores from lost Numenor, and planted in the lands where our ancestors used to dwell, including the Borrowdowns to the north.
How will I know Athelas, should I come across it?
The plant has many long, smooth leaves, but you might best find it by its scent, a sweet, pungent fragrance. The Borrowdowns hold precious few such plants.
My road leads to the Barrow Downs. If I find Athelas growing there, I'll bring some back to you.
Okay, new quest chat. Unlocked.
You're soon to be off again, are you? Well, I have a few things among our supplies that may help you on your way. Perhaps a few extra arrows for your quiver, and a few of Solana's healing drafts may come in very handy as well. Take a look.
It was a grim day when those Black Riders attacked. What do you make of it all?
Ah, well, I've seen many things in my day. Evil in many forms. But I've never seen anything like we faced that day. So many lost. It's hard for an old man to see so many younger men slain. I wish I could. Well, there's nothing to be gained from wishing.
But there is something to be gained from action. We must have our revenge.
Revenge? That's all well and good. But those men will still be dead, won't they? Better that we do whatever we can to save others from their fate.
Aye, you've a good head on your shoulders. But it's not the dwarven way to let a wrong go unavenged.
Those men died trying to protect those who can't protect themselves. No one can ask for a better ending. But you still live. And there is a long and dangerous journey ahead of you. You must be prepared. Take a look at the stores I have on hand.
Wondrous cap. Expensive stuff he has. Great if we could see how many of the stuff we have. Hador.
Ah, Master Farin. It's good to see you back. I thought you'd be on your way back to the Lonely Mountain by now. And who could blame you were that so?
We dwarves have a saying. Faithless is he who says farewell when the road darkens. I came here to help protect the Shire, and that's what I intend to do still.
They say it is hard to change the mind of a dwarf. I, for one, am glad of that.
Full durability. Interesting. The first Lord of Dor-Lómin, that is true. An ancient name we have here. Look over there, there's some hobbit holes. Cute. Okay, here we could leave. So we have to find Athelas. Let's see if in Bree something changed. Not sure how often you have to revisit these places. We still need a Scholar. The Scholar might be in Rivendell then.
Thanks to you, I can arm the town should the need arise.
I'm not doing anything wrong. Honest, I'm not.
Nothing changed here. We're 10 hours in. Quite a bit. The Barrow Downs from Bree right next.
I'm told the Barrow Downs are filled with ancient tombs. What do you know of them, Elf?
These tombs were made by the fathers of men in the depths of time. They were sacred to the men of Arnor, and they too buried their dead here, until their kingdom fell to the Witch King.
These hills have an evil reputation in the folklore of the Shire and Bree, but rangers travel here often without incident. Still, I feel a sense of unease. We must stay alert.
Which is strange, because Frodo already passed Bree, so the Barrow Wides should all be gone. Destroyed by Tom Bombadil. And that's actually cool.
Rangers camped here perhaps 2 or 3 days past. These footprints could easily be those of Lewin and Galarin.
Can you tell where they may have gone from here?
The tracks lead deeper into the downs.
Then we should follow them. Lead the way, Aradan.
Like the looks of this fog one bit. So this is truly our best route? Through a graveyard?
Okay. Yeah, I guess the game takes a few freedoms.
Dwarf is upon you! Was that a troll?
What manner of wretched creature is that?
See that coming. Button. Spooky barrow ride. Barrow downs. Looks relatively cool, atmospheric wise. It's a bit off lore though, I think. Not the visuals, but there's so much undead stuff here in this area. Is that guy?
We strike as one.
Obvious now he's done the missing rangers.
As long as there is a chance they still live, I won't give up the search.
Right.
The dead are upon us. Much longer. That's closer to death than I care to be. Can't do that.
Lot of dudes here. Get him. I can destroy those things? I didn't think about that yet. That was just decoration, chat. Imagine how much loot we now missed. By the way, do we have level ups or something? Yeah, we have. With 2 skill points, I don't know, Chad, what we're going to do with that. We could maybe use this. I did not see that. I don't know why I didn't think. I just thought, well, those things. Ah, new quest. Go show the artifact to a master smith. Sounds like Rivendell again. Overlook that. Health potion, definitely something I like to see. What's up here? I think we got everything. Okay, let's go. Let's return. Oh man. I find that we have Nazgul statue. Who built this? The undead? Come on. It's originally a place of the people of Cardona. They're just tampering with the existing stuff here. Messing around with it, infesting it, haunting it. I guess it looks scarier like that. That is tanky. We have 2 ways. I'm not sure why. Not sure where we should go. We have now 2 ways where we need to go.
It looks like there's writing on these stones, but it's very worn. Can your elven eyes make it out, Lore Master?
Faintly. It appears to be a list of names, many of them scratched in haste. They are identified as soldiers of Cardolan.
The men of Cardolan were among the last of my ancestors to hold out against the evil of the Witch King. The histories tell us that they used the Barrow Downs as their last refuge in a hopeless fight.
Then this must be where they laid their fallen comrades to rest. It would be fitting if we were to drive the Whites from this tomb.
Well, actually the last one were not the people of Cardolan, but the people of Aragorn. Problem, chat. Everything looks the same. Where did it come from? Okay, we came from here.
You cannot endure this light!
Okay. I assume both things go downstairs into the same direction and connect again. Confusing path, chat. Hey, Sherlock. I think the dwarf with a sword feels weird. Yeah, we had all kinds of weapons. We had an axe and a mace and stuff like that. These are not the barrow whites yet, it's just some whites possessing some bodies and doing stuff. Usually your companions, you can play this co-op, so your friends can gear themselves up and skill their character. Yeah, you have to see it like this. You would play, but currently playing it alone, which is also possible. Yeah, chat. We're kind of confused where to go next. That's where we came from. I think we just cleared the dungeon here or whatever. Search for the missing rangers. Show the tomb to learn scholar. Seek counsel regarding the scroll's strange text. Show the artifacts to Mastersmiths. Bring the Asilas. Destroy the undead within the barrows. Clear the first tomb, clear the second tomb. Okay, I think we cleared the first tomb then. Do I have overlooked anything, chat? Did you see anything? Doesn't look like it. I think it's a good game if you kind of don't mind that it's 15 years old. You can play it with your friends, which I think can be fun. The problem is getting the game is difficult because it's an EA game and EA doesn't have the license for Lord of the Rings anymore. It's Warner Bros. And as a result, you can't buy it anymore. You can maybe get a used copy or something like that, but that's it.
What sort of spirit is that?
It's a great game. Okay, now this is an actual barrel white. What's he doing there? I know what I'm doing though. I'm looting.
Feel my wrath and despair.
I don't remember that the barrel whites could do that kind of stuff. game wants us really to shoot this guy 15 billion times. The very wide boss fight. But yeah, it's a fun game, especially like I said, you could play it with multiplayer with your friends and stuff. We can maybe check if we had a better helmet or something. Okay, 43 helmet. That's pretty tough to beat. Chat. Bright Flame. Oh, I want to have the set bonus still. Do we have a level up or something? No, we're missing 1 point in will. Also has a socket. I'm not sure where you can slot your armor. This thing has 2 slots. I'm just noticing. We have some of these gems. I'm not sure. Okay, we could put 5 will. Weapon skill cost 100% stun. Found a better sword, actually. To will 9 armor. We found quite a few better weapons, it seems. Okay, so I can... What else do we have? 15 shock damage, 5 will, 35 armor. I could say put it into the helmet I'm wearing. Oh, cool. I assume I can't remove it though. My level up is not that far away. Just want to try it out. We have still one more. Oh, that's my friend. One more level up and I have enough everything
I need healing.
Medallion.
Won't last much longer.
This is tough. And we can get a revive.
Up with you. We need your help.
Thanks, my friend. I'm in your debt.
Yeah. A lot of spawning going on, but we have a level up, chat. That means we can finally put this will here to 17, then focus again on more damage, of course, obviously. And with the damage, we now have this medallion that we can equip. With 1 dex, 6 stun when struck. 6 stun when struck, I'm not sure what that means. But I got this as a reward, I want to use it. That is not the entrance. Or we even get even here, chat. I don't know. I think this is the entrance, isn't it? Yes. Enemies with different mechanics, mana stealing, teleporting, something, yeah, maybe. The teleporting sounds annoying to be honest, but yeah, I get the point. It's basically just
They're still coming.
that look different.
We strike as one.
Stir this light.
This dude here is too much damage.
Won't last much longer.
Can't take much more. I need healing.
Swiftly, before death claims him.
Badly hurt.
That was too close for comfort. You have my thanks.
Thank you, my friend. I am in your debt.
Yet.
I must have aid.
There's a poor excuse for a hidden door here.
Did I overlook one? What tomb could I have overlooked, chat? I don't get it. Over up there. Here's a second exit in this tomb. Strange chat. Oh, here. This I overlooked, chat. That is second tomb cleared. Yeah, full focus, definitely. Hey, sorry. Hadn't looked at the chat. Oh, I want to raid it. And I don't get the raid sound. Oh, so sorry. I definitely was full focus there. For a moment. Thank you so much for the raid. What did you guys play? What gives me the honor? What rated on the German Twitch channel? Willkommen Raiders. Schön, dass ihr da seid.
This wall is weak. We strike as one.
Ich habe hier wirklich einen Vollfokus, das tut mir leid. Didn't notice. You guys were playing Witcher 3. You can also write in you can write in German if you want. Oh, nice, Witcher 3, first Elden Ring race. How did the race went? Or race go? How did the race go? Not went. Sorry, my mistake, wrong button. You guys want to see something different than Pal World and LotR Rings is nice. Yeah, it's really nice. It's an old game and it's definitely a bit dated here and there, but still fun. In theory, you could play it with your friends, but like I said, you can't buy the game anymore. So that might be a problem in this regard. But yeah, I don't know. It's fun. I haven't played it in ages, so I remember this section. I remember the Barrow-wide section. All I remember is it just goes on forever. It's a bit long here, but it has some cool ideas. Though it's not always 100% lore friendly on every level, to be honest. But I guess it's okay. What you guys? And there. Is this the exit chat? I hope it is. Yeah, looking good. Now we get, I assume we get up. This is the section we have seen a moment ago. Yeah, that's here was where we were a moment ago. Very enemy spammy here. Just imagine you're playing this with two friends. Maybe need to heal a bit. I need to kill this dude.
Can't take much more.
At least we get fresh HP. Should have. So many archers here, chat. It's kind of funny. The game is from 2011, and it has a heavy attack kind of thing, and you can even roll. You get even iframes, a few at least, in the roll. So it's a bit Dark Souls-esque. I watch movies and play some games, but this I can't remember. Yeah, it's like I said, 2011 November or something it came out. Ich sag ja mal gute Nacht. Yeah, 8 hours stream is enough. Need to breakfast and then I go to bed. Wish you lots of fun. Yeah, thank you, Elana, for the raid. Much appreciated. I think the shout out I gave you. And sleep well. Have a good breakfast and. Yeah, maybe see you next time, people. In the meantime, we continue a bit. I also will not stream that long anymore. I can understand English better than writing or speaking. Yeah, I guess if you watch a lot of English stuff, that kind of happens. At the end of the day, I guess it's mostly what you are used to. What do we have here? Proceed. And here's another path, which I'm not sure if it's optional or not. We check it out. Okay, Elf Stone of Power. Take that. But yeah, it remembers me a little bit of a Souls game in a strange way. Okay, there's the loot. Okay, a barrow armor. On paper, that sounds powerful. Oh, we're completely full with stuff. Usually you have these teleporters here that allow you to teleport back to your hub basically, but we haven't encountered one. I'm just getting more and more stuff here. I learned it, but not very fast, but it's better if I remember the last years. Yeah, for sure. Okay, here we can teleport back, right? Press E. Yeah, we can return to Sarnford. So we now can complete the quest and give the healer the Asilas. Sarnford, yeah, is... Or Sarnford, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, if it's anglicized or not. Is close to the Shire, south of it.
Let me see what you have found. Yes, this is indeed Athelas. Now, according to the old law, all I need to do is add these leaves to boiling water. Let Elrond breathe in these fumes.
Selana? And our dwarven friend as well. How can this be? I thought you were all slain. No. That was only the dark voices in my dreams.
They slaughtered her.
It was not all a dream, was it?
The fight was real enough. You fought bravely.
I tried to do my part, but I'm
And
afraid
yeah,
I was
also
not much
good
use.
night to you,
I
Kaldor.
remember being scared mostly.
Sleep well. Thank you for raiding over with us. Thank you for the follow also.
I thought it was the end of all things.
It's a good thing Salana here knew how to save you.
Mine was the knowledge, but it was this brave dwarf who found the herb that saved you, at great personal risk.
Then I owe you my life, friend. Please, let me show my appreciation. My weapons were made in Lost Numenor in the distant past. They've been in my family for generations. I want you and your friends to have them now.
Numenor? I've never heard of that land.
Numenor was the land of my ancestors, a great civilization. But it sank beneath the sea thousands of years ago. Only a handful of survivors, led by Elendil, escaped here to Middle-earth.
And who was this Elendil?
A mighty lord of Numenor. It was he who founded the realms of Arnor and Gondor long ago. Our chieftain Aragorn is his heir.
Hush, boy. You forget that we Dunedain still keep our secrets.
Yes, I'm sorry, I grew careless. Forget I spoke. But come, my friend. Will you accept my gifts?
My thanks. It is a fine gift. You'd best rest now. Farewell to you both.
But yeah, thank you. Much appreciated. Also, good night to you. Quest complete. Athelas.
So tired. Must rest.
You must forgive the harsh words I spoke to you before. It is hard for a healer to be so helpless. You have done a great thing in saving the lad's life. That is one, at least, the darkness will not claim. Thank you.
It took both of us to save his life. Thank you, and farewell.
Does your gear need repair?
The weapon's still fine. Okay, nothing here looks too broken, chat. This dwarf is living under the rock, yeah. Don't use the give NPC option, that's just for multiplayer functionality you are throwing away. The problem is I was full of stuff and I feared like I couldn't carry more. But yeah, good to know that it's actually useless.
Are you in
in
need
single
of
player.
supplies? I have a few things here for you to look at. Or maybe you've picked up a few things along your way that we can...
Good to see you again. How have things been here?
Ah, well. We had the sad task of laying our slain brothers to rest. But there has been no sign of the enemy since that day. Perhaps they found whatever it was they were seeking. Or perhaps they're searching for it elsewhere now.
Okay, so we can sell stuff. Yeah, we have the same helmet. We don't need... We don't need the same helmet 3 times. Okay, what is we give away? Hunter's Quarterstaff, Lore Master. And a slot. New pair of boots. 22. What I need to do though is I need to buy... we need to sell a few things as well, it seems. Here's a skill point chat. What are we going to do with that? Mountain Forge things. We definitely need to sell all the stuff. To equip companions, you need to select them in Bree or wherever, equip them and sell everything else, even though I'm showing age, choose to not equip them. Interesting. So it's very complicated to do this. Do I really need to do that at all? So items, we have like 2.65 billion valuable things. We need to get rid of all of this. And we got this here. Now we can choose what we want to pick. Staff, axe, sword. So we have 8 armor, reduced damage by 1. We have 1 will, stealth, steel health chance 7%. Maybe that's not bad, to be honest. I have only one-handed weapons, chat. The axe does more consistent damage. This weapon is a family heirloom of the ranger Elaran. I would say I take the axe, like lifesteal. That sounds actually not that bad. Think about restarting the stream. Yeah, I have to think about how we will do this. We have like 10 minutes, chat. Otherwise, the stuff will be lost in the VOD on YouTube. I kind of need to restart the stream here. Let's see what we can do in 10 minutes. Attention there. Stop hitting me. Game doesn't run too well currently. Found a new crossbow. Maybe that's what we need actually, a new crossbow, chat. Can't carry it. Champion only. 12 dexterity. That's 11. Wow. That's short. But it's kind of okay, I think, yeah. It's a bit annoying that you have to shoot him with bows, and if you don't have any bow shooting damage, then it always feels a bit useless.
If I read the signs right, Lewin and Kalaran fought a battle here as well. And look here, the broken shards of a ranger's sword. I know this blade. It belonged to Kalaran.
This is proof your comrades were here. But where are they now?
The tracks show where two bodies were dragged to the entrance of that large pool.
Were they living or dead?
That I cannot say.
The only way to discover their fate is by following them into the water.
Okay. Enemies killed. 114. Looks good.
This tomb makes my blood run chill.
This is no place for living men. Let's find my friends.
Let's hope we're not too late.
I'm not sure if I'm able to do this in 10 minutes, especially now the game runs a bit stuttery. Now we would need to restart the stream, but before we start the stream, I guess I end it. I have to play the next time. That's a health potion that I guess I could need. Kind of funny to see in this regard that I'm running this thing on like a machine that's in theory far too high end for this game. It's still not running that great at times. Ancient key. Silvertine armor. What just things like 52 minutes? Maybe have to do this next time. Alchemist Island come out?
I'm badly hurt!
Dude, this is kind of stuck. Sword. Funny. Okay, we got the key. I don't think we can do it yet. Promise. I would love to have at least here the finale on the as a VOD available for everybody. The problem is